Our story begins in a large office room, where employees silently studied documents and carefully checked each file. To break the silence, one of the girls looked at the resume of one candidate. He studied in Canada for 6 months, worked in Australia for a year, and received the highest score on his language exam. However, colleagues decided that this was not enough, as everyone here spoke English, and as a result, the application was rejected. The commission then moved on to the next candidate, who graduated from university and completed a 2-year internship at a large competing company. After a lengthy review, the last folder was placed on the table. The main recruitment stage was completed, and now the most important thing remained: the selection of school graduates. They were required to hire 5% of high school graduates, so the discussion quickly became serious. Suddenly, one of the women burst out laughing while reading another resume. She was amused by the candidate's unusual self-introduction. The school graduate directly stated that he understood employers' desire to evaluate people by numbers, but asked that his experience and views be taken into account as well. He went on to write that the Tessin company itself is a place where a person's value is determined not only by formal indicators. These words caught the attention of the commission, and some employees even noted that the candidate clearly flattered the company and its employees. The girl admitted that among her school resumes, this self-introduction was one of the best. Then, attention turned to the applicant's achievements, and it turned out that he had received his tax consultant certificate in just 11 months. One of the men noticed an even more impressive detail. Already in his 2nd year of work, the young man won a tax dispute in court. Of course, he probably had the help of an experienced mentor, but even with such support, his abilities looked promising. Ultimately, the committee decided to let the candidate pass, and the staff became curious to see how long this graduate could last at Daesun. The story gradually shifted to the past of Oliver, our main character, who grew up in poverty and often faced ridicule from his peers. It was especially hard for him to watch other children go off to extracurricular activities after school, leaving him alone on the playground. However, this oppressive, suffocating poverty seemed somehow strange to him. The protagonist realized early on that his family was in a dangerous gray zone. From the outside, they seemed like ordinary citizens, but in reality, they lived literally from penny to penny. Any mistake could turn into a disaster, which is why the boy felt that he could not live as freely as those around him. Over time, Oliver grew up and finally decided to give up. Already in his 1st year of high school, he gave up on his dream of going to university. Then the young man decided not to pay attention to the opinions of others and focus on a quiet life. Gradually, he found inner balance and was quite content with his existence. But this peace was short-lived. One day, the hero seemed to see himself in a small boat, which suddenly began to crack. Then, he suddenly heard a voice calling his name. Before he could comprehend what was happening, the boat fell apart and Oliver himself fell into the cold water. Sinking deeper into darkness, the young man heard new, terrible news. His grandmother had collapsed and ended up in intensive care. The caregiver reported that many of the treatment costs were not covered by insurance, and this completely took away his hope. The protagonist was perplexed why, even after giving up his great ambitions and desire to live a peaceful life, fate continued to deal new blows. It seemed to him that life was already hard enough, and what had happened only made it even more unbearable. Lost in heavy thoughts, the hero could not believe that his family almost died because of money. The more he felt his own powerlessness, the more it seemed to him that something dark and dangerous was being born inside him. However, soon the news announced by the nurse shocked all the relatives. The woman explained that all expenses had already been fully paid by a certain benefactor, one of the hospital's sponsors. The employee explained that the philanthropist helped people with serious financial difficulties, but who were not eligible for government support. After paying for the grandmother's treatment, the mysterious man even helped find an inexpensive but high-quality rehabilitation center. However, instead of gratitude, Oliver felt bewildered. He did not understand how one could simply give his money to strangers. Raised by a father who lived through the IMF crisis, Oliver was raised to believe that people are inherently selfish and that no one can be trusted. Sometime later, the hero came to the hospital again, and the nurse immediately understood why he had come. She noted wearily that other people usually just thanked her and left, while he continued to search for ulterior motives. However, these words only increased Oliver's suspicions, and he continued to demand to know who this man really was. Then the woman advised him to believe in human kindness at least once. But Oliver remained adamant. Seeing his persistence, the employee began to wonder about the trials he had to endure at such a young age. Then she suddenly declared that if he really wanted to know the identity of the benefactor, he had to do something first. He needed to bring a certificate in English or another foreign language. These words literally stunned the hero. Although the nurse didn't mean them in a bad way, in his mind, they sounded completely different. He felt as if he was being told that he was just a poor high school graduate who had achieved nothing and did not deserve answers. Then, a desire to prove the opposite flared up inside the young man. He decided to prove his abilities with a professional certificate and achieve success at any cost. Oliver decided that he was quite capable of obtaining a tax consultant's license. Several years have passed since then. One day, Oliver appeared again in that same hospital. Seeing a familiar face, the nurse at first couldn't believe her eyes. It was indeed Oliver, but he looked completely different now. A completely different person stood in front of her, in an expensive suit and with a mysterious box in his hands. The young man greeted her and admitted that he had been a little late. He then handed over a document that made the woman freeze in surprise. It turned out to be a tax consultant certificate. The nurse then explained that the benefactor had left the decision to her, but had set one condition. Depending on the results Oliver produced, he said, she could either reveal his identity or ignore the request. She then said that she had made a decision and could now tell him the information she needed. At this point, Oliver became noticeably nervous. His face was covered in sweat and his heart was pounding wildly. Finally, he received a phone number containing information about the man whose identity he had been trying to discover for so long. While the young man stared intently at the screen, the nurse watched him with a smile, waiting to see his reaction. Meanwhile, the hero continued to look at the information that appeared and wondered if this was really the same person. It talked about a man named Christopher, the CFO of the Tesson company. Oliver was surprised to learn that this influential leader also only graduated from high school and did not receive a university education. At the same time, during the IMF crisis, he managed to turn a difficult situation into an opportunity for growth, rising from accountant to manager. The IMF crisis destroyed Oliver's family, while for Christopher, it proved to be a springboard to success. Noticing his interest, the nurse said that it was this man who had paid for his grandmother's treatment. Hearing this, the young man thought even more deeply. On the one hand, a high position explained the presence of a lot of money. On the other hand, the main question still remained. Why would such an influential man spend it on strangers? Oliver wanted to understand how such a naive person managed to survive in the cutthroat world of business and rise to the top of a corporation. After the conversation, Oliver quickly took out his phone. At that moment, the thought occurred to him that the only way to find out the true reason for Christopher's actions was from himself. He had already received a message that the hero had been officially accepted into the company's social programs management department. Looking at the time, the hero saw that it was only 5 to 8 in the morning. He then put on a suit, took a suitcase, and went to the Daesun No. 5 training center near Sadang Station, where the first stage was to take place. On the spot, the main character noticed the girl almost immediately. She also turned out to be a new recruit to the corporation. Looking around, he noticed other people. It was clear that they had all successfully passed the final stage of selection. While the group was waiting for departure, the young man recalled the events of a week ago. Then he was delivered a box containing employment documents and a welcome gift from the company. When Oliver opened it, he first thought that there was an ordinary diary inside. However, the contents turned out to be much more impressive. The box contained the latest smartphone in a rare color, wireless headphones, a charger, and even a sports uniform. When Oliver imagined that all 5,000 new employees received similar gifts, the cost seemed enormous. However, he then realized that for a giant like Tesson, these costs were insignificant, which made him think about the scale of the company. If a corporation invested so much money before employees even started working, it meant it truly valued their loyalty. The hero was used to the fact that most companies viewed employees as mere cogs in a machine. But here, everything looked different. Soon, buses delivered the recruits to the training center, which turned out to be huge and well-equipped. However, among those present, there was not a single employee from the main divisions such as Tesson Electronics or Tesson Security. The lists included only employees of minor and little-known subsidiaries. One guy with glasses remarked in surprise that he had never heard of Tesson Wellbeing and that only one person had been accepted. Hearing this, Oliver gradually understood everything. Now it became clear to him why even a high school graduate without a higher education was accepted there. However, instead of disappointment, he remembered Christopher's story and decided that such a place could only be the first step on the way up. Meanwhile, some new recruits continued to make disparaging comments about smaller subsidiaries. One of them even said that he was uncomfortable imagining having to be around employees of such units. The protagonist just sighed. In his opinion, there were always people who tried to judge others by their status and place of work. However, the atmosphere soon changed. Once everyone was gathered in the large hall of the training center, the conversations gradually died down. Everyone realized that they were far from being at the top of the corporate hierarchy, so the previous self-confidence quickly disappeared. A tense silence fell over the room. Then a man in a business suit walked onto the stage. He immediately grabbed the audience's attention and stated that there was one thing they needed to remember. They were in Tessin. After this, the manager noted that many probably considered themselves failures simply because they did not get into the main divisions. However, he explained that simply getting into a prestigious subsidiary is not enough for a successful career. The speaker emphasized that at Tessin, talent and results were always valued above the name of the unit. He called on the newcomers to prove their worth through action, and after the instructor's speech, the hall burst into applause. Even Oliver, who didn't like such corporate events, was forced to join the others. In the following days, the training continued, with employees talking about the structure of the Tessin Corporation, its achievements, and its position in the market. Gradually, many of the interns began to feel almost unconditional admiration for the company. But Oliver remained wary. In his opinion, the corporation would not spend huge amounts of money just for 3 weeks of lectures on loyalty to the company. The hero was convinced that the real purpose of training was to prepare employees who could start work immediately. So he waited for a new test, and after a few days, his assumption was confirmed. The lectures suddenly stopped, and barrels and boxes of various goods appeared in front of the trainees, causing general bewilderment. Everyone received their own item. Some got dental floss, some got needles, and others got various small goods. Then an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Management announced that all goods received had to be sold by the end of the day. The news instantly caused chaos. The participants did not understand how it was possible to complete such a task in a few hours. While most were trying to figure out the situation, Oliver remained calm, as if he expected something like this from Tessin. Soon, one of the interns indignantly stated that the organizers should at least have warned them in advance. Meanwhile, the hero examined his box. He received more than 100 ballpoint pens. While he was pondering the problem, one woman suggested that the participants buy goods from each other, since there was no direct prohibition on this. The idea quickly caught on, and someone already started offering pencil sharpeners and other items. However, the young man was not looking at the goods, but at the surveillance cameras. He suspected that the organizers were closely monitoring every action of the interns. And then, a plan began to form in the hero's head. Remembering the ridicule about his school education, Oliver just grinned and decided to prove who was actually more capable. At the same time, in the observation room, the center's management watched what was happening through monitors. One of the observers was Catherine, the head of the 5th training center of Tessun. The woman sighed tiredly, watching the confusion of the newcomers. This reaction was entirely expected. The purpose of the test was to take the trainees out of their comfort zone and see how they would react in an unexpected situation. Some participants had already tried to set up trading points directly on the street, but the overall picture still looked chaotic. Catherine noticed that employees were becoming less flexible and more confused in unusual situations. She was especially surprised that among those present were not only recent graduates, but also people with work experience. However, they still acted too slowly. About 30 seconds had passed since the start of the test. At this point, one of the observers suddenly asked everyone to pay attention to the 5th screen. It showed Oliver, unlike the others. The main character did not participate in the panic and did not try to immediately get rid of the goods. He stood calmly and carefully analyzed the situation. This immediately attracted the attention of management. After reviewing the recording again, the officers concluded that the young man was only confused for a few seconds. However, he then quickly understood the essence of what was happening. He began to observe the behavior of other trainees and assess the surrounding environment. Seeing this reaction, Catherine became genuinely interested. It seemed to her that this guy had already figured out the organizer's plan. Meanwhile, Oliver himself took the bag and headed for the exit, leaving the other participants to sort things out among themselves. This finally convinced observers that he was the first to understand the rules of the game and was going to act differently from the others. One of the executives suddenly became serious and asked which office was displayed on the screen. He was told that it was room 32 in the eastern sector, and the intern's name was Oliver, after which the staff looked at his file. It turned out that the hero had been assigned to the Thyssen Well-Being Division, And this news made Catherine raise her head in surprise. Of all the possible options, this division was considered to be practically abandoned by the company. The man sitting next to him also noted that this was far from the best position, and Oliver would be more useful in another subsidiary. However, Catherine disagreed, recalling that the distribution was made after assessing the education, skills, and experience of each candidate. A nearby employee asked in surprise whether Oliver should be kept under separate surveillance. After some thought, she replied that if he was destined to work at well-being, then success in this task no longer mattered much. In her opinion, the management made this decision for a reason. Even if the intern had potential now, no one knew how he would perform. However, Catherine admitted that she wanted to see the final results and asked to be informed when his report was ready. The employees around were surprised. The executive director rarely showed any interest in the reports of individual newcomers. Meanwhile, one of the workers asked if management really intended to spend the entire day in the observation room. Catherine confirmed this with a nod. Apparently, they were also supposed to have lunch right there. Soon, someone remembered the strange flash drive seller near the station and asked if others had seen this man. Everyone immediately remembered the poor guy who had chosen a good place to trade, but had absolutely no idea how to sell his goods. Everyone understood perfectly well that the interns probably cursed the company for such an ordeal. However, for the center's employees, this was an important stage of training. They were confident that such experience would be useful to newcomers in the future. If someone can actively sell products on their first day of work, it will be much more difficult to knock them off track in the future. Soon it was time to get back to work, and everyone took their places. However, unexpectedly, the manager appeared at the door. His alarmed appearance immediately attracted the attention of those present. Then he broke the alarming news that all the pens had disappeared from the training center. Meanwhile, work continued in the observation room. Catherine later reminded the staff to collect reports from the interns and to keep an extra eye on those who were trading inside the dorm. The executive director herself was calmly dining on sushi while watching the screens. It was almost noon, so the employees were having lunch, but the managers remained on duty to prevent any unforeseen situations. Meanwhile, the newcomers were still trying to sell their goods as quickly as possible. It was at this stage that the gap between the strong and weak participants began to appear. Some were engaged in door-to-door sales and door-to-door sales, while others displayed goods directly inside the company. Several interns suggested that they all pool the same amount of money and exchange goods at a fixed price. Hearing this, Catherine could hardly contain her irritation. In her opinion, this was no longer a sale, but an ordinary exchange. The newbies were simply trying to avoid losses, without understanding the essence of the task. Despite this, the woman continued to watch the main character through the cameras. Deep down, she already believed that further results would not matter much. He's already assigned to well-being, so following him shouldn't be that interesting. However, curiosity still made her follow what was happening. Having made sure that nothing unusual had happened yet, the executive director decided to calmly continue her lunch and observation. Then she took the remote control and switched the image to the desired screen. On the monitor, Oliver was still studying the situation, and Catherine began to realize that the young man was clearly up to something in the main building. The hero was holding a large cardboard box in his hands, with which he confidently walked into the building. This turned out to be so unexpected that even an experienced manager could not predict his next move. Noticing her strange reaction, the man sitting next to her asked in surprise if anything unusual had happened. The woman felt that something unusual was happening, and suddenly she announced to those present that she urgently needed to leave. These words alarmed the employees, who recalled that management had recommended that everyone move around the area as little as possible. However, the executive director only stated that what was happening was very important, and that she needed to see it with her own eyes. It was her personal decision. Before leaving, Catherine looked at the monitors again, and one of the workers anxiously hurried after her, trying to say something. However, the woman was already quickly heading towards the exit, which made the employee even more nervous. No one understood what exactly she noticed on the screen. At the same time, Oliver raised the pen in his hand and joyfully announced to those gathered that the last copy had been sold. He then thanked everyone for their support. While those around him were still digesting what they had heard, the hero bowed again. After this, the young man picked up the basket with handles and announced that he had prepared gifts for the customers as a token of gratitude. These words immediately caused surprise. People began to receive pens and noticed notes attached to them. One of the employees was surprised to read the inscription, which indicated the location of her missing pen. It soon became clear that other employees had also received their pens back, and for convenience, Oliver had attached a note with the owner's name to each one. Oliver smiled contentedly, watching the reactions of those around him. He then said goodbye politely and expressed his joy that everyone liked his idea. For a few seconds, the staff literally froze. Then the hall filled with applause. Many admitted that they had never encountered anything like this while working at the training center. However, at that moment, Catherine suddenly appeared behind the young man, which again caused general surprise. Noticing the executive director, the employees rushed to greet her. Seeing the head of the corporation in front of him, the hero was a little surprised, but immediately bowed respectfully. However, Catherine did not waste time on formalities and immediately asked how much he sold the pens for. The young man raised his head, and at first did not even believe what he heard. However, the woman repeated the question in a more serious tone. Meanwhile, Oliver's memory flashed back to the moment when he had just received the assignment, and he realized that management was keeping an eye on the interns. From this, he drew another conclusion. If the surveillance room continued to operate, no one would be able to quickly check the camera footage. Despite the risk, Ree understood that he had to act quickly. Before doing so, he carefully observed the work of the other interns. He then secretly entered the warehouse and took out a large cardboard box and began to implement his plan. Returning his thoughts to the present, Oliver looked at the executive director, who was still waiting for an answer. The young man then announced with a slight smile that he had earned 12,000 won, and then explained his strategy. The other participants in the mission also received pens. The market price for one was 1,500 won, but the price was lower when purchased in bulk. Since he didn't know the price at which the company purchased the goods, he decided to focus on the wholesale price rather than the retail price. Catherine asked why he didn't sell the pens for more, since the owners of the lost items were actually forced to buy them back. In response, Oliver explained that his goal was to sell the product, and to do this, he created a situation in which people themselves wanted to make a purchase. The young man then pointed to the employees around him and noted that everything worked out only because people found the idea interesting. However, Catherine continued to question him, asking why he hadn't set the price even lower. The hero replied that he didn't know the exact cost of the pens. His first priority was selling them, and his second was making a profit. The manager immediately asked the next question. She wanted to understand why making a profit was so important. This question initially put Oliver in a difficult position, but he soon found a suitable answer. The young man explained that the goal of any company is to make a profit, which is why he decided to work at Tessin. This answer noticeably changed Catherine's attitude towards the intern, after which the executive director asked another question. Since there were more potential buyers in town, she asked why Oliver limited his market to just that location. Oliver explained that many of the interns had probably already gone into town to sell their wares, but even the town market was limited. He noted that the number of employees in the main building was also small, meaning that this market remained small and controlled. After this, he confidently stated that it was precisely due to the small size of the market that he was able to direct the situation in the direction he needed. When the main character finished his explanation, silence reigned all around. Those present could not believe their ears. Oliver didn't just complete the task. He turned the task itself into a tool for achieving his own goal. Gradually, those around him began to look at him with respect. Some even felt as if they had witnessed the emergence of a new legend. Catherine was also pleased with the answer. Upon hearing the word manipulate, she suddenly smiled, the seriousness disappearing from her face. The woman made it clear that she understood everything, after which she simply turned around and left, and Oliver was left standing in slight bewilderment. However, inside he felt satisfied. After all, he managed to impress one of the directors of the Tessin Corporation. While he was thinking about this, one of the employees called out to him and asked the intern's name. Oliver was about to introduce himself. However, he was suddenly interrupted by Catherine, who calmly stated his full name. Hearing this, the hero was surprised. What surprised him even more was that the manager immediately added information about his appointment to the Tessin Well-Being Division. These words surprised not only the main character, but also everyone present. However, Catherine herself just smiled and left, and Oliver still couldn't believe that the executive director knew his name. The next day, the interns gathered in the assembly hall, and the hero reflected on the fact that the participants had once again been seated among the company's divisions. Meanwhile, everyone was actively discussing yesterday's assignment, many admitting that they thought the training would be easy, but they were very wrong. Listening to them, Oliver realized that almost all the interns were either exchanging goods or completing the task in the most simple way. But the very fact that the director personally came to talk to him made one wonder whether this would be beneficial or, on the contrary, create problems. At that moment, Oliver looked up and saw Catherine on the stage. He became curious as to why she was the one who was going to perform. Meanwhile, the woman looked around the room and almost immediately noticed the hero, who was closely watching what was happening. For a moment, their eyes met. Oliver even flinched in surprise. Catherine herself was also a little surprised. However, after just a second, Oliver pulled himself together, straightened up, and looked ahead with concentration. Noticing this reaction, Catherine was surprised at first. But then she smiled. She announced that before the start of today's program, it was necessary to sum up the results of the previous day. Following this, the director reported that, based on the reports and feedback from the center's employees, management had completed the evaluation of the participants. However, the scores themselves were not announced. Instead, the participants were divided into teams according to the scores they received. Catherine then explained that 20 teams had been formed, with the top 20 participants from yesterday's challenge receiving captain positions. Then the announcement of the captains began. The leader announced the name of the leader of the 20th team. It turned out to be a certain Collins. He rose from his seat to the applause of those present. At this point, a guy named Charles was convinced that his name hadn't been called yet, only because he was ranked higher. Previously, the guy was a little disappointed that he ended up in training center number 5. But later, he changed his mind. The announcement of the leaders continued, but his name was not called. Finally, Catherine announced the leader of the first team. It turned out to be Oliver. Hearing this, Charles sharply turned his head towards the hero. Seeing his calm expression, he became even more angry. Unable to contain himself, the young man loudly protested right there in the hall, demanding to know why Oliver had taken first place. After this outburst of rage, everyone present immediately turned their gaze to him. Catherine looked at the report and asked in surprise if he had any complaints about the results and the appointment of team leaders. However, the young man, having learned that he had only taken second place and had become the captain of the second team, could no longer contain his irritation. He stated that it was not a complaint, but an attempt to understand a situation that seemed completely illogical to him. In his mind, it seemed unfair. He convinced himself that he was not speaking out because he was losing, but because he wanted to achieve fairness. The boy remembered Oliver, who often looked relaxed during training and did not give the impression of being the most diligent trainee. The young man then looked at Catherine and reminded her that the evaluation criteria had not yet been revealed. The manager visibly tensed up and replied that this information was confidential. But this answer only increased the discontent. In his opinion, if the leader of the third team, Emma, had won first place, he would have congratulated her without question. Eventually, the young man hinted that the school graduate received special treatment and privileges. Until this moment, Oliver had been silently watching what was happening. After Charles's next statement, the entire room fell silent. Charles noticed that the situation was becoming increasingly tense. At the same time, Catherine looked at the disputant with obvious displeasure. Whispers and discussions began to circulate around, some agreeing that Charles's words sounded logical. Others noted that it was possible to get into the company through the program. But first place for a recent school student seemed unexpected. Hearing the support of some of the audience, Charles felt confident. He convinced himself that he was simply telling the truth and had every right to ask such questions. However, the next moment something unexpected happened. A smile appeared on Catherine's face, which was at once mocking and contemptuous. Charles was momentarily taken aback by this reaction. Then the executive director spoke in a calm voice. She noted that the intern standing in front of her was very confident. He was probably used to being the best and grew up in a prosperous family. These words completely confused Charles. At first, it seemed to him that he was actually being praised. However, Catherine's tone soon changed dramatically. She stated that there were a huge number of talented people in the Tessin Corporation. After this, the girl got to the heart of the matter and asked if he knew what criteria the company used to select employees. Without waiting for an answer, she explained that almost anyone can be made into a good worker. It's not difficult to create responsible and obedient employees. Over time, they will eventually become part of the corporate system. Listening to her explanations, Charles became increasingly unsure. He no longer understood what exactly this speech was leading to. Meanwhile, Catherine effectively implied that the company could have trained dozens more employees like him. It was this thought that made the young man feel extremely uncomfortable. Realizing that the debater had completely fallen silent, the executive director breathed a sigh of relief and again addressed everyone present. Catherine stated that each intern did a good job and could become an excellent employee of the company in the future. However, Among all the participants, there was only one person who was able to understand the true meaning of the test and change the rules of the game itself. After this, she placed her hand on the podium and invited everyone who wished to do so to voice any remaining objections. However, complete silence reigned in the hall. No one dared to argue anymore. Even Charles, who had recently been loudly demanding an explanation, now only silently clenched his teeth in anger. Eventually, he had to sit down in his seat under the gaze of the other participants. Having satisfied herself that the conflict had been resolved, the executive director left the podium. The presenter then announced the transition to the next stage of the program. After some time, the action moved to the company's training ground. Catherine walked forward, lost in her thoughts, followed by a staff member who finally asked cautiously if everything was okay. However, the manager did not respond, which caused the employee even more surprise. Suddenly, Catherine laughed so hard that she even grabbed her stomach and admitted that the events of the day had given her pleasure. She noted that Training Center number 5 turned out to be much more interesting than she expected. Previously, no one expected anything special from it. Hearing this, the employee cautiously inquired whether it would have been a good idea to tell the newcomers in advance what qualities management considered valuable. However, the director immediately rejected this idea, saying that if people knew the evaluation criteria, some would simply start copying the desired behavior. The employee understood that if the manager really wanted to single out the hero, it would be enough for her to simply give him a high position. However, first place inevitably attracted too much attention, and the young man found himself in the spotlight of all competitors. At that moment, the worker noticed a satisfied smile on Catherine's face and suddenly realized something. It seems she deliberately created difficult conditions for the protagonist to test his limits. Then the girl asked him if he himself was curious to know who this guy really was. If he really was such an extraordinary person, then it was in circumstances like these that his true nature would surely emerge. She recalled the people she had met during her career who were afraid, insecure, arrogant, and even those who openly opposed her. Even her recent argument with Charles came back to her mind. But Oliver was different from all of them. According to Catherine, this young man may have been confused, but he did not allow circumstances to control him. The woman admitted that she had seen such a person only twice in her life. The employee was surprised and asked who it was first. In response to this question, Catherine simply said that she herself was not sure, after which she said that she was tired and advised her interlocutor to also rest a little. The worker nodded understandingly and said goodbye. But in his eyes, Training Center number 5 increasingly resembled a hidden battlefield. The person who created this system, CEO Catherine, was clearly no ordinary leader. The corporate headquarters were staffed by people who had been through countless trials, and he couldn't help but admire their tenacity. However, one thought haunted him. Who was the first person that Catherine spoke about? Meanwhile, events returned to the large assembly hall. About 20 minutes had passed since the results were announced. One of the trainees suggested that the leaders might have been called in to obtain information, and suggested that the others get to know each other for now. After this, the atmosphere in the room noticeably livened up. The participants began introducing themselves, talking about their teams and discussing the tasks. The discussion soon turned to various sales methods and possible collaboration on future assignments. Then someone suggested keeping in touch and helping each other in difficult situations, and the others readily agreed. Gradually, most of the participants began to communicate much more freely, but among all the teams, one stood out. The members of the first team sat silently and only exchanged glances with each other. No one started a conversation, and the atmosphere remained tense. This scene did not go unnoticed in the observation room, with staff noting that the first team appeared completely depressed. Some have even suggested that such a failure to socialize should normally be penalized. However, Catherine continued to sit calmly in her seat. Then she asked if the team captains had received all the documents, folders containing basic information about team members and reports that the interns had written themselves were already lying on the tables in front of the leaders. After ensuring that everyone had read the materials, the executive director announced the start of the next stage. After this, the captains began to rise from their seats, and the main character was among them. However, Charles unexpectedly stepped forward first, greeted the other leaders, and introduced himself as the captain of the second team. He then looked at one of the team leaders and asked if he was going to talk to the first team, and he confirmed this. Charles then stated that the first team would be their rival, so he suggested that they should consider them as a competitive target from now on. While those present were pondering his words, one of the interns stood up and remarked that this behavior was already looking too self-confident. In his opinion, it was necessary to first find out the opinions of the other participants. He then added that the leader was actually suggesting that they should prevent the first team from scoring high points and was dragging the others into his personal disagreements. After this, several people openly stated that they had no intention of following him. These words instantly angered Charles. He reminded them that they did not come here to have fun or have a picnic. Then the guy began to explain that everyone was now going through a test, and the role of leader existed for a reason. However, others countered that all participants were still in the same position. Without letting them finish, Charles reminded them of the director's words about the fact that in the world there are those who give orders and those who carry them out. He stated that he considered himself a leader and the others were subordinates. Decisions were made from above, which meant they were not on the same level. After this, he asked if there were any other people who wished to object, but the participants only looked at each other and quietly whispered. Seeing this, Charles decided that he had won. Then he moved on to the main topic and suggested that everyone think as members of a single project team. He already had a clear plan in his head, so he confidently promised that by the end of the training, their team would no longer be in second place. Moreover, he stated that he would make every effort to ensure good results for each participant, since now everyone was in the same boat. One of the leaders noted that Charles understood the organizers' intentions and quickly grasped the principle of division into leaders and participants. Catherine agreed, adding that he was indeed quick to assess the situation. However, she also noticed that the others were gradually moving away from him. In her opinion, the intern had serious problems communicating with people, which meant that this could lead to a serious conflict in the future. Another judge agreed, noting that similar employees were encountered at the head office. After mentioning one of these leaders, Catherine irritably asked not to mention this person anymore. They both remembered well the boss who constantly criticized those around him and demanded unquestioning obedience. Then the attention of those present turned back to the screens. One of the observers suddenly reported that the leader of the first team was already heading towards his people. Oliver walked calmly into the room. He immediately headed towards his team members. The main character looked completely unperturbed. He looked at each person carefully, and his gaze made a strong impression on those around him. At first, the hero noticed Charles's displeased face and the tense atmosphere among the participants. The young man then turned his attention to those who preferred to silently endure what was happening and did not dare to speak out. At this point, one of the participants tried to explain something to the leader. However, Oliver immediately made it clear that he had already understood everything and did not consider this the main issue. After this, he apologized to those present and suggested that they first get to know each other, which surprised many. Oliver then calmly introduced himself, saying that he was the leader of the first team and would be working with them in the near future. After this, Oliver approached one of the team members and greeted him by name. Hearing his name, the guy was noticeably surprised because they had met only recently. Then the hero began to greet the rest of the team members one by one, and after some time, Oliver met all the participants. Seeing the friendly atmosphere, Hank breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that his colleagues would start ignoring him, but this did not happen. Meanwhile, Charles watched the proceedings and came to the irritated conclusion that the leader of the first team was creating unnecessary problems. It was then that Catherine realized the reason for his lateness. She noted that the young man spent time researching information about his team members and remembered their names. The hero not only demonstrated an excellent memory, but also gained the team's trust by showing that he was going to support his people. The judges were forced to admit that in matters of managing people, he acted significantly faster than the leader of the second team. Soon, one of the staff members reminded Catherine of the next event on the schedule. She clarified that initially the teams had to follow the route on the map to test their level of coordination. Upon hearing confirmation of this, she suddenly ordered that this task be canceled and that the next stage be moved on immediately. Catherine explained that she wanted to see something new, not another test of teamwork. She then pointed to the report in front of her and ordered another test to be prepared. At this time, Oliver calmly watched what was happening. In his thoughts, he noted that he had already won the trust of his own team, but at the same time, he had made the other groups wary. The hero saw how members of other teams united with each other and exchanged contacts, while the first team remained on the sidelines. According to the protagonist, the reason for this attitude was that others considered them an easy target. He recalled how he had previously tried to establish contact with team leaders, but they had ignored his initiative. Oliver then came to the conclusion that the only solution was to prove his own superiority. He decided to show everyone that a conflict with him could have serious consequences, especially if someone tried to harm his people. Soon, the hero turned to an employee standing on the stage and inquired about the start time of the next event. However, most of the participants were busy talking, so Oliver asked for an opportunity to gather everyone together. Having climbed onto the stage, the hero attracted the audience's attention with a clap. The hall quickly fell silent, and the gazes of those present turned to him. Then the young man took the microphone and announced the start of the first group task. He asked the leaders to check the presence of their participants and organize the teams in the designated areas. Although many were not happy that the orders were given by an intern rather than a company employee, they still carried out the instructions. Some people decided that he received this responsibility because he was ranked first. When everyone had taken their places, the protagonist once again made sure that the teams were ready. He then handed the floor over to an employee, who announced the terms of a new test. Each team had to come up with a concept for a new product. After this, the participants had to give a presentation, talk about ways to promote their idea, and prepare advertising materials. If a team failed to complete the work on time, they were allowed to continue preparing the next day. The organizer announced that after the presentation, each team would have to select another group and point out the weaknesses of its product. Hearing this, Oliver only smiled. He immediately realized that the test would be much more difficult than it seemed at first glance. Within 5 minutes of the announcement of the task, each team had to make a decision to participate and confirm it by raising a flag. After the new assignment was announced, the interns began to talk among themselves in confusion. After this, the employee invited questions. For a while, there was silence in the room, but then Oliver raised his hand. Having received permission to speak, the protagonist asked whether the right to criticize could be transferred or exchanged between teams. He had already anticipated Charles's possible actions. He would try to buy up such opportunities or use them to put pressure on his rivals. However, the employee immediately refused. So Oliver asked the next question and clarified whether it was necessary to use the right to criticize. In response, the organizer explained that each team had to analyze the weaknesses of the other project at least once. The teams will perform in the order of their readiness. Whoever completes their preparation first will have the right to go on stage first. After this, the hero asked another question. He clarified whether all 400 interns were required to attend each presentation. This moment suddenly made the employee think, and he quickly understood what the young man was getting at. Since there were no set presentation times, some teams might try to schedule presentations at inconvenient times. In this way, they could have avoided open competition. But the management clearly aimed for direct confrontation between the participants. After thinking for a moment, the employee announced an additional rule. He explained that the number of people present in the room did not matter. However, information about the presentation time had to be published in a way that all participants could see. When the official part was over, the hero turned to his team and said that there was only one way to get the information out to everyone. Then the guy took out his phone and suggested creating a general chat, and his team immediately supported the idea. Then the main character explained how to find a training center group, join it, and correctly format nicknames. Meanwhile, Charles also opened the app and began searching for the right chat, but soon felt that the situation was not in his favor. While the leader of the second team was trying to figure out what was happening, Oliver had already posted an announcement about the presentation schedule. He invited everyone to leave comments with their desired speaking time and promised to include them in the general schedule. This completely infuriated Charles. He did not understand why Oliver had taken the initiative. Oliver asked if there was a more efficient option, but Charles continued to insist that he should handle the organization. After these words, those around him began to look at each other in surprise. Many found it strange that he tried to control even such small things. People wondered why he was trying to take all the power for himself when the first team was in the lead. Only then did Charles realize he had made a mistake. While he was distracted by arguments, the protagonist had already seized the initiative and received the support of those around him. He thought back to the company's leaders and realized how differently he and Oliver viewed what was happening. He even involuntarily clenched his fists out of anger. Meanwhile, one of the first team members approached the hero with a question about possible bonuses for early performance. Oliver frankly admitted that he didn't know the exact scoring system, but suggested that the order of performances could have played a significant role. While the first team was discussing strategy, Charles finally lost patience and ordered his men to get to work immediately. Although many of the second team members were unhappy with his behavior, they still followed their leader and left the hall with him. Soon the members of the second team were already actively discussing the future task. They proposed ideas related to electronics and household appliances, and provided examples of successful competitors' products. However, the longer the discussion went on, the more tired I felt from the unexpectedly difficult test. Charles stood to the side, biting his nails in frustration. his thoughts not occupied with the project at all, but obsessed with the desire to defeat Oliver. The main character was becoming more and more dangerous, and therefore it was necessary to stop him as soon as possible. The guy soon came to the conclusion that a good idea alone would not be enough to win. He then decided to use any available methods, even if it meant giving up fair competition. As Charles thought back to the members of the first team, he went through the names of the people Oliver had greeted during their introduction. Gradually, a new plan began to form in his head. Out of the blue, his team members approached him with a prepared list of ideas and offered to discuss options. However, the leader immediately interrupted them. He stated that the product concept was not of great importance at the moment. The organizers were interested not so much in the product itself, but in the overall result of the presentation. This answer puzzled the participants, so they asked directly what they should do next. In response, Charles merely reminded them that they had to follow his instructions and promised to lead the team to first place. However, Charles announced that he would be leaving for a short time, and after he left, an awkward silence fell in the room. People clearly felt uncomfortable, but there was nothing they could do. Meanwhile, the action moved to an abandoned warehouse, where the invited participants began to arrive one by one. One of the young men immediately stated that there was little time left, and therefore wanted to find out the reason for the meeting as quickly as possible. Oliver stood calmly in the center of the room. He was silent for a while, and then suggested getting straight to the point. Everyone gathered looked at him with slight distrust. After this, the hero suddenly announced that he was going to start a war. These words instantly stunned those gathered. Emma, the leader of the third team, was especially surprised. The girl admitted that she already understood why Charles was not among the invitees. In her opinion, the protagonist did not initially intend to call the man he considered his enemy. In response, the young man confirmed her guess. Charles had already perceived the first team as the main enemy and did not need any official statements to start the conflict. Emma thought about it. It really seemed strange to her that representatives of almost all the teams except the second one were present at the meeting. However, she could not refuse Oliver's invitation either, since she assumed that he had important information. Understanding the wariness of those around him, the hero decided to immediately explain his intentions. He wanted to ask the others for a favor. He explained that the teams were currently rivals, but he wanted to avoid excessive hostility between the participants. Despite these words, those present remained cautious, although Oliver understood their reaction. In his opinion, the management deliberately pushed the teams towards competition, creating a tense atmosphere. The boy then stated that he intended to confront Charles personally and asked the others to take a neutral position, watching from the sidelines. This proposal made Emma think, and she asked if she had understood correctly that he was asking her not to support either side. The hero confirmed this and added that in this case, the other teams would not lose anything. However, the leader of the third team was still hesitant. She admitted that the proposal seemed reasonable, but pointed out an important problem. Charles was already a candidate for a major subsidiary, while Oliver himself was involved with another division of the corporation. The girl noted that if forced to choose, it would be more beneficial for many to support Charles. From her point of view, this could bring more benefits in the future than an alliance with the first team. After listening to these arguments, the protagonist became more serious. But instead of objections, a slight smile appeared on his face. Oliver just smiled and explained to the crowd that in the end, it was the results that mattered. So he advised them not to rush into an answer. Oliver recalled that the training center was only an intermediate stage, and in the future, everyone would work for the same company. Emma had a good idea of Charles's character and understood that working with such a person could lead to problems in the future. Noticing her doubts, the guy assured those present that his proposal was the safest solution. Then the hero suddenly suggested that all teams direct their attacks against the first group. These words caused a real shock. Emma and the other leaders did not immediately believe what they heard. At first, they thought Oliver was asking all 18 teams to unite against him. However, the guy explained that it was about something completely different. Using the right to criticize any team inevitably created new enemies. The atmosphere between the participants had now become too tense, and any attack could cause a serious conflict. If all groups agree in advance to direct criticism towards the first team, no one will perceive it as a personal insult. Emma admitted that there was some truth to those words. The competition had already begun to go beyond the usual contest. Many people perceived what was happening too emotionally. Creating additional enemies in such a situation seemed unwise. Oliver then promised that the first team would not hold a grudge against those who used their right to criticize them. Moreover, he called this option much safer than attacking any other group. After this, the guy made another unexpected statement. He said that the first team planned to perform last. This news again surprised those present. However, Oliver explained that if no one deliberately delays the process, his team will still have time to present the project. He also admitted that he was considering the option of artificially delaying the performances of other groups and buying time for his own. However, such a plan would inevitably turn all the other teams into his enemies, and this was something he wanted to avoid. The guy then emphasized that it was much more profitable to enter into an agreement that would benefit all parties. Emma watched his reasoning with surprise, amazed at how quickly the guy assessed the various options. Realizing that the discussion was dragging on, Oliver briefly summarized his proposal. The first team had to perform last, and the other groups could use their right to criticize them. Then one of the leaders asked what would happen if the others really decided to drag out their speeches. However, Oliver explained that in that case, his band would simply perform earlier. The offer itself was merely an additional service. This answer noticeably calmed the audience. The guy then turned to Emma and reminded her that she had practically nothing to lose, and there was no point in him deceiving the others. After this, the hero suggested to seal the agreement, and silence reigned in the room for a while. The more Emma thought about what was happening, the more it seemed to her that this was no ordinary high school graduate. The girl even began to suspect that the guy might have been connected to the company's management much more strongly than he let on. However, Oliver only smiled awkwardly and made it clear that such assumptions were far from reality. After finishing the meeting, the hero returned to his team, but immediately noticed a strange atmosphere. One of the participants, Hank, sat with a pen in his hand and was visibly shaking. A worried Oliver approached him and asked if everything was okay. At first, the guy tried to convince him that nothing serious had happened, but his behavior looked too suspicious. Then Oliver began to question further, cautiously. He first assumed the participant was having problems at home, and then wondered if someone was threatening him. After these words, silence fell in the room. The rest of the team members were also in no hurry to intervene in the conversation. Observing the reactions of those around him, Oliver realized that most of them knew nothing about what had happened. Then he recalled his recent meeting with the team leaders and came to the conclusion that it could have been about pressure or threats. After carefully considering the situation, the guy suddenly became suspicious of Charles. Then he directly asked if he was involved in what happened. After this, Hank finally took out his phone and admitted that he had recently received a strange call. Hearing this, Oliver was even more surprised. Oliver noted that the caller was just another new employee and was unlikely to have a significant impact on his future. However, the boy explained that although they were not close friends, the caller turned out to be an older acquaintance of his from the same school. Oliver quickly assessed the situation. If it was a friend from school and a future colleague, then it would really be difficult for Hank to refuse the request. Then the hero asked what exactly they wanted from him, and he admitted that he was asked to provide details of the first team presentation. The guy then apologized and said that he was ready to provide false information, but Oliver immediately rejected this idea. He knew that such a move would only redirect Charles's hostility towards a member of his team, and Oliver did not want that to happen. After thinking for a moment, he asked to convey that the first team was going to perform last and was planning to attack the second group. This decision surprised everyone present, and several people even asked whether it was really worth reporting this information. However, the hero confidently confirmed his words and hinted that he already had a plan. Meanwhile, Charles was poring over messages in the general chat as teams gradually filled up their presentation slots. Oliver could not figure out what would be more profitable: to act today for the possible advantages, or to wait until tomorrow. What was happening had already turned into a real information war, so he first of all wanted to know the plans of the first team. Soon, a new message arrived on his phone, and after reading it, the guy learned that the first group was going to perform last. The information received was too little, so Charles only chuckled irritably. However, the timing of the performance and the intended purpose seemed plausible enough. Then the leader of the second team decided to prepare for a possible attack. He asked his subordinates about the readiness of the project. They said that the presentation would be completed today. After this, the guy ordered a further study of the weaknesses of platform services, including security issues. Some participants did not understand his logic and remarked that they should have focused on their own presentation. However, Charles demanded that orders be followed without asking any questions, an attitude that increasingly caused discontent among the team. But the guy didn't pay attention to this. He still believed that others were obliged to obey his decisions. After this, Charles went to check the situation in other groups. On the way, he continued to correspond with various people and analyze what was happening. Charles wondered why it took so long to prepare, given that there were 19 participants in each group. Soon, the next presentation began. Representatives of the 17th team presented a device for measuring sugar and cholesterol levels without drawing blood. As he listened to the presentation, the guy gradually lost interest. The idea seemed outdated and didn't represent anything new. He was sure that similar concepts had long occurred to many specialists. The real problem has always been not the idea itself, but the possibility of its implementation. Because of this, Charles came to the conclusion that the team was simply trying to finish the work as quickly as possible, sacrificing quality. When the presentation concluded, the team leader asked the audience if there were any questions or comments. To Charles's surprise, there was complete silence in the room, which he found extremely strange. He saw many weaknesses in the project and didn't understand why no one was going to voice them. Meanwhile, the staff had already announced the start of the next presentation. Seeing this, the guy was completely confused. It seemed incredible to him that such a controversial project had simply been passed without a single comment. Then new presentations began. One team presenting a product for women, another focusing on the needs of older people. However, the audience's reaction remained almost the same. The participants listened silently and did not ask questions. The longer this went on, the more anxious Charles became. He could not understand why no one was using their right to criticize. He himself wanted to intervene, but he restrained himself and only clenched his teeth in irritation. Gradually, the guy came to the conclusion that something was happening that he didn't know about. He then decided to postpone his own presentation as long as possible and first sort out the situation. It was soon late evening, but the teams were still actively presenting their projects. Watching what was happening, Charles still didn't understand the big picture. At the same time, another circumstance was bothering him. Hank had been ignoring messages all day. He wrote to him repeatedly, trying to find out news about the first team, but received no response. Over time, his messages became more and more insistent. In the end, he even threatened to end all relations if he continued to remain silent. Only after that did the answer come. Hank apologized and explained that he had been too busy and had hardly used his phone. He then said that the first team's project was a platform for providing professional services. He also added that he could not correspond for long because people around him had already begun to notice his behavior. After reading the message, Charles calmed down a little, but he still felt like there was something more going on. The guy soon came to the conclusion that Oliver had made an agreement with the other team leaders. Charles was sure that he had convinced them to work together against the second group. This, in his opinion, explained the lack of questions after the presentations. The more he thought about it, the more he convinced himself that his team needed to prepare for defense. This thought literally took hold of him, and the guy kept repeating it to himself. With these thoughts, he left the presentation hall, deciding to postpone his speech until tomorrow. So time passed until the second day of presentations. By midday, only 2 teams remained, the first and the second. The participants were already noticeably tired of the protracted event and wanted to finish the competition as soon as possible. Charles waited tensely for the outcome, while Oliver maintained his usual calm. To defuse the situation, Oliver approached his opponent and offered him the opportunity to choose the order of performances. This question immediately alerted the leader of the second team. He tried to understand the enemy's plan, but was unable to. As a result, the guy never made a decision. Then the hero himself announced that his team would be the first to perform. After this, the members of the first group went on stage and began preparing. Taking the microphone, one of the participants began the presentation by describing the challenges that companies of any size could face. Large corporations had their own legal departments, while small businesses were often left without such support. The team then moved on to a pre-prepared scenario, with several participants acting out various crisis situations. Oliver introduced the audience to the project's main idea and presented a service that can provide access to assistance for small and medium-sized businesses. After this, the participants began to introduce specialists available through the platform: lawyers, accountants, and consultants. One by one, the team envisioned the service to bring together professionals from various fields and provide comprehensive support to clients. The project's advantage is the ability to receive a level of expert assistance comparable to the resources of a large corporation at any time. When the first part of the speech ended, the hall suddenly fell silent. Then Oliver took the microphone again. He reported that the entire presentation took exactly 15 seconds. Only after these words did the audience understand the team's idea. The first group created a full-fledged commercial and integrated it into the presentation. Seeing the audience's reaction, Oliver smiled contentedly and moved on to the next part of his performance. The team has now begun to explain in detail how their platform works and the benefits of the service. Services for finding lawyers and tax consultants already existed and were in demand among both companies and individual clients. But the company's problems were not limited to legal and accounting issues. Oliver noted that even a simple contract review required not only accountants but also customs clearance specialists. Catherine carefully analyzed what she heard, but her first impression gradually gave way to disappointment. She felt that after the impressive start, the team was proposing a completely ordinary idea. Emma was of a similar opinion and believed that the only one who really stood out was Oliver himself. Charles also listened to the performance with a smug smile, thinking that the other participants were no different from the other teams. However, the hero then stated that up to this point they had only discussed a standard project presentation. After this, he began to give specific examples of services that the platform could provide. The first example was a legal way to terminate employment contracts. The guy then mentioned the safe transfer of management rights to another owner and the legal use of the company's assets by family members. These statements made many of those present wary, and Emma was especially surprised. She began to realize that she had seriously underestimated her opponent. Oliver explained that his service would help small and medium-sized businesses gain access to the strategies and decisions of large corporations. At this point, someone in the audience remarked that such services sounded too risky. However, Oliver calmly explained that the discussion was about finding legal ways to solve complex problems. Tax optimization and many other methods had boundaries that individual specialists often hesitated to cross. However, a group of experts could work together to analyze the problem and find legal solutions without breaking the rules. Externally, the platform would look like a regular service for finding experts and hourly consultations. These words caused a lively murmur in the room, and some participants began to doubt whether it was possible to implement such an idea in practice. Oliver then stated that his proposal looked much more realistic than most of the projects previously presented. He emphasized that such services did not require dumping or price reductions, as they were aimed at wealthy clients. To make it clear, the hero gave an example. After the tax audit, the company risked losing more than 1 billion won, but hiring experts allowed it to cut the losses in half. Back then, even spending several hundred million on consultants remained a profitable investment. After this calculation, silence reigned in the hall again. Many participants could not find anything to object to. Oliver added that the service was not intended for the mass market, but rather for wealthy entrepreneurs. Such clients maintained long-term relationships with trusted professionals because they regularly needed their help. By the end of the speech, the audience had become completely silent. In the observation room, Catherine no longer concealed her delight. She laughed and admitted that this was exactly the approach she had been missing. One of the employees remarked that the idea seemed quite risky, but she simply replied that in business, profit was the deciding factor. Having calmed down a little, Catherine admitted that she was interested in how Oliver came to this way of thinking. Meanwhile, the presentation ended, and the guy invited the audience to ask questions. But the hall remained surprisingly quiet. This puzzled observers, since according to the rules, each team was obliged to exercise the right to criticize at least once. Seeing the general silence, the hero reminded the participants of this demand, and actually pushed them to take action. After his words, Emma finally made a decision. Gritting her teeth, the girl rose from her seat and announced that the third team would be the first to ask the first group a question. At this point, another team announced that they were also going to ask the first group a question. While the participants were preparing for the discussion, the flag of team number 1 suddenly dropped. This caused genuine confusion. Many initially thought they had made a mistake, since the right to ask questions was usually exercised by the opponents. However, it soon became clear that the question was going to be asked by Hank from the first team. And seeing this, Charles was completely confused. He immediately noticed Oliver's calm smile and began to understand his plan. Despite the fact that almost all the groups were preparing to attack the first team, Oliver remained completely unperturbed. Moreover, it seemed that even his own participants were helping him develop the discussion. Oliver glanced at his watch and reminded them that within 5 minutes, the teams that would exercise their right to criticize would be determined. Meanwhile, the participants actively discussed possible questions for the first group. Emma tried to remember the details of the presentation, but she realized that she had been too surprised during the speech and had not had time to take notes. While she was pondering this, the leader of the other team stood up and questioned the legality of the services being offered. He wondered whether such a service could really operate without legal problems. Then the girl finally understood Oliver's real plan. He had the best understanding of his own project and used questions from the audience to further develop the idea's strengths. This was followed by a new question about the mechanisms for controlling such situations. Oliver explained that the platform merely presented potential solutions to clients, with the final choice always remaining theirs. The hero was then asked about possible customer complaints and other problems that might arise after the services were provided. Oliver explained that the main risks regarding confidential information leakage and customer dissatisfaction were calculated in advance. A new question soon arose about what would happen if a customer used the service and then caused damage to the business. Oliver admitted that something like this could indeed happen, in which case cooperation with such a client would be immediately terminated. Moreover, if a person violates the terms of the agreement, the company will do everything possible to make further interaction unprofitable for him. Emma wondered if the team had gone too far in their calculations. But this approach was entirely in keeping with Oliver's character. Even Charles was forced to admit that his rival remained remarkably consistent in all his actions. Meanwhile, questions continued to pour in, with participants wondering how difficult it would be to gather a large number of experts. Then, one of the girls explained that a lot depended on the interpretation of the law. After this, Emma finally raised her hand. She noted that relying only on a possible victory in court seemed risky. At first, the representative of the first team was a little confused, but then explained that such questions were part of any business. Noticing Oliver's calm gaze, the girl gained confidence and continued answering. She explained that, given the law's ambiguous application, the company could emphasize the service's public benefit. Their service helped people get better quality services. Then the participant moved on to the most controversial point. She stated that if legislation becomes an obstacle to the project's development, it will be necessary to seek changes through the National Assembly. After these words, the hall literally froze. Many did not believe what they heard. And then a wave of surprised exclamations swept through the audience. However, the discussion did not end there. Questions continued to come one after another. Some of them the team had foreseen in advance. Others turned out to be unexpected and difficult. Nevertheless, the first group coped. It was especially noticeable that most of the most pressing questions were asked by the first team members themselves. Emma's team continued to actively search for real flaws in the idea, but this only enhanced the impression of the first group's performance. As a result, all the trainees at the training center witnessed a real solo performance by team number 1. After a long series of answers, Oliver announced that if there were no more questions, the presentation could be considered complete. Emma was the first to applaud. The rest looked at the girl in surprise, not understanding her reaction. However, she didn't pay any attention to this and continued clapping, paying tribute to the performance she had seen. After the first group's presentation, the hall fell silent for a few seconds, and then burst into thunderous applause. Surprised comments poured in from all sides, with participants admitting that the performance was on a completely different level. Oliver listened to this praise with noticeable satisfaction. And in the meantime, it was the turn of the second group. Members of Charles's team took the stage and presented a project on using AI to care for elderly people with dementia. However, Charles became increasingly irritated as he compared his presentation with what the first group had shown. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and left the hall right during the performance, leaving the team alone on stage. They had to continue their presentation without a leader, so the audience greeted them with applause. And that was the end of the competition stage. Later, in the basement lounge, the atmosphere was completely different. The members of the first team surrounded Oliver with attention. Someone brought food. Someone offered to help him relax after the performance. Soon, even humorous disputes arose between the participants about who should sit next to the team leader. After some time, representatives of other groups began to enter the room and asked permission to ask a few questions. The first team greeted the guests in a friendly manner, so soon the whole room was filled with conversation. Participants looked around the room with interest, discussed the company's technology and new devices, and then returned to the topic of the presentation. Many congratulated the first group on their victory in this round and admitted that they were still impressed by what they had seen. The interns were interested in how Oliver was able to come up with such an unusual concept and deliver such a compelling presentation. Listening to all this, Oliver couldn't help but think that just a week ago, most of the participants were wary of his group. However, now representatives of different teams sat calmly at the same table, joked and chatted. Oliver realized that this was exactly the result he had been aiming for all along. The conversation soon turned to a recent meeting with Catherine. She explained that all the training center's tasks were developed in advance by the company's strategy department. The program consisted of 5 difficulty levels, with the current test falling squarely into the 3rd level. Usually, the interns went through the first 2 stages separately, but this time, the management decided to skip them as they were sufficiently prepared. The woman also explained that most newcomers couldn't even handle the 3rd level. Many people got tired, lost motivation, and dropped out long before the end of the program. But then she shared another piece of news. The 4th level awaited participants as early as next week, and if they successfully completed it, they would immediately move on to the 5th. These words made everyone think. After the trials they had gone through, the trainees could hardly imagine what tasks could be even more difficult. Then the hero asked a question about the person who had previously managed to pass the 5th level. Hearing this, Catherine was noticeably surprised. She was silent for a few seconds, as if thinking about her answer. She then evasively stated that she would only tell about it if Oliver himself made it to the final of the program. After this, the woman left, leaving the participants perplexed. Sometime later, one of the team members noticed another oddity. In the new distribution list, the group compositions had changed. This immediately sparked a lively discussion among the trainees, who began to carefully study the updated rating. The action then switched to Charles, holding the phone to his ear and talking dejectedly to a senior colleague. He admitted that he had made a mistake, and he was so ashamed that he considered himself unworthy of even showing himself to his interlocutor. The elder first scolded him sharply. A man with such abilities should have easily taken first place. He recalled that he had initially expected to see Charles in one of the leading subsidiaries. However, due to the overcrowded training center, he was transferred to another unit. Sometimes you meet people who are too different from everyone else. And in that case, all you can do is come to terms with their existence. The training center attracted talented candidates from all over the country, so it was natural for a few unusual individuals to appear. Hearing this, Charles admitted that he did not understand how to proceed. And then the elder advised him to simply forget about Oliver. According to the information he had, the leadership had already shown a special interest in the main character, so fighting him was pointless. He also noted that if Charles had focused on completing tasks in the usual way, there would have been no problems at all. He recalled that this was only the first serious test, which meant that there were still plenty of opportunities to prove oneself ahead. Charles reluctantly agreed, and the elder added that it was through such defeats that people grow. No matter how talented Oliver is, he is unlikely to climb too high up the career ladder in the future. He also said that the company's director still held Charles in high regard. Hearing this, the guy finally felt relieved. Before ending the conversation, the senior suggested meeting for dinner after graduation. After the call, Charles thought about it and decided to follow his elder's advice and temporarily abandon the fight for first place. Even if Oliver remained the center's top intern, his future would still be spent working in an insignificant department like well-being. He soon left, convincing himself that making useful connections was also a kind of talent. Meanwhile, training continued, and the 2nd week passed relatively calmly. However, Oliver's team understood that the real tests were still ahead, so they waited patiently for the next serious task. On Saturday, all the interns were gathered again in the large hall, and Catherine came up on stage and asked if the participants had had a good rest. Then she announced that it was time to exercise her thinking a little. She presented a new challenge. By the end of the day, each group had to create a logo or name for the Tessin company using dominoes. Immediately after the announcement, employees brought out many large boxes into the hall. While the trainees watched in bewilderment, the boxes were carefully placed in front of the teams. Then Catherine explained the rules in more detail. In total, 20 domino colors were prepared, and each group consisted of 20 people. Therefore, each team could choose only one color to work on. She also warned that once a decision had been made, it would be impossible to change it, so it was necessary to act with caution. Oliver, however, watched what was happening carefully. Unlike many other participants, he immediately sensed a catch. From the expression on Catherine's face, the boy realized that the test was unlikely to be an ordinary game of dominoes. While the others were pondering their choice, the woman asked everyone to look at the wall on the left. At this point, the staff hung up several large posters. She then explained that the posters showed the final images that the teams had to assemble from dominoes. In total, 4 different drawing options were offered, one of which had to be chosen to complete the task. Finally, Catherine pointed to the documents lying underneath the posters and said that detailed diagrams of each option were there. At first glance, the task seemed simple, but the deeper the hero delved into the details, the more he realized how complex it was. Oliver carefully counted the number of domino colors and boxes. Then he began to estimate the possible distribution of resources between the groups. According to his calculations, once the teams had sorted through the boxes, it would be virtually impossible to track down the remains of each color. In total, participants were offered 4 versions of the final image, each requiring a different number of colors. The first design required only 4 colors, while the other versions used between 8 and 10 different shades. He soon came to the obvious conclusion that all groups would inevitably have to exchange resources with each other. Catherine announced additional conditions. She said that the task must be completed before 5 o'clock in the evening. In addition, the girl warned that any acts of violence, theft, and other actions that fall under criminal law were prohibited. This formulation immediately attracted Oliver's attention. This moment seemed to him too important to be an accident. After the start was announced, the participants began to gather within their groups. Almost all the teams looked confused. The members of the first group immediately turned to Oliver, waiting for the leader's decision. But even he was in no hurry to give orders. The guy pondered the situation in silence for a while, after which he finally announced his plan of action. The hero suggested dividing the team into 2 parts, and he instructed 9 members to immediately go to the boxes with dominoes. At the same time, Emma and her group were trying to figure out the rules. One participant suggested that the smartest decision would be to choose the first design, as it required the fewest colors. At first glance, the idea seemed logical, but the girl quickly found a problem. The other groups were probably thinking the same way. If the majority chooses the first design, everyone will need the same colors, and then a shortage will inevitably arise. Emma then wondered about the number of dominoes of each color. None of the participants knew the actual stock. Another team member recalled that the organizers had not said anything about the order in which resources were selected. It followed that the advantage would be given to the one who occupied the necessary boxes faster or managed to negotiate with other groups. On the one hand, it was necessary to choose a color as quickly as possible. But on the other hand, the choice depended on what kind of design the team was going to create. However, choosing a design required understanding the availability of colors, which created a vicious circle. Emma considered her options and realized that every minute of delay could be very costly. It was at this moment that the group's attention was drawn to an unexpected movement. The members of the first team had already begun to act. Hank quickly walked past Emma's group and announced that they were just taking up space and would be back soon. After these words, the guy calmly moved on. However, the girl immediately became wary. She realized that Oliver's team had begun to calculate the situation much earlier than the others. While the majority were still discussing the rules, the first group was already taking concrete actions. Some participants suggested immediately sending out scouts to find out what designs the competitors were choosing, but Emma stopped them. They didn't have enough data for such actions yet. Any hasty decision could lead to a mistake. Gradually, she came to the conclusion that the main value in the task was not the number of dominoes, but their liquidity in the future market. If a team chooses a popular color, they will be able to profitably exchange surplus resources for other resources. While she was pondering this problem, one of Oliver's team members began to take away the white dominoes. Emma looked up and saw that the members of the first group were indeed carrying away one box after another. Many noted that white was used extremely rarely in almost all 4 designs and was considered one of the least popular. However, the longer Emma watched the actions of the first group, the more anxious she felt. While the others discussed the value of white, Emma watched the protagonist closely. Oliver stood nearby and continued to study the remaining boxes of dominoes, his face showing that he was still calculating something. At this point, one of the team members handed Emma a detailed outline of the mission. The girl quickly unfolded the sheet and began to study the distribution of colors. Soon, one of the participants made a preliminary calculation. Yellow was the most frequently used color, and a total of about 1,750 tiles were required. Therefore, another participant offered to immediately take the yellow boxes before the competitors did so. However, Emma was in no hurry to support this idea. She continued to look at the diagram and remember the expression on Oliver's face. The girl couldn't shake the feeling that everyone was looking in the wrong direction, so she finally closed her eyes and made a decision. Emma admitted that she couldn't yet explain her conclusion logically, but she was sure that yellow was not the best choice. But before the discussion could continue, what everyone had feared happened. Representatives of the 10th group have already managed to pick up the yellow boxes. Several people immediately started to get nervous. Then they turned their attention to the next most popular color, blue. However, after much deliberation, Emma announced her final decision. Their group had to choose the third design option and take the purple dominoes. Meanwhile, at the other end of the room, Charles watched the proceedings with disdain, still not understanding the actions of the first group. Oliver always calculated everything in advance, so the choice of white seemed illogical. But the guy decided not to think about his opponent anymore. Yellow was the most valuable resource in the entire game. Many designs required it, and the number of dominoes was limited. Soon, one of the members of the second group reported that the distribution of flowers was almost complete. Then, another participant suggested starting the exchanges early and gradually collecting the necessary colors. But Charles rejected this idea. First, he had to use the yellow dominoes for his own needs, and only then count the remainder. Moreover, the guy was sure that the price of yellow would rise further, and it would be most profitable to wait for that moment. When the discussion ended, Charles looked around the room again and suddenly felt uneasy. Something didn't add up. Oliver's team members continued to actively negotiate and trade dominoes, but the leader himself was nowhere to be seen. Charles knew that Oliver rarely did anything by accident. If Oliver disappeared in the midst of trading, it meant he was doing something more important. Meanwhile, Oliver himself was in a completely different place. Together with Emma, he watched what was happening from above, where there was an excellent view of the entire hall. The hero asked the girl's opinion about what was happening, and after some thought, Emma agreed with his observations. Each group needed specific colors, so supply and demand began to form naturally. At first, participants exchanged resources almost without calculation, but over time, everyone began to estimate the value of each color. Oliver then noticed that the girl looked worried and asked the reason for her anxiety. Emma honestly admitted that she felt uneasy. Leaders were supposed to be with their teams and lead the process. However, Oliver only smiled calmly. He noticed that the girl trusted her comrades too little. However, Emma continued to object, believing that the market would soon reach saturation point, after which exchanges would begin to slow down. But Oliver suddenly interrupted her thoughts, suggesting that the other teams might indeed be worried. However, according to him, Emma's group had nothing to worry about. After this, the hero reminded her of the chosen purple color. Purple dominoes were used in all 4 design variations, so demand for them should have remained consistently high. Hearing this, the girl calmed down a little, but then she pointed down to where Charles's group was. There was a guy there literally guarding his supply of yellow dominoes. When representatives from other teams approached, he turned them all down, hoping to wait for the resource's price to rise even further. Emma explained that the first design option was chosen by fewer teams than originally expected, even though it only required 4 colors. The white elements that Oliver chose numbered 10,000, but in practice, only 100 are needed. Light blue is the rarest color, with only half a box available, meaning only 500 tiles. Emma said that now he should understand why she was so busy. She also wanted to go down as soon as possible and check the situation personally. However, the hero remained calm. He noticed that Emma's group had the most important resource, the purple dominoes. The girl agreed, but noted that this was precisely why she had to constantly monitor the situation. Emma then decided to return to her team, but Oliver suddenly stopped her with a question about the light blue color. He then reminded that this color was used only in the third design, and there were about 500 of these dominoes in total. At that moment, the girl realized what he was getting at. The owners of light blue dominoes could not use them as a primary resource. Otherwise, they themselves would be left without means for exchange. After that, he called dominoes currency, a wording that surprised Emma. She noticed that Oliver viewed what was happening not as a simple exchange of goods, but as a real financial market. Moreover, he offered Emma to form an alliance with them. While they were discussing this idea, Charles watched them closely. He noticed that Emma and Oliver were talking separately from the others for a long time, and this caused him great concern. He realized that the first group had the almost useless white dominoes, while Emma's team had the all-important purple ones. Therefore, he became increasingly afraid that the two were preparing some kind of common plan. Then Charles thought about holding his own auction. He decided that such a mechanism would allow him to benefit from the yellow dominoes without depending on Oliver's actions. However, soon one of his subordinates reported unpleasant news. It turned out that the exchanges did not go at all as expected. The chips weren't selling as fast as they expected. But that's a problem with other colors too. Moreover, white dominoes unexpectedly became the most popular color on the market. At that moment, Charles couldn't believe his ears. The most useless resource suddenly turned into the most sought-after commodity. Turning around, He saw how the members of the first group were actively changing the white knuckle bones into a variety of colors. The guy cursed in despair, realizing that this bastard had gotten the better of him again. Looking up, he noticed Oliver and Emma above. The hero even waved his hand at him in a friendly manner, which Charles considered an outright mockery. His irritation instantly turned to anxiety. Charles then demanded that his team urgently find out what was going on. But the answer was even more unexpected. He was informed that Emma's group would only accept purple dominoes for white ones, and would not accept any other colors. Hearing this, Charles was completely confused. Now he began to understand that Oliver had turned an ordinary game into an economic system. Meanwhile, after listening to Oliver's explanation, Emma thought for a long time. The girl gradually realized that the guy was suggesting that the color of the dominoes should be the main means of exchange between the teams. Essentially, the discussion was about creating a reserve currency, similar to the one used in the international financial system. The more she thought about this idea, the more surprised she became. Then Emma finally understood why the first group had taken the white dominoes from the very beginning. But suddenly, a new thought struck her. She asked the hero if he had tried to take control of the entire exchange market. Oliver just smiled slightly and replied that this was precisely why he needed an alliance. He then offered Emma a partnership and explained that together they could control the entire market. Oliver suggested that Emma's group gradually release purple dominoes in small batches, and only for white dominoes. At first, the rate was supposed to be high, for example, 5 whites for 1 purple, and then gradually decrease to 4 to 1, and so on. The first group was to officially publish the exchange rates between the different colors. Then Emma understood the idea. They were going to create their own exchange center and determine the exchange rates themselves. In his plan, the second group sold purple dominoes and regulated their price, while the first controlled the exchange of all other colors. However, the girl was still interested in her own benefit. She admitted that her group had the advantage now. In response, Oliver asked if her team had managed to collect enough burgundy and blue dominoes. These words shocked Emma. She knew perfectly well that it was with these flowers that they had serious problems. Moreover, it became clear that Oliver had been closely monitoring the market and the actions of her team from the very beginning. Oliver explained that the union would make it much easier to collect the remaining flowers, and all types of currency would flow into the first group's exchange center. This will allow Emma's team to use the white dominoes they received to acquire the necessary resources. The girl noted that with this approach, the white dominoes would quickly run out and the market would stop. But the hero had already foreseen this problem. However, Emma was still tormented by another question. She asked why the guy chose her team. Oliver was silent for a few seconds, then calmly explained that the reason was the color purple. These dominoes were present in all required patterns. Without them, no team would be able to complete their project. Hearing this, the girl finally understood the value of her position. Then the hero confidently declared that from now on, the first and second groups were in the same boat. Moreover, he promised that she would not regret her decision. After this, the guy took out his phone and sent several messages to his friends. Having received the signal, the members of the first group immediately began to work. Hank brought out a special board to publish exchange rates, and Emma's team received new instructions. Purple dominoes must be sold exclusively for white ones. The message stated that any other colors were to be rejected. Watching as both groups began to implement the plan, the girl asked how the first group was going to get the rest of the colors. Oliver explained that they took advantage of the confusion at the very beginning of the game, while the first group acted faster than everyone else. While everyone else was analyzing everything, his team managed to sell most of their white dominoes and receive valuable resources in exchange. By this time, there were already about 5,000 white dominoes in circulation. Thanks to numerous trades, Oliver's team has effectively flooded the market with this particular color. It turned out that the team managed to exchange a huge number of chips from other groups. The hero himself remained calm. Everything that was happening was part of the strategy he had developed at the very beginning of the mission. Immediately after the start of the test, the young man distributed responsibilities among the participants. He instructed everyone to figure out what color and what pattern each group had chosen, without missing a single detail. Soon, reports began to arrive to Oliver. Some reporting group numbers, colors, and patterns, others counting the number of dominoes of each color. It turned out that there were about 4,000 red chips, 3,000 orange chips, 5,000 yellow chips, and about 3.5 thousand green chips. Oliver then ordered the white dominoes to be exchanged as quickly as possible, assigning a separate negotiator to each group. Moreover, after a successful deal, participants had to immediately propose a new one, without giving their interlocutors time to think. Some did not understand why they were wasting so much of the white dominoes they had worked so hard to collect. However, the hero insisted that speed was more important than profit, and that deals had to be closed at any cost. He also said that if the other side started to doubt, they should be told that white dominoes would bring good luck in the future. Although many considered this legend strange, they still decided to trust the captain and carry out his orders. Soon, Hank went to negotiate with one of the groups that owned the turquoise dominoes. He offered to exchange their chips for white ones. At first, the interlocutors refused, explaining that they were still discussing the situation within the team. But the guy continued to convince them. He reminded them that their pattern required a lot of different colors, and the white dominoes would be needed later anyway. Therefore, in his opinion, it was more profitable to obtain them in advance. After a short deliberation, the other group agreed to the first deal. Although the initial plan was to exchange only a small number of pieces, the participants suddenly wanted to buy 100 white dominoes at once. Hank was stunned by the request and noted that no one knew the fair price yet and the price could change later. His interlocutors acknowledged the reasonableness of these arguments and reduced the volume of the purchase. The first deal took place, after which both parties exchanged dominoes and left satisfied with the result. They exchanged at a rate of 10 turquoise tiles for 30 white ones. However, it didn't end there. Hank soon returned again and reported that his team wanted to buy even more light green chips. Then came a second deal, and later he tried to negotiate a third. But this time, another group had already refused. Its participants declared that they no longer needed the white dominoes. Then Oliver's team representative realized that the key moment had arrived. He approached one of the negotiators and confidentially told him the secret information. According to him, the captain believed that keeping the white dominoes would be profitable in the future, since there was some special plan behind it. These words made the guy think. Hearing Hank's words, he immediately lowered his voice. Oliver himself wondered why the first group chose the white dominoes. If Oliver was behind the decision, then there was certainly a reason. So he agreed to the exchange and asked about the required number of chips. And so, another deal was made. Both sides were pleased with the result. And Hank, returning to his own, happily announced new acquisitions. The team received over 100 turquoise chips, additional batches of other colors, and continued to rapidly increase their stock. Meanwhile, Oliver carefully studied the incoming messages. Some participants reported that they were unable to obtain the blue and yellow dominoes because they were controlled by Charles's group. However, Oliver was not at all upset. He reminded his comrades that he had anticipated such difficulties in advance. He then ordered that active trading be stopped and that the exchange rates of the other teams be monitored. About 10 minutes later, Hank reported that the market had gradually stabilized. In response, the hero reported the official exchange rates and ordered that they be used as a guide. Then the boy finally realized what his captain had in mind. Oliver was engaged in arbitrage, profiting from the difference in exchange rates. He had always considered his leader talented, but now he saw that he had managed to turn an ordinary game of dominoes into a financial system. The thought even occurred to the guy that such a person looked more like a secret inspector from headquarters than an ordinary newcomer. Gradually, the market began to move exactly as Oliver had expected. The team made a profit on almost every exchange. Oliver continued to adjust his strategy, with the blue chips remaining his primary target and the purple chips his secondary. After some time, one of the participants reported that the required number of light blue dominoes had finally been collected. Hearing this, the guy smiled contentedly and announced the beginning of the next stage. He ordered a complete cessation of trade and the opening of his own exchange office. When the first group gathered in one place, the rest of the participants were surprised. Charles was especially attentive to what was happening. He became increasingly concerned about the actions of his rivals. Realizing that Emma's group had been accepting payment for purple chips exclusively in white dominoes, he finally understood the general idea. The whole scheme quickly came together before his eyes. First, the participants brought their chips to the first group and received white dominoes. Then, with these white chips, they went to Emma's team and bought the required purple color. As a result, the first group collected a variety of resources, while the second accumulated white dominoes. After this, the allies exchanged among themselves again, receiving the desired colors. Charles was forced to admit that the system worked almost perfectly. The result was a vicious cycle in which both teams strengthened each other and simultaneously controlled the market. Despite his irritation, he couldn't help but admire the scale of the plan. However, the guy quickly realized that winning within such a system would be extremely difficult, so he decided to act differently. If it is impossible to win according to the established rules, then the system itself had to be destroyed. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the judges and staff discussed what was happening. Many admitted that they did not expect to see such a complex market model created in just 1 hour. Moreover, they were impressed not only by Oliver's plan, but also by Charles's subsequent decision. Previously, he had planned to hold the yellow dominoes and wait for their value to rise. But now the market was changing rapidly. Therefore, he ordered the immediate start of the sale of yellow chips, and at the same time, the organization of an auction within a limited time. The judges noted that the decision was very smart. If he had delayed a little longer, the value of the yellow color could have fallen sharply. The judges recalled the beginning of the challenge, when the first group bet on white dominoes. The opportunity to capture the market through white chips and alliances with other teams was much less obvious than choosing a rare color. Even negotiations with teams that didn't need white dominoes brought results. From the very beginning, the first group deliberately flooded the market with white dominoes. Usually, people tried to save as many chips as possible for exchange. But Oliver's team did the opposite. White was considered a useless color, and by exchanging it for the desired colors, participants gained profit and became accustomed to using them as currency. Soon, the words of one of the players were heard on the screen, who was happy that he had managed to buy white chips at a low price. This particularly amused Catherine, who noted that Oliver already controlled the market. Soon, the value of white dominoes as a means of exchange will begin to rise, and eventually other teams will have to buy them at extremely high prices. This thought filled Catherine with genuine admiration, and she admitted that this was exactly the development she had wanted to see. A nearby employee noticed that the hero turned out to be a very interesting person. Catherine agreed. He far exceeded expectations. Reflecting on what was happening, she compared the situation to the petrodollar mechanism. At one time, oil-producing countries sold oil exclusively for US dollars. This ultimately strengthened the position of the American currency. To create such a system, Oliver first acquired the dominoes the second group needed, and then helped them get the right colors. Many people knew about the concept of the petrodollar, but few could successfully apply it to a simple game of dominoes. Soon, Catherine admitted that she felt like she was witnessing something extraordinary. After this, she returned to the documents with enthusiasm and thought about preparing the final assignment. Meanwhile, the action moved to the main hall. Oliver watched as the participants desperately tried to find the missing dominoes. Some asked to sell them the colors they needed. Others had already lost hope and simply lay on the floor. Some people stopped taking the competition seriously altogether and started stacking chips for fun. Then Oliver realized the problem that had existed from the very beginning. The rules were designed in such a way that there weren't enough dominoes for everyone, so not all teams were able to complete their designs. While he was thinking about this, Emma approached him and asked about his impressions. She looked down at the hall from the second floor and admitted that she felt as if she were in a completely new world. From here, everything looked different, and the behavior of hundreds of people formed a single picture. Then the hero looked at the participants and summed up. Everything was happening exactly as he had planned. Watching hundreds of participants follow his strategy gave Oliver a real sense of inspiration. A satisfied smile appeared on Oliver's lips. He was experiencing that special feeling that comes after solving a difficult problem. Then the hero thought that all this was just a game with 400 participants. If even this caused so much emotion, then what will the real world of business be like? However, he did not intend to remain at this level forever. He wanted to one day stand alongside the company's best specialists. Then Oliver remembered Christopher, who was considered the brains of the Tessin group, and he became curious about what he was really like. After this, Oliver noted that the company really knew how to create interesting challenges. Emma didn't understand his point at first, but the guy explained that the organizers expected exactly this level of preparation from the participants. Then the hero again plunged into thought. He understood that such high abilities were not expected from newcomers. However, he was sure that this particular task was the very fourth stage that the CEO had mentioned. Oliver stretched and suggested that Emma go downstairs. The girl agreed, and together they headed to the main hall. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the other participants. Many decided that since the leaders of the first and second groups had gone down, the game was already over. The hero noticed that all eyes were on him. He even suggested that after his team's crushing success, people might feel irritated or angry. However, everything turned out differently. Instead of accusing him, the participants began to pat him on the shoulder. They jokingly asked if he was really an ordinary high school graduate and not a man with fake work experience. Soon, the other interns surrounded him, showering him with praise. Some called him the most outstanding newcomer, while others said they had finally seen the invisible hand of the market at work. It turned out that the participants did not experience any hostility at all. On the contrary, they continued to have fun and communicate with each other. Hearing these words, Oliver was momentarily confused and then smiled sincerely. At that moment, Emma lightly patted him on the shoulder. She also congratulated the hero on his success. After the others had left, they expressed mutual respect for each other. Oliver thanked the girl for her cooperation. In response, she, embarrassed, quickly returned to her group. Returning to the first team, the guy asked if everyone was happy with the result. The participants immediately began to praise his plan and said that he had done an excellent job. The hero even felt awkward from such a number of compliments. He admitted that everything happened very chaotically. Then Hank grabbed his hand and admitted that he felt proud to be part of this project. In response, Oliver noted that the success was made possible by the entire team, who gathered information and acted promptly. After this, Oliver suggested that they spend the remaining time quietly, stacking dominoes. However, suddenly a familiar voice was heard, and turning around, the participants saw Charles. He asked if the trade was over. Oliver replied that the exchanges were still ongoing. Then the opponent offered to exchange the yellow dominoes for the white ones, and the deal was completed almost instantly. As the hero watched the proceedings, Charles unexpectedly praised his strategy and admitted that he had learned a lot. Then he added reluctantly that Oliver had turned out to be a man worth remembering. Immediately after this, the guy extended his hand for a handshake. Oliver was surprised, but quickly realized that this was his opponent's way of expressing his confession. Although Charles's gaze was a little unfriendly, Oliver realized that he was not an evil person, but simply used to acting arrogantly. After the handshake, the tension between them finally disappeared. Charles then announced that he was leaving, but warned that his team would complete the construction first. His childish stubbornness made everyone present laugh. Meanwhile, the members of the second group watched this scene with bewilderment and hastened to report it to Emma. However, the girl only smiled almost as mysteriously as Oliver himself. Looking at the results, Emma admitted that everything that happened turned out to be surprisingly fascinating. Time flew by, and the second week of school came to an end. Sunday arrived. However, everything in the company continued to work as if it were an ordinary weekday. At the strategic planning department at the Tessin headquarters, work never stopped for a minute. The company's best specialists worked here, responsible for the most important decisions and determining the future direction of development. By this point, the trainees' assessments were beginning to come together, while the participants themselves were preparing for the next test. Newcomers were distributed among different training centers, with the first and second traditionally considered the most promising. Many were confident that the most talented candidates emerged there, while no one usually expected outstanding results from the fifth center. So one of the strategy department employees was very surprised when he saw a new notification on the screen. The document stated that the fifth training center had reached the 4th level of difficulty. Moreover, the report was signed by Vice President Catherine, who is renowned for her strict approach to employee evaluation. The man studied the document carefully. It stated that during the final group task of the second week, the participants faced a level 4 challenge. It was a domino game that tested strategic thinking, negotiation skills, and teamwork. The best groups gained access to the rarest resources. Intrigued, the employee decided to take a closer look at the results of the fifth center. He didn't look through everything and focused on the key participants. Among the leaders were Charles, Emma, and another familiar name, Oliver. As soon as the man opened the protagonist's personal file, a flood of unexpected information fell upon him. The more he read, the more surprised he became. Soon, the printer began printing documents continuously, attracting the attention of colleagues. People around began to wonder what was going on. Most people didn't believe that anything truly important could happen in the fifth training center. However, the employee already realized that he had stumbled upon something unusual, and without wasting any time, he decided to report it to management. But when I tried to start an explanation, the director said that he was already dealing with the issue. The chief then ordered that all documents related to the fifth center be collected. Having received the order, the employee, together with the director, headed down the long corridor. They walked in silence for a while, and the man became increasingly convinced that he had discovered something truly important. Soon they approached the office, from where permission to enter was given. Opening the door, the employee froze in surprise. Christopher, the financial director of the Tessun Group, was already waiting for them inside. He was considered the chairman's right hand, but he once began his career as an ordinary employee in the accounting department. The head of the strategy department explained that the fifth training center reached level 4 in just 2 weeks. The fourth level itself didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary to him, but Christopher was intrigued by the fact that they were talking about the fifth center. Then the director gave him the full report. Christopher carefully studied the documents prepared by Catherine, his expression gradually becoming more serious. He knew perfectly well that the vice president did not engage in meaningless projects, so such a high rating could not be a coincidence. Observing this, the employee began to doubt that one report was enough to attract the attention of such an important person. However, he then noticed that the CFO did not limit himself to documents. He opened video recordings of the test. Christopher asked if Vice President Catherine had mentioned any plans for week 3 and what the next step would be for the interns. Then the branch manager remembered an important detail and said that the girl intended to take the participants to the 5th level of difficulty. This news made the financial director think for a long time. Then an unusual smile appeared on his face. Quickly signing the papers on the table, he approved the decision and stated that Catherine should act as she saw fit. After this, the man handed the manager another document and ordered him to use it for the next task. Having received the papers, he carefully examined the contents and was visibly surprised. He even had to ask again whether the management really intended to take such a step. However, Christopher confirmed his decision. Apparently, what was happening was beginning to seem more and more interesting to him. After this, both men left the office. Already in the corridor, the branch manager thoughtfully scratched his head and admitted that this year had become increasingly unpredictable. The employee noted that if there was a mistake, even the judges could be punished for failing to recognize outstanding talent in time. Meanwhile, another morning began at training center number 5. When Catherine entered the room, the judges greeted her and began to inquire about the next task. However, the woman looked unusually serious. It was even a little irritating, which immediately caused concern among those around her. She soon checked the new notification on her phone and put her breakfast aside. The vice president then announced that company management was already monitoring their work. While the news itself wasn't strange, she admitted that everything that was happening was getting a little crazy. They had already sent a full report, but they expected to attract the attention of their superiors only after the 3rd week. Catherine announced that she had received direct orders from above. The final test was to involve guest speakers. Hearing this, everyone present froze in surprise. One of the judges remembered that Christopher himself had once completed a similar task. However, as soon as he uttered this name, Catherine sharply ordered him to stop talking about this topic. After this, the judges began to quietly discuss the situation among themselves. They noted that there were other 5th-level tasks. While this test was not only about strategy, but also about politics, Catherine agreed with this opinion. Now it became clear who exactly was monitoring the training center. When one of the judges asked if Christopher had actually personally observed the 5th center, Catherine confirmed the guess. She noted that the chairman's most trusted advisor closely followed further developments. Meanwhile, the first group continued to work. One of the participants showed a diagram, explaining that all the paths converged at one point. The girl then turned to Oliver and asked him to evaluate her findings. Oliver looked tired and replied without much interest that he couldn't refute this logic, so he was willing to accept it. Charles then asked if the previous day's market strategy was really based on the petrodollar system. Without waiting for an answer, the guy declared that Oliver was a real madman and was surprised why he only graduated from high school. Hearing this, the boy only thought that he would like to eat. But Charles continued to reason that the hero could well have received a scholarship. Oliver then irritably retorted that someone had to pay for everyday expenses anyway, since money didn't fall from the sky. Eventually, he was advised to stop complaining and do something useful. Soon, President's attention was drawn to a new notification on their phones. Information from the training center appeared on the screen. Participants were informed that they needed to clear their schedules on Tuesday and Wednesday of the 3rd week to prepare for the event. After that, time passed quickly. Monday of the 3rd week of school arrived. Oliver even put on a business suit. Based on experience from previous trials, organizers typically held more relaxed events immediately after completing a major task. After carefully studying the schedule, Oliver came to another conclusion. Monday was the only suitable day for the graduation ceremony, so the real significance was Tuesday and Wednesday, the very days that the participants were asked to clear in advance. While the guy was thinking, Hank approached him. The guy complimented his appearance and noted that it was the first time he saw the leader in a suit. Due to his build, this style suited Oliver very well. He recalled his days as a tax consultant, when during the busiest season he barely had time to change clothes. The hero then joked that one advantage of wearing a suit all the time was that he didn't have to think about what to wear every day. Meanwhile, the participants began to take their seats in the large hall. Oliver assumed that the seating was organized by company, so he expected to be somewhere in the back rows. However, the organizers soon announced that all team leaders must move forward. This news surprised the protagonist. Hank immediately pointed to a seat in the front row and said with a smile that their leader really deserved to sit in front. After that, he said goodbye and went to his place. Looking around, he saw Emma, who had already taken her seat. The girl had arrived early and waved her hand at him in a friendly manner. Soon, Charles unexpectedly sat down next to me. The guy, without further ado, declared that he would sit right there. Charles noted with displeasure that postponing the ceremony until Monday deprived the participants of their last chance to change the results. Emma then reminded him that if a similar mistake had occurred after he had been hired, he could have been fired immediately. Observing another squabble, Oliver asked them to stop arguing, as they were making it impossible to sit quietly. Gradually, the hall filled with the noise of conversation and anticipation of the upcoming ceremony, and Oliver watched closely what was happening. He was sure that the head of the center or one of the senior managers would come on stage and give the traditional speech. However, reality exceeded all expectations. When Peter took the stage, the entire hall literally froze. Even Emma and the other participants were momentarily speechless. The company's vice president himself stood before them, with an ever-present enigmatic smile on his face. Meanwhile, the events moved back a day. The secretary reported that Christopher received a report on this center and even personally gave instructions. This information immediately caused concern in the man. Peter was the chairman's eldest son and was considered the future heir to Tessin. The man then asked if it was possible to find out the content of the chairman's orders. The secretary reported that the strategy department and Christopher advised against further investigation, and the collection of information was stopped. However, anxiety did not leave the man. Someone from the 5th Training Center managed to attract Christopher's attention. The man then asked when the next official event with invited guests was supposed to take place at the 5th Center. The secretary checked the schedule and announced that the graduation ceremony would take place tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Peter frowned even more. Although such questions were usually beyond his level, now was the opportunity to find out who had caught Christopher's attention. So Peter decided to personally attend the graduation ceremony of the 5th Training Center and ordered the secretary to cancel all business. The next day, the executives gathered in the waiting room. After looking around at those present, the man was surprised by the number of directors. For a typical class of interns, such attention seemed excessive. However, Catherine quickly announced that only the vice president would enter the hall, while the rest would watch what was happening from there. Hearing this, Peter chuckled. The ceremony was deliberately moved forward. Catherine calmly replied that the decision was based solely on the excellent results of the 5th Center and had no hidden reasons. However, the corporation's heir did not argue. Instead, he asked directly who exactly should be paid attention to. Then the manager suggested that everyone look at the surveillance screen. The cameras showed the trainees neatly seated in the hall. Catherine explained that the best participants were in the front rows. At that moment, the camera stopped on Oliver, Emma, and Charles. She clarified that the guy in the center took first place in the final scores. Peter immediately focused on the main character. It seemed to him that the answer was too obvious. Among all those present, Oliver stood out more than the others. He possessed confidence and seemed to attract the attention of those around him. The heir admitted that the intern definitely had potential, but he still didn't understand why Christopher was interested in him. While the man was pondering, Catherine reminded him that the ceremony was about to begin. After this, the doors of the hall opened, and Peter walked inside with a serious expression on his face. Over the years, he had often had to speak in front of large audiences, so the anxiety of hundreds of newcomers did not interest him. The man's full attention was focused on the leader of the ratings. He was especially surprised by the intern's calmness. Even when he found himself in an unexpected situation, he showed neither excitement nor confusion, but only carefully analyzed what was happening. Peter couldn't quite tell if this was an act of courage or something more. Nevertheless, he decided to continue observation and gradually find out what exactly had attracted the chairman's attention. The ceremony soon ended, and after the tense event, the interns visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Many admitted that the atmosphere was so heavy, as if they were not being congratulated on their success, but rather being called in for a serious conversation with the director. In response, Charles noted that in order to receive a reprimand, he first had to start working for the company. However, all three of them continued to remember the vice president's heavy gaze as he looked so intently at them. The hero shared his observation that for a man in such a high position, the vice president paid him too much attention. He was haunted by the question of why such a high-ranking person was watching him so closely and didn't even try to hide it. Charles quickly came up with a simple explanation. The reason was simply that Oliver was the #1 trainee. He noticed that while the others were barely coping with their excitement, Oliver managed to analyze the vice president's behavior. In response, the guy calmly explained that it wasn't Peter himself as a person who was suppressing the interns, but his position. However, their conversation soon ended, and everyone had to prepare for the next test. Meanwhile, Peter was driving in a luxury car and looking through the main character's dossier. As he studied the information, he came to the conclusion that Christopher could see a reflection of himself in the young man. The corporation's heir did not like this idea. He considered such an approach to be excessively soft. However, as he continued to study the documents, the man came across a mention of an influential member of parliament who was closely acquainted with Oliver. This surprised him a little. Although he did not attach much importance to it, he was much more interested in the next test of the 5th training center. Upon learning that the final task would involve inviting a lecturer, Peter immediately came up with a way to test the abilities of the leader of the ratings. He decided to see if an ordinary high school graduate could take first place again. The next morning, the trainees gathered in the training center hall. Many of them were anticipating the trip and preparing for the departure in advance. However, the parking lot turned out to be completely empty, which left the participants puzzled. Oliver knew that buses would be needed to transport more than 400 people, but there were none in sight. While the participants were guessing, Catherine came on stage. As soon as she stood behind the podium, she immediately looked at Oliver. Her calm gaze immediately alerted the protagonist. The woman sighed heavily and announced that this time the test would be individual. She then explained the rules. The special lecture scheduled for Thursday still didn't have a guest speaker. Each intern had to independently invite the person whose lecture he wanted to hear. The next day, participants were required to submit their candidates, after which the management would select the final lecturer. When the woman finished her explanation, silence reigned in the room. But Catherine herself did not add anything and immediately left the room. The remaining interns began to animatedly discuss the task. Many were expecting another intellectual game and were disappointed. Meanwhile, Oliver was worried not only about the test itself, but also about the strange behavior of the manager. While he was thinking, Emma approached him. She did not expect such a task. This was a real battle of connections and acquaintances, and not a test of intelligence. She then asked him what his plan was, but Oliver had not yet come up with a concrete solution. He only assumed that Catherine and Emma herself were worried about his weak connections compared to the other participants. Nevertheless, the guy calmly assured the girl that he would definitely find a way out. It was still possible to win. After that, they turned to Charles. Unlike the others, the guy looked incredibly pleased. It was clear from his face that he considered this test ideal for himself. And seeing such a reaction, Oliver and Emma were speechless. Charles even nudged the protagonist and confidently declared that he could have taken first place from him. Then the hero said goodbye to his friends and wished them good luck. His calmness puzzled Charles even more. After Oliver left, the guy asked Emma if he had any incredible connections, but the girl just shrugged and assumed that he would still find a way to cope with the task. Soon the interns went their separate ways, and Hank was already heading to the meeting in a business suit. Some participants went to large companies in search of suitable candidates. Meanwhile, Charles contacted his family. He was sure that if his father agreed to speak, then the rest would have no chance. The guy recalled that his position in the ranking was under threat, and the invitation of such an influential person would help him become the best. However, his father only wearily replied that he was extremely busy. Despite this, Charles continued to hope that he would be able to convince him to take part. But the father explained that the appearance of a 3-time member of parliament as a guest lecturer would raise many questions. Then the guy suggested another option, to invite one of his father's friends, for example, a former minister or prime minister. However, this left the man completely speechless, and he noted that in that case, it would have been easier for him to speak out himself. The argument continued for some time, with Charles saying that his father had not thought at all about his son's future and was risking leaving him in 3rd place. Hearing this, the politician was surprised. He admitted that he was confident in his son's leadership and asked who had managed to get ahead of him. Then the guy talked about the situation in the center. He explained that he used to be in 2nd place, but made a mistake and dropped to 3rd. These words greatly surprised his father. The man even joked that he had finally found someone who made him see the world more broadly. Eventually, the politician gave in, admitting that he didn't want to see his son lose, so he agreed to help. However, the man immediately clarified that he was speaking not at his son's invitation, but as someone who wanted to talk about business values. However, he warned that if, after such support, his son still did not become the best intern, he would have to change the locks on the front door. Meanwhile, Emma headed to her old university, and on the way, the girl reflected on the true meaning of the task. She knew that Charles's father was an influential politician, but she didn't believe that the management only wanted to test the connections of the participants. She concluded that the test was much deeper. The interns had to convince an influential person to agree to cooperate. This was not just an invitation to a lecturer, but a real sale of an idea. And remembering Oliver's words, the girl was convinced of her guess. She realized that the task tested her ability to persuade strangers, find arguments, and negotiate. While the first test was aimed at a mass audience, the current one required winning over one specific person. When Emma reached the professor's office, she was about to enter, but suddenly stopped. After some thought, the girl decided not to act hastily, but instead to first develop a strategy. She decided to identify the benefits of the offer and create a picture that the potential lecturer could not refuse. As she left, she suddenly wondered who Oliver was going to invite. This thought brought a mysterious smile to her face and further piqued her curiosity. Meanwhile, Oliver headed towards the subway station. He also had his own goal. After some time, the guy arrived at the huge headquarters of the Tessin Corporation. Upon entering the building, he immediately noticed security at the entrance and realized that outsiders were only allowed in the lobby area. As an intern and not a full-fledged employee of the company, he could not freely enter. But Oliver was not going to back down. Approaching the staff at the entrance, the hero showed his pass and introduced himself as a participant in the 5th Training Center of Tessin. After Oliver's words, the receptionist smiled politely and asked how she could help. Oliver had already made his decision. On the way here, he had spent a long time considering his options and had ultimately settled on 2 influential figures. The whole way from the metro station, the guy weighed the risks, trying to figure out whether his plan would work. Now, standing at the reception desk, he finally made up his mind. The hero asked to be connected with Christopher, the financial director's office, and this request noticeably surprised the employee. It seemed absurd to her that an ordinary intern with no obvious connections wanted to meet one of the most powerful people in the corporation. Oliver, however, had prepared himself for this reaction, and he knew he had to speak as if he had every right to be there. It was enough for him to make his interlocutor doubt at least for a short time before refusing. So the guy said that 2 months ago, with the chairman's permission, he had the right to know Christopher's name. He then added that he wanted to clarify whether this gave him the right to a personal meeting. After these words, the hero watched the employee's reaction with intense interest. Despite his outward confidence, he was worried inside and asked her to just pick up the phone. Finally, the girl asked him to wait a bit and decided to clarify the information directly with the management. Hearing this, Oliver felt relieved. The first barrier had been overcome. She soon contacted the vice president's office and relayed a message from the 5th Training Center intern. After a short conversation, the employee hung up, handed the hero a pass, and informed him that he was expected on the 10th floor. Oliver thanked her and headed inside the building. And on the way to the elevator, he remembered their previous conversation in the hospital. Then Christopher set him a condition. First, achieve the result, and only then get the opportunity to learn more. Now the hero was confident that he had fulfilled his part of the agreement. As he climbed up, the boy thought that the very fact of his appearance here should have forced Christopher to at least give some kind of answer. Soon the elevator reached the 10th floor. The doors opened slowly. What he saw greatly surprised the main character. A spacious corridor with luxuriously decorated offices appeared before him. Oliver moved forward, carefully reading the signs on the doors. Some positions were only superficially familiar to him. He was particularly interested in the office of the Director of Risk Management. The hero wondered what kind of disasters could even be considered crises for such a huge corporation as Tessin. He was interested in what the people responsible for their decisions were doing. The further he went, the more he realized the scale of the company. This was the real center of key decisions. Finally, after a long search, the guy saw the right sign and stopped in front of Christopher's office. Even standing at the door, the hero felt the weight of power concentrated within this room. Taking a deep breath, Oliver knocked, and a calm voice immediately came from the office, inviting him in. Then, Oliver opened the door and stepped inside. A bright light blinded him for a moment. Having barely gotten used to the lighting, he introduced himself. Christopher was already waiting for him. A slight smile appeared on the man's face. He calmly said that he knew perfectly well who stood in front of him. Seeing the influential leaders so close for the first time in his life, The guy involuntarily became confused. All this time, he had been looking forward to this meeting, but now he didn't know where to start the conversation. Noticing the guest's confusion, Christopher broke the silence and said bluntly that he didn't like wasting time. These words served as both a warning and advice, and Oliver immediately realized that the man in front of him was much more complex than he seemed. Moreover, the manager clearly had no intention of helping him conduct the conversation, but Oliver quickly pulled himself together. A confident smile appeared on his face. He noted that he had earned the right to stand here, and wondered if he should be pleased with the result. Deep down, the young man wondered if the pace of his development was in line with Christopher's expectations. In response, the manager calmly stated that he was perfectly aware of everything that was happening at the training center. Oliver immediately grasped the hidden meaning of these words. His achievements had already been noticed and appreciated, which was why their meeting took place at all. Having no other choice, Oliver continued the conversation and said that he came there for 2 reasons. Christopher immediately said that he already guessed about one of them, but wanted to hear the second one. He then asked the boy point blank what he would do if his request was denied. Oliver immediately realized that his interlocutor had already guessed the purpose of the visit and was not going to waste time on empty talk, so he decided to answer just as directly. The hero explained that he wanted to meet with the vice president and another deputy. He added that if he was refused, he would simply turn to the second one. This answer interested Christopher, and Oliver then explained that the deputy chairman had recently visited the training center. Since his office was in the same building, it was a convenient backup. Oliver noted that the headquarters of the subsidiaries were located in a completely different location, so such a visit seemed strange. The vice president asked him why he decided that the visit was unplanned, and the hero then outlined his conclusions. Usually, the graduation ceremony was held only after all the assessments were completed, but this time it was held already in the 3rd week. Oliver then added that the deputy chairman showed virtually no interest in anyone and had been watching only him for a long time. It was so obvious that the other interns felt awkward, although Oliver was sure that they didn't know each other personally. That's why he decided to take advantage of the opportunity and at least try to get into the office of one of the company's executives. After listening to the explanation, Christopher admitted that the guy had thought everything through carefully. Moreover, he praised him for his ability to assess risks. These words noticeably strengthened the hero's confidence. However, the vice president then asked about the second reason for the visit. After this, the atmosphere in the office instantly changed. Oliver looked seriously at his interlocutor and reminded him that it was he who paid for his family's treatment. Hearing this, the man visibly tensed up. The hero's memory immediately flashed back to the days he spent with his grandmother in the hospital. He knew perfectly well that Christopher only helped those people who were truly in a hopeless situation. The vice president tried to interrupt the conversation, assuming that the conversation would be about another thank you, but the guy shook his head. He explained that he had not intended to offer the usual words of gratitude. Then the hero admitted that he had been imagining this meeting for the last 2 years, and all this time, he wanted to ask only one question. After a short pause, he asked Christopher if he believed there were things that could not be judged in terms of profit and loss. He asked whether there were absolute values that must be preserved under all circumstances. Then Oliver told a story from his childhood. When he was a child, there was a small store near the school. One day he really wanted to buy some sweets, but after counting the money, it turned out that exactly 100 won was missing. The boy doubted for a long time whether it was worth spending money on such a trifle. However, he then turned to his friend Sally and asked her to lend him the missing amount. The girl was surprised and pointed out that he didn't even have 1,000 won. She was sure that almost every child had such a small amount. These words literally nailed the boy to the spot. At that moment, Sally's mother approached. Having heard the conversation, the girl immediately scolded her daughter for her tactlessness. She then apologized to Oliver, handed him the money, and offered to buy herself something tasty. Sally sincerely did not understand what she had done wrong, and only repeated that she had told the truth. But her mother hastened to take her daughter away. It was this incident that made Oliver first consider whether there were values that should remain more important than any profit. Over the years, the boy increasingly observed his parents arguing over money. Then he realized that poverty affects not only the material side of life, but also a person's mental state. Material poverty, one way or another, led to emotional poverty. Even simple joys gradually turned into a source of anxiety and guilt. Then the hero admitted that he often thought about Christopher's actions. Perhaps he did charity work out of a sense of responsibility or regret. However, Oliver was interested in something else. As the CFO and the chairman's right-hand man, This man constantly made decisions based on profit. So Oliver asked again whether he thought there were absolute values that stood above profit. Christopher was silent for a while. However, he then unexpectedly replied that he hoped so. This answer surprised Oliver much more than he expected. Then the hero asked another question and inquired whether his interlocutor regretted his actions. The vice president said he didn't believe in regrets and always tried to make the best decisions. Oliver agreed, noting that regret was often a luxury. After this, he recalled the second part of his visit. The hero noticed Christopher's words about the existence of values and asked if this meant that everything could be assessed and expressed in numbers. The man chuckled, noticing that the young man spoke as if he already had the right to demand something. However, Oliver calmly objected that if he had no value, this meeting would not have taken place at all. Oliver admitted that his position now remained quite humble. He was sent to one of the least prestigious departments of the company. But then the guy asked if he had disappointed his interlocutor during his entire training. But Christopher remained silent. The hero then stated that he would continue to live up to expectations. But to do so, he needed a chance to prove himself. He did not ask for special privileges or demand advantages over others. All he wanted was the opportunity to do something on his own. These words made the vice president look at him in a new way. The man asked if Oliver understood what he was talking about. However, the guy remained absolutely calm. He believed that even future value could be assessed in advance. The hero then suggested that his interlocutor do just that. If it has lived up to expectations so far, then it can be considered an investment. After this, Oliver revealed his real goal and asked to buy his future potential, giving him time in 2 days. This request took Christopher by surprise. After thinking for a moment, he agreed and said that he would visit Training Center number 5 on Thursday. Only then did a relieved smile appear on the protagonist's face. He thanked his interlocutor and was about to leave. In response, Christopher noted that now he would no longer have to bother the deputy chairman. Realizing that the negotiations had been successful, Oliver said goodbye and said that he would see him on Thursday, after which he left the office. Suddenly, Christopher called out to Oliver and asked him to stay, and the hero turned around in surprise. The vice president stated that he would like to discuss the issue of assessing intangible assets with him next time. The hero just smiled and agreed, promising to come again. After that, he left, leaving Christopher alone in the office. Left in silence, the man thought about their conversation. He sank tiredly onto the sofa and recalled the events of 2 months ago. Then, a hospital employee told him that one of the children he had once helped had grown up to be a worthy person. It was then that Christopher first heard Oliver's name. At first, he didn't attach much importance to it. However, later, while studying the reports from Training Center number 5, I felt something strange. The more he analyzed the situation, the more he realized that this guy was dangerously reminiscent of himself in his youth. Such a person easily perceived those around him as tools, and the numbers in reports simply as numbers. He would have been ideally suited to a position where decisions were made based on data. But that was precisely what was causing the concern. Christopher knew that this kind of thinking would help the company thrive, but it could also harm countless people. If he was given influence too early, he would become a ruthless weapon. So the man decided that Oliver needed to be toughened up. The hero had to see with his own eyes how one decision in a corporation could determine the fate of people. The man recalled a conversation with the chairman and his words about how there are values that cannot be measured by profit and loss. At that moment, Christopher couldn't help but smile. Then he took out his phone and wrote a message. The man was sure that such a person never returns empty-handed. Christopher then ordered the secretary to cancel all business for Thursday and announced that he would personally visit Training Center number 5. Meanwhile, it was Wednesday evening, and there were only 10 minutes left before the scheduled meeting. At the training center, the trainees were animatedly discussing the results of the assignment and wondering who they had been able to invite. Some looked upset. One of the participants admitted that he was only able to contact his teacher, but her candidacy was unlikely to be strong enough. Others tried to cheer him up by suggesting that she might take up some important position after retirement. However, the guy admitted that she had long ago left for the village and taken up a quiet life. The conversation then moved on to more serious candidates. Someone said that professors from one of the leading universities have already received dozens of invitations. After that, the focus turned to Hank, who admitted that he had simply addressed the members of the city council in his district. He reflected on how much he had changed in the last few weeks. Reflecting back on his time on Oliver's team, the intern realized he had begun to look at problems differently. Now he solved problems calmly and methodically, rather than giving in to panic. This is exactly how their leader always acted. This made Hank realize how brave Oliver really was. Watching him, The other participants came to the conclusion that it was not surprising why the first group was in the lead. Then the conversation returned to the competition favorites. Many were confident that the best interns would invite the most influential guests. Charles, who finished third, was especially often mentioned. Everyone remembered his self-confident statements that his father was a famous politician and a 3-time member of parliament. Some thought it was almost impossible to beat such a candidate. But then someone remembered Oliver. The interns agreed that Oliver was unlikely to go down without a fight, so everyone was curious to see who he was going to bring. Meanwhile, a taxi pulled up to the training center building. When Oliver came out of it, many were noticeably surprised. However, the main character himself remained extremely calm. Hank immediately sensed that the guy had changed again over the past few days. His demeanor became even more confident and calm. Soon the trainees headed to the main hall, and at exactly 5 o'clock in the evening, all the participants were already in the auditorium. Catherine announced that the final speaker for tomorrow's lecture would be chosen not by the organizers, but by the interns themselves through a vote. Those who were unable to invite a guest or did not intend to participate in the selection had to remain in their seats. The rest had to introduce their candidates and explain why their performance was worth noting. After this, all 400 participants had to vote for the person whose lecture they wanted to hear the most. Charles was the first to take the stage. He said with a smug smile that he had invited his father, a 3-time member of parliament and member of the finance committee. The guy stated that such a guest could share valuable experience in the field of economics and business. Then Emma spoke, introducing a renowned professor specializing in environmental research. She explained that modern companies need to find a balance between development and environmental protection. After her, other participants spoke, each trying to highlight the merits of their candidate and convince the audience to support their choice. However, the number of speakers turned out to be smaller than expected, and many decided that competing with candidates of such caliber was pointless. When everyone had finished, Catherine announced that there was one last participant remaining. At that moment, the entire room focused on Oliver. Even the judges were looking forward to his performance. Oliver calmly walked onto the stage and looked around at the audience. He then addressed those present, reminding them that they were all future employees of the Tessin Corporation. Each invited candidate could indeed give a useful lecture, but the situation should have been looked at differently. Oliver noted that the ability to invite an influential person on behalf of a large corporation was an extremely rare resource. Usually, new employees didn't have a chance to even get close to such people. Therefore, in the hero's opinion, the task should not be perceived as an ordinary popularity contest or a demonstration of connections. These words made many people think. Before that, they believed that the vote would come down to choosing the most influential candidate. However, Oliver stressed that even those trainees who didn't expect to win should take advantage of the opportunity. Everyone present was too focused on the speaker's personality and hardly thought about the content of the speech. Everyone automatically assumed that the more famous the invited person, the more useful his lecture would be. Oliver turned that logic completely upside down, admitting that every candidate presented was capable of delivering a great performance. However, he said, the real question was not who the participants wanted to hear. It is who they really needed to hear right now. Oliver managed to direct the audience's attention not to the status of the invited guests, but to the practical value of their knowledge. In concluding his speech, Oliver once again emphasized that all the proposed candidates were worthy of respect. However, the main criterion for selection should not have been the speaker's fame, but rather how useful his experience would be for employees. Oliver's long speech made Charles feel very irritated. He could not understand what exactly Oliver was getting at. However, Catherine, who was watching what was happening from the sidelines, on the contrary, looked quite pleased. The hero then gave a specific example. The most suitable candidate for the role of lecturer was the financial director, Tessin Christopher. Emma literally froze in place upon hearing this name. There was an immediate uproar in the hall, and surprise gripped not only the trainees, but even the judges. Oliver recalled that Christopher headed the company's strategic planning department and later became a director of the corporation. According to the hero, it was precisely such a person who could give new employees the most useful knowledge. Moreover, he noted that such an opportunity arose extremely rarely, so it would be unwise to miss it. Catherine watched what was happening with interest. She remembered the events of the last few days. Now it all came together to form a single picture. She noted that it was no wonder that the company's management began to pay attention to this intern. At the same time, Christopher could have quickly stopped all conversations surrounding his person if he wanted to, but he did not do so. Meanwhile, the discussion in the hall became increasingly lively. The trainees acknowledged that politicians regularly spoke at various events and their speeches could be heard at any time. But the financial director of the country's largest corporation was a completely different story. While everyone was discussing Christopher, Charles was gradually losing his temper. He suddenly rose from his seat and loudly addressed Oliver. At first, there was indignation in his voice, but it was quickly replaced by genuine surprise. He admitted that he simply did not understand how Oliver managed to achieve such a result. Moreover, he did not even hide his envy. Charles openly stated that he himself would be happy to meet Christopher in person. After calmly listening to all the questions, the hero explained that he chose the financial director for 2 reasons. Firstly, he really considered his lecture to be the most useful for future employees of the company. Secondly, Christopher turned out to be one of the few people he managed to convince personally. Emma immediately clarified whether Oliver himself had actually persuaded the financial director to come to the training center. Charles supported this question. He also could not believe that a simple intern could convince a person of such level. Oliver then calmly admitted that he had previously only known Christopher's name, but now they at least knew each other personally. This statement caused a new wave of shock among the interns, because until recently there had been no connection between them at all. After this, a crowd immediately gathered around the young man, and the interns began vying with each other to ask him questions. The hero himself felt a little awkward. He only replied that it was quite difficult to explain everything that was happening. However, those around him drew their own conclusions, and many decided that management had already begun to treat him differently. However, the guy did not agree with such conclusions. They met only once, and nothing special happened between them. Charles stated that if the man who managed to get past him was so capable, then there was no shame in losing to such an opponent. Moreover, the guy advised Oliver to keep moving forward and show everything he is capable of. These words made Emma and the other interns fall silent for a moment, many not knowing whether to laugh or be surprised. Catherine stepped forward and announced that voting would begin in 5 minutes, and all 400 participants dropped their ballots into the box. Thanks to the training center staff, the counting was completed in just 20 minutes, and everyone froze in anticipation of the results. It soon became known that Christopher had received 361 votes, making Oliver a landslide winner. Later that evening, another meeting was held in the administration office, and CFO Christopher attended in person. Catherine admitted that she expected his interest in what was happening, but she didn't think he would demonstrate it so openly. The man just chuckled and remarked that, judging by the managing director's reaction, she herself valued this intern very highly. These words clearly hurt the girl. She replied that she was the first to notice the young man's potential when others ignored him. However, Christopher only asked if it was really she who noticed him first. This answer irritated her even more. The woman recalled that the interviewers did not see anything special in it. Then Catherine openly stated that Christopher brought Oliver into the public eye too early. The guy had not yet had time to develop. At first, only a few directors showed interest in it. But now the situation has gotten out of control. She noted that rumors spread throughout the company at incredible speed. Everyone was discussing the vice president's visit, Christopher's interest, and the intern's progress. And Catherine felt that such attention was dangerous. If the CFO was truly interested in him, she should have at least given him time to prepare him for this kind of pressure. However, Christopher calmly replied that he would not waste his time on trifles. These words only made Catherine even more surprised. She admitted that her phone was literally ringing off the hook. She suggested that Christopher had deliberately created this situation to warn the hero about the dangers of growing too fast. However, the CFO noted that all of this was just a larger version of what Catherine herself had already been doing at the training center. Christopher recalled that the Social Security Department was a special place within the corporation. Employees who were not considered promising were sent there. It was a kind of dead end, where people simply performed routine work. It was impossible to keep such a person in such a department forever, so that he would have the opportunity to move forward. Changes were needed. A small shock within the system created new opportunities. If given a chance to prove himself, he could achieve results. These words made Catherine think. Christopher was deliberately rocking the boat to get the hero out of his stalemate. Still, she found it odd that such a high-ranking executive would go so far for one new employee. Then the financial director unexpectedly admitted that Oliver himself had pushed him to this decision. During their conversation, the guy asked for at least a minimal basis that would allow him to act independently. He was well aware of his weaknesses, knew what he lacked, and had not yet had time to prove his abilities. Christopher was clearly impressed by this. He noted that now it only remained to be seen how far this guy could go. After a short pause, Catherine asked one last question. admitting that she needed to understand the limits of her own actions. The woman was interested in what position the hero now occupied, and whether he was considered Christopher's man. If the CFO had truly decided to make Oliver his man, or even his future successor, she should have backed down. However, the answer was quite different. Christopher stated that he no longer intended to interfere with the young man's development. At the same time, he asked her not to do this too actively, as excessive help could only cause harm. Catherine said it was strange to throw a talented employee into the fire of testing and then worry about spoiling him. Nevertheless, she agreed with the arguments and asked if she could at least warn Oliver about what was happening. Christopher never allowed personal feelings to influence his judgment of people, and rumors of his interest in him had long since spread throughout the company. Besides, the hero was heading to the welfare department anyway, so she only wanted to hint to him about the situation. After thinking for a while, Christopher finally agreed. Then he thanked the director for his work and noted that he liked the tea. Furthermore, there were only 3 people in the room, so the source of a possible information leak would not be difficult to determine. These words sounded almost like a warning. The director hastened to assure him that he understood everything and would definitely remember this conversation. After this, the vice president nodded with satisfaction, called his assistant, and left the office. Meanwhile, the lecture at the training center was already in full swing. Christopher had been speaking for almost 2 hours. He spoke about his work in more than 20 Tesson subsidiaries, shared personal experiences, and explained in detail the specifics of the divisions. The audience became especially animated when the conversation turned to the internal history of the corporation. Every time the financier revealed details not available to ordinary employees, the room responded with a stormy reaction. Christopher noted that, unlike many other large corporations, Tesson has faced virtually no successor scandals. The reason was the chairman's position. Any family member who made the news for an inappropriate reason lost the right to inherit. After this, the lecturer spoke about the incredible work capacity of the head of the company. The chairman regularly arrived at work before dawn. He really worked hard with everyone else, which made the other leaders work hard too. Oliver listened attentively to the speech and saw before him not only an influential leader, but also an outstanding storyteller. Through his stories, the interns seemed to look inside a huge corporation and learn how it really functioned. By the end of the meeting, the director began to give real-life examples from the work of various departments and explain the principles of business management. Emma was taking notes diligently, as were most of those present, some with their eyes glued to the stage, others feverishly writing down what they heard. Finally, 2 hours passed. Then Christopher announced that time was running out. He noted that during the short meeting he tried to tell 3 types of things. This was what employees were allowed to know, what they should know, and what they were required to know. The man then emphasized that today's lecture was possible solely thanks to the interns themselves. There was no precedent for this before, so he hoped that this experience would really help them stand out from the crowd. When the lecture ended, the hall immediately filled with discussion, with many trying to understand the hidden meaning of the speaker's final phrases. However, Christopher himself was already heading towards the exit. Passing by the main character, he lingered for a moment. There was something thoughtful in his gaze. The man then lightly patted Oliver on the shoulder, as if approving of his actions. He gestured that he wanted to talk to him alone. Oliver immediately understood the hint and rose from his seat, which was noticed by Charles, who was sitting nearby. In front of the other interns, the hero and the financial director left the room together. The remaining participants immediately began whispering among themselves, some wondering what exactly they were going to talk about. However, most quickly agreed that such attention to Oliver no longer surprised anyone. Immediately after the lecture, one of the interns expressed an idea that was quickly picked up by the others. The girl suggested that everything that happened was done intentionally. Christopher deliberately showed everyone that he was following Oliver. Some interns began to claim that the financial director had deliberately left with the main character in front of everyone. As a result, the opinion quickly spread among the participants that the guy was officially under Christopher's protection. Meanwhile, outside, a man looked at the hero and asked if he understood that people would now think exactly this way. However, Oliver took it calmly. He said that this situation had both pros and cons. Christopher then asked the boy if he had grasped the true meaning of his last words on stage. Oliver immediately recalled the final part of the lecture, where the financier noted that the interns themselves created this opportunity and won it. Oliver then admitted that today's lecture was a huge opportunity for everyone. Its value lay not only in the content of the presentation, but also in the very fact that the interns were communicating with a person of such caliber. Oliver explained that such things often turn out to be more useful than they seem at first glance. One day, he might meet a business partner who admires Christopher, or the right opportunity might arise to tell him about it. Therefore, the hero sincerely thanked his interlocutor, noting that it was the interns who received the greatest benefit from this event. Moreover, the young man understood why Christopher was talking about fighting for the right to attend the lecture. Although Oliver organized the meeting, there was still a competition between the participants, and the victory went to the one who managed to convince the others. Oliver added that today's event was not meant to remain just a nice gesture. If the acquired knowledge was used correctly, it could bring real results in the future. The guy then cautiously suggested that the financier himself had reasoned in much the same way, but Christopher remained silent for a while. Then he suddenly asked if Oliver had had enough opportunity. Hearing this question, the hero realized that the man remembered their previous conversation very well. Back then, he had only asked for a chance to prove himself. From the outside, it might have seemed as if an influential leader was pushing him forward, but the hero himself saw the situation differently. He understood that in front of him stood a person who had actually listened to his request and taken the time for it. So Oliver sincerely declared that he had received more than enough. Moreover, he promised to prove that he was worthy of the trust placed in him. These words clearly pleased Christopher. The man threw away his empty cup and briefly praised him. After that, he turned around and left. And that was the end of their first real meeting. Catherine and the other judges, who were watching what was happening, were surprised. When the financier left the center, all the employees bowed respectfully to him. Oliver noted that the man did not even look in their direction. Despite this, those around him continued to express great respect to him. As Christopher's expensive car drove out of sight, Oliver realized how much he appreciated the attention he had received. The thought even made his heart clench. However, he did not show it and remained outwardly completely calm. Then the guy bowed deeply after the departing leader, expressing sincere gratitude. However, along with gratitude, he also acquired a goal. The hero firmly decided that one day he would walk alongside such a person as an equal. Soon, the morning of the next day arrived. Oliver changed into his usual pajamas and yawned tiredly. The room looked a little untidy, but the guy still forced himself to sit up and look around. Meanwhile, the other interns were animatedly discussing the upcoming farewell event. Some people said they had seen food trucks during the day, while others suggested that the organizers had decided to throw a party. Then the hero understood why the dining room was almost empty in the morning. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the evening banquet. Watching them, the boys suddenly remembered school lunches and felt a slight nostalgia. However, the real surprise came at the farewell party itself. When Oliver entered the hall, he could not hide his surprise. In front of him lay a huge buffet with dozens of different dishes. Then, seeing the luxurious table, not only Oliver but all the interns were genuinely delighted. A real festive banquet. A variety of dishes, desserts, and even expensive bottles of wine lay out before them. The program participants animatedly discussed what they had seen and could not believe that the company had organized such a farewell evening for them. The inspired young people quickly took their plates and began to take their seats. Oliver, as he helped himself to food, noted that the buffet looked no worse than those luxury hotel restaurants he had previously only seen on the internet. While the intern was enjoying dinner, the girls from the group approached him. They asked permission to join, and Oliver immediately agreed, after which other participants gradually gathered nearby. There was a warm atmosphere at the table. Everyone shared their impressions, recalled the last weeks and the tasks they had to complete. One of the interns congratulated Oliver on first place. The hero thanked him and involuntarily began to think. Their group changed a lot in 3 weeks. At the very beginning, he had difficulty remembering the names of those around him. But now, everyone was sitting together, laughing and talking like old friends. Soon, another participant approached the table. A little embarrassed, he handed over his phone and asked to exchange contact information. The guy admitted that Oliver might not even remember him later, but he himself would never forget the time spent here. Oliver readily agreed and replied that he would be happy to keep in touch. After this, a crowd of people wanting to exchange numbers immediately gathered around the hero. One after another, the interns approached him with their phones. It was then that Charles sat down next to the hero. He remarked that he had never seen so many people ask for someone's phone number before, and jokingly compared Oliver to a celebrity. Emma came up next, and the girl immediately noticed the glass of wine in Charles's hands and asked where he got it from. The guy explained that he had grabbed the bottle in advance because he wasn't going to settle for cheap alcohol at the farewell party. Emma reminded him that bringing in food and drinks from outside was prohibited by the center's rules. However, her interlocutors simply waved it off and stated that no one would be able to prove the origin of the wine anyway. The girl was only irritated by this answer. But Charles himself, on the contrary, was even more amused. Then he invited her to have a drink together. However, the intern refused, stating that she had self-respect. The guy just shrugged and turned his attention to Oliver. Smiling, he handed the hero a glass and advised him to definitely try the drink, since such an opportunity does not come along often. Oliver admitted that he had never drunk such expensive wine before. However, he thanked his comrade and took the first sip. To his surprise, the taste was so good that the guy immediately asked for more. This caused Charles genuine delight. He declared that he had not spoken in vain about the quality of the drink, and advised him to take advantage of the opportunity while he was being treated. Pouring a second glass, the guy jokingly remarked that this could be considered a kind of bribe. Meanwhile, Emma, raising her glass, suggested that everyone together recite a kind of oath. Oliver was surprised to see this, because just recently she had claimed that she was not going to drink. But no one argued. The hero. Emma and Charles raised their glasses and congratulated each other on the successful completion of their training. Then they clinked glasses and silently confirmed the promise the girl had spoken of. After that, the evening continued, with Emma and Charles, under the influence of alcohol, arguing animatedly, joking and telling stories. Time flew by, and finally the farewell banquet came to an end, and it was time for all the interns to leave. All the interns said goodbye to each other. Emma said goodbye to the hero, but Charles, on the contrary, turned away, as if he did not want to show his emotions. As the car pulled up to the building, Oliver felt a strange mixture of relief and sadness. It was really all over. However, at that moment, someone put a hand on his shoulder. Turning around, the hero was surprised to see director Catherine. Her appearance just before leaving seemed unexpected to him. The woman reminded him that she had promised to tell him something if he made it to the end of the program. Upon hearing this, Oliver immediately became interested. Then the director began to recall events from 20 years ago. She said that there was also an employee training program in those days, although it was not as organized as it is now. It was then that the man in question appeared, and Oliver immediately realized that it was Christopher. According to Catherine, the then unknown employee rose from scratch to a management position and created a real sensation. This proved that his success was not only due to the chairman's support. Later, management was so impressed with the results of that system that they completely redesigned employee training. This is how the current training center came into being, where talented people were identified through competitions, group assignments, and various tests. Listening to her, Oliver gradually realized that the entire modern training system grew out of the success story of the current financial director. The director then asked if he would really be starting work at Daesun Well-Being next week. The main character answered her positively. Then she suddenly pulled him aside, her face becoming serious. Catherine quietly warned the hero that there was a man working in that department who hated Christopher, so he should be careful. Hearing this, Oliver couldn't believe his ears and tried to clarify the details. However, Catherine only said goodbye and wished him luck, expressing the hope that they would meet again. Soon, the car took the hero away from the training center. All the way he thought about the director's warning. If she mentioned this person specifically, it means the situation was serious. Oliver understood that even in the well-being department, which from the outside seemed like a calm place, there were internal conflicts. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that working there would not be as easy as he had previously imagined. After some time, the guy returned to his familiar residential complex. Getting out of the car and looking at the large, beautiful building, he suddenly stopped. Memories flashed before Oliver's eyes. His family once lived in a similar luxurious house. In those years, there was fierce competition among the country's largest corporations. At the top was the Mirai Corporation, as well as the Tesson Company. Oliver's father held a high position there as the executive director of Mirai and was highly respected. However, one day, everything changed. Oliver remembered the day his father told his mother that the family would have to move and that hard times lay ahead. Soon, angry people began to gather near the house, knocking on doors, shouting and demanding the money back. Some blamed the company's management for their own ruin, while others demanded that they take responsibility for what happened. Back then, Oliver, who was still very young, did not understand why strangers hated his father so much. People threw garbage into the yard, created scandals, and constantly came to the house. Only years later did the hero realize the reason for what was happening. It was the time of the Asian financial crisis, known as the IMF crisis, when countless companies went bankrupt. Even Mirai faced problems, with the corporation cutting staff, divesting assets, and scaling back business lines. The hero knew that he was not actually the main culprit of what happened. However, he took responsibility for the bankruptcy, insolvency, and management errors of the subsidiary. Then what was to be expected happened. Those around him turned away from him, and the management made the man a scapegoat. After this, the family's life quickly went downhill. Wherever the father found work, the past haunted him. People blamed him for the collapse of the companies, claiming that it was the actions of the management of the subsidiaries that caused a chain reaction of bankruptcies. Oliver watched as the once respected CEO of a major corporation gradually lost everything. The family had to move constantly. First, they left the luxury area. Then they moved to the provinces and later found themselves in an old, damp house. Oliver was still a child then and often sat in the corner, watching what was happening. It was during those years that he developed a harsh outlook on life. He came to the conclusion that the world was full of selfishness, vanity, and hypocrisy, and that kindness without strength rarely helps one survive. Meanwhile, the hero's mother was already waiting for him at home. Oliver's father noted that his son would return on time anyway, so there was no need to worry. Then the conversation turned again to Oliver's employment. His father was perplexed as to why he was so eager to get into Tessin. However, the wife recalled that most companies rejected her at the resume review stage. Only a special recruitment program for school graduates gave the young man a chance, especially since he had a tax consultant certificate. Soon, a familiar voice was heard. The hero returned home in a business suit and announced his arrival. His parents immediately perked up. His mother suggested that he take a rest and said that she had prepared pork belly for dinner. The first thing my father asked me was if he had any problems at the training center. Then the guy admitted that he had indeed caused a bit of a commotion. Upon hearing this, the parents became alarmed and decided that he might be suspended from the program. However, Oliver calmly explained that he took first place among all the interns, and at first his parents didn't believe him. They still couldn't believe that their son had become the best among the entire class. Oliver then pulled out a certificate of honor stating that he had demonstrated the best results during the training of new employees. Only after seeing the document with their own eyes did the parents realize that their son had been telling the truth. While the hero went to wash himself, his mother carefully examined the award. Father also did not hide his pride and even almost burst into tears. The man remembered that Oliver had once failed to enter university, but now he had managed to achieve this result. The woman hastened to reassure her husband, noting that there was no point in crying on such a day. He agreed, although the joy was still too strong. The next day, the guy put on his suit again and went to work. His first official day at the Taesun Well-Being Division. The journey took almost an hour and 40 minutes. The company was located on the outskirts of Seoul and was significantly smaller than the headquarters. Due to the high cost of housing near the office, the hero decided to live with his parents for now, although early rising forced him to consider moving. As he moved from bus to bus and between stations, Oliver complained about having to get up so early every day. Finally, he found himself near the right building and carefully examined the surroundings. The area looked rather deserted. There were almost no high-rise buildings or residential complexes nearby, so finding an apartment here would have been difficult. However, standing in front of the huge building, Oliver realized that it was here that a new stage in his life began. For a division of the Tessin Corporation, this place looked rather modest and unremarkable, but work was in full swing here. Oliver had imagined this place, but the reality was entirely consistent with the reputation of the lowest division of the Tessin Group. However, the guy was not going to relax just because he took first place in the training center. Influential people watching him came to mind. The hero reminded himself that he had to show a worthy result. He then moved deeper into the building, carefully studying the surroundings. Upon entering the office, Oliver immediately introduced himself to his colleagues and announced that he was starting to work there from that day on. The staff greeted him rather coldly. However, the guy remained confident. Soon, he was invited to the management office. There was the company chairman and a middle-aged man, whose behavior immediately struck the hero as unusual. The chairman, studying the documents, asked with surprise whether the person in front of him was really the best intern at the training center. Having received confirmation, he and his interlocutor were noticeably confused. They were clearly surprised that the best graduate ended up in this unit. Oliver quickly realized that his appearance here had raised questions, and the chairman was clearly showing his displeasure. However, Oliver only smiled slightly. He understood perfectly well that he was not here by accident and had already attracted too much attention. Meanwhile, a man next to the chairman intervened in the conversation and noted that everything was unlikely to go as management would like. Watching him, the hero caught a strong smell of alcohol and was surprised that he was drinking right during working hours. The chairman just laughed and said that the company needed people who worked, not engaged in office politics. Oliver realized that this was another attack on him, and at that moment he finally realized the reason for this attitude. News of his meeting with Christopher and the rumors that spread from the training center had already reached here. From the management's perspective, he appeared to be a man who had attracted the attention of one of the group's most influential leaders. This meant that he automatically became an object of suspicion and hostility. The man next to the chairman remarked that a person who was so keen on political games should work at headquarters. These words made Oliver wary. However, the more he listened to his interlocutor, the more it seemed to him that he did not so much hate him as test his strength. Remaining calm, the hero replied that he had never participated in political games and had come here solely to work. But the man was not going to stop. He reminded her of the rumors surrounding Oliver and asked if he considered himself special. He said he had never met a noisy newcomer who actually turned out to be a useful employee. Oliver then replied that he had done nothing to cause the rumors to appear and was only doing his job. Unexpectedly, his answer made both leaders exchange glances. Their gazes showed not only surprise, but also a certain respect. After a short pause, the chairman stated that he did not wish to deal with problematic issues, so he decided to simply hand the new employee over to his interlocutor. The man immediately asked if this meant he intended to cause more trouble. However, the hero calmly objected that if a person is simply standing in one place and noise starts around him, then the reason may not lie in him. Hearing this, the man remarked that even if it was unintentional, the source of the problem should still be held responsible for the consequences. Oliver countered that if a person performs his duties conscientiously and this causes a stir in the company, then the fault does not lie solely with him. The interlocutor immediately latched onto his words and coldly asked if he was trying to blame the company itself for everything. However, the hero explained that this is not what he meant. The organization must provide working conditions, and employees must carry out their tasks. This answer visibly surprised the man next to the chairman, who admitted that the newcomer knew how to speak beautifully. At that moment, Oliver felt that the conversation had ceased to be a simple test. Every word was carefully weighed. Then the guy honestly stated that he was simply expressing his opinion about the situation. But the last phrase clearly turned out to be unnecessary. The man cut him off abruptly and said that he shouldn't have said that. Only then did Oliver realize that he had gone a bit too far. The conversation was progressing too smoothly, and he involuntarily allowed himself to make an overly self-confident remark. Realizing his mistake, the guy immediately apologized and bowed deeply. After a short silence, the interlocutor sighed and decided not to escalate the conflict. He remarked that beginners were prone to making mistakes, and then told him to raise his head. The man added that Oliver was still better than the other because he behaved like a normal person. This phrase immediately interested the hero. Meanwhile, the man settled down on the sofa and finally introduced himself. His name was Henry, and he headed the business support department. Since the finance department reported to this division, it was the new employee's immediate supervisor. Hearing this, the guy was momentarily confused, but Henry only grinned and asked if he was scared now. But Oliver quickly regained his composure and admitted that even if he had known this in advance, he would hardly have answered differently. The manager didn't like this answer very much, but at the same time, it earned him a certain respect. He then informed the chairman that he would train the newcomer and report back on the results later. But the chairman simply waved him off. He reminded Henry that he knew very well what kind of place Tisun Well-Being was, and the department head nodded silently. Listening to this conversation, Oliver couldn't help but think that on his very first day at work, he had already been labeled as a potential problem. Soon, they left the office and headed around the company premises. On the way, Henry began to talk about the division in more detail. He explained that the company only employed about 50 people. Although the Tessin Group had 41 subsidiaries, their division only served 20 of them. Oliver had already researched this information beforehand. He knew that Tisun Well-Being provided staff for corporate cafeterias. The company also handled budgets and management for all employees working in these canteens. Having heard such a detailed answer, the boss noted the newcomer's good preparation. He then asked if he knew the company's nickname. When the boy shook his head, Henry said with a grin that this place was called the Tessin Cemetery. These words surprised the hero. Then the leader explained that such a nickname did not appear by chance. Meanwhile, new rumors began circulating in the corporate support department. People were saying that the new guy who came to them was not just any new guy. He was said to be the best in his class and was now the protege of CFO Christopher. Some thought it was a joke, but others said they heard it directly from people in his study group. But many still couldn't believe it. The fact is that this branch received such a nickname for a reason. Within the corporation, employees who had caused problems in other subsidiaries were often transferred here. Sometimes those who management couldn't fire directly, but wanted to remove from important areas were sent here. Many employees soon submitted their own resignations after being appointed to Tessin well-being. There were two main groups of employees here. Some who suffered humiliation and stayed only because they hoped to return one day. Others had long since resigned themselves to their situation and simply used the name Tessin to live peacefully until retirement. So this place turned into a kind of transit station, where everyone tried to avoid creating problems. Meanwhile, in the office, employees were animatedly discussing the new employee. Most considered the rumors ridiculous. Someone suggested putting the newbie in his place right away before he started getting too proud of himself. Colleagues joked that they could make him stick together bills, sign envelopes, or dump the month-end closing on him. Some recalled that even their manager had qualifications, and therefore did not understand who the new employee considered himself to be. At that moment, the door opened and Oliver entered the office, and it immediately became quiet. The hero introduced himself and said that starting today, he would be starting work in the finance department of the business support group, Tessin Well-being. He suddenly remembered the president's question about why the best graduate ended up here. The president's question was one thing, but the middle-aged man standing next to him looked much stranger. He leaned casually with one hand on the president's desk, a liberty allowed to a person of equal status next to the head of the company. Or maybe he was someone who was formerly lower in rank, but due to his skills and experience was on par with him. Back to reality, Oliver added that he expects to work well with everyone. Finally, one of the employees asked him directly if it was true that he had won first place in the training center and attracted the attention of the vice president. Oliver was a little embarrassed and admitted that the rumors had spread very quickly. His answer silenced those present. However, one of the employees warned the newcomer that he shouldn't boast too much, as the vice president was an extremely influential person. The hero then replied that he had only spoken to him personally once, but that he was going to do everything possible not to disappoint his expectations. After these words, silence fell in the office again. Ignoring the previous whispers, the guy once again stated in a friendly manner that he hoped for good cooperation. A little earlier, Oliver recalled the words of the group leader Henry, that this place was called the Tessin Cemetery. Gradually, he came to the conclusion that they really were sending people here that the corporation wanted to get rid of. This thought made him wary. However, Oliver quickly reminded himself that he was worrying too soon. Just because a company is considered a cemetery doesn't mean he has to be buried there, as during his training, he only needed to prove his abilities with results. Returning to reality, the guy noticed that his colleagues' gazes remained cold. After meeting, the employees immediately went to their places and did not try to start a conversation. But this did not surprise him. They themselves were waiting for him to make the first move. Approaching the group leader, the hero asked who he would receive assignments from and what he should do today. He replied that for now it was simply necessary to understand how the company works. Oliver agreed and began to look around carefully. Soon his attention was drawn to a female employee with a displeased expression on her face. From the reactions of the others, he decided that she had real influence here, even if she did not formally hold a leadership position. Then the guy found his place of work. There was already a sign with his name on the table. Sitting down at the computer, he realized that no one was going to bring him up to date. However, for accounting departments, this was a common occurrence. Therefore, the hero decided to sort out the documents on his own. For a while, he thought about where he should start. He soon found a folder with weekly reports, and Oliver felt relieved when he saw it. Inside was useful information about the company's operations, data on the pension fund, health insurance, procurement, and other processes. In addition, the previous employee left logins and passwords for various corporate systems. For this, Oliver thanked his predecessor, and gradually the picture became clearer. Judging by the scattered documents, the person who previously occupied this position was responsible for the general administrative work of the office. Looking at the circled dates on the calendar, Oliver quickly realized that the most urgent task was the upcoming month-end close. He then began studying the documents on the computer, but soon realized that the situation was much more complicated than it had initially seemed. Oliver sighed tiredly. Everything looked extremely confusing. Meanwhile, the employees continued to discuss the newcomer in the general chat, with assistant manager Charlotte being particularly irritated. She had hoped to get a newcomer to whom she could delegate the duties, but they were given an employee who had already been rumored. Charlotte was far from an ordinary employee. During her 4 years at Taesun Wellbeing, she took control of the business support department office. Although the group's leader remained officially in charge, the timid team leader preferred not to interfere in internal conflicts. Therefore, the girl often manipulated the team and even isolated the leader, strengthening her own influence. As she watched the new employee calmly study the documents, she became increasingly irritated. The guy should have first won over his senior colleagues and asked for help, instead of sitting there with such an imperturbable look. In addition, Charlotte herself ended up at Taesun Wellbeing after internal conflicts and struggles for influence within her previous division. And then she began to think that if the person Christopher was interested in got into trouble, then attention might switch to her. Oliver continued to research the company, despite its small staff, which served dozens of clients within the Taesun group. After some time, the hero leaned back in his chair. He realized that it was simply impossible to learn everything in one day. Then the guy opened the desk drawer and immediately frowned. Inside lay piles of disorderly piled documents, checks, and various cards. This struck him as odd, and as he studied the papers, he remembered that corporate expenses were usually recorded in two ways. Employees are either issued corporate cards or they pay for expenses themselves and then provide receipts for reimbursement. Here, the situation looked suspicious. At Taesun Wellbeing, only the manager and employees of the purchasing department had cards. The rest had to use personal funds and then demand compensation. And it was these documents that lay haphazardly in the drawer. If compensation was paid without proper evidence, then it could be a case of misappropriation of company funds. At first, he tried to find a more harmless explanation. Perhaps the documents were simply drawn up carelessly, and the expenses themselves were legal. While studying the accounting data, the young man discovered that the amount of unconfirmed advances exceeded 1 billion won. Such funds had already been issued by the company, but their use was not documented. The existence of such accounts was not uncommon in itself, but such amounts could be considered personal use of funds. According to reports, the chairman deposited an amount equal to the accrued interest and then withdrew the money again. It turned out that the interest itself was turning into new, unconfirmed advances. So the guy began to think about an even more serious question. If such transactions were carried out by the accounting department, then management was certainly aware of what was happening. The finance department couldn't help but notice this either. The deeper he delved into the documents, the more uneasy he became. The amounts were too large to be considered a simple mistake. It all resembled stories about major financial scandals that usually made it onto the evening news. The hero realized that there were no random people here. Even if he assumed that he would be able to uncover all the violations, another question arose. Oliver didn't know if he could take on the chairman, the department management, and all the staff at once on his own. First, he needed to prove his worth, and to do that, he needed to create a suitable stage for the upcoming confrontation. At that moment, the boy remembered the experience he had gained at the training center. When all paths seemed closed, he managed to find a new way out. He then turned his gaze to Charlotte, who was talking with her colleagues, and decided it was time to prepare a new game on the chessboard. Soon it was lunchtime, and the staff were discussing the upcoming month-end closing and suggested assigning this work to a newcomer. Some were wary of the idea and worried that he might make mistakes, but Charlotte quickly reassured her colleagues. She stated that even if problems arise, they can always be fixed. Moreover, the girl offered to delegate absolutely all month-end closing work to the newcomer, a proposal that surprised the employees. She then explained that possible errors would not cause serious damage to the company. If anyone asks about the reasons for such a decision, it will be enough to say that the management simply wanted to evaluate his abilities. Colleagues quickly supported this idea. Some even admitted that they had long wanted to knock the newcomer's confidence down a bit. They then decided to additionally hand over to him all the unsorted expense reports. As a result, 2 huge boxes of documents were placed in front of Oliver. Staff advised that all of these reports needed to be processed by the end of the week in preparation for month-end closing. After this, the colleagues left with satisfied smiles. Looking at the mountains of papers in front of him, the guy sighed tiredly. He quickly realized that the entire department was united against him. But this attitude only fueled his passion. At first, the hero was going to simply observe what was happening for 2 weeks. But now he has changed his mind. Clutching another check in his hand, he realized it was time to start his own game. Charlotte showed up at the office earlier than usual. and one of her coworkers remarked that she looked a little too happy for a Monday. The girl admitted with a smile that she was interested to see what mistakes the newbie made. She remembered how the guy had been going through the paperwork non-stop all last week, but then had gone quiet. Although she was forced to admit that he had done quite well during the first week, which was why he had been assigned to close the month. The employee laughed and noted that she had deliberately dumped all the work on him and then simply watched from the sidelines. Charlotte didn't even deny it. On the contrary, she openly admitted that she wanted to see how far he could go. A colleague suggested that she was about to put the newcomer in his place, and she stated that in their profession, only ability mattered. If a young, licensed professional turns out to be truly talented, he or she could shake up the entire financial department. In such a situation, senior staff would inevitably feel threatened. They would try to eliminate the dangerous competitor as soon as possible. On the way, Charlotte convinced herself that the newcomer probably hadn't yet managed to figure out all the work processes. Working at the Tesson Wellbeing Division was much more challenging than it seemed from the outside. She was convinced that diplomas in themselves meant nothing. Only experience and real skills determined real value. Once in the department, the girl saw Oliver, who was still working with concentration without a break. It was clear from his tired face how much effort he had put into this task. This sight gave her great pleasure. In her thoughts, she was already waiting for the moment when the guy would give in and ask for help. Looking at her watch, the girl eagerly awaited 9 in the morning. Meanwhile, the hero continued to work, fully focused on the documents. Finally, the clock showed 9. At that moment, Oliver's joyful voice echoed throughout the office as he announced that he had finished his work. The employees immediately turned to look at him. Even the head of the department could not hide his astonishment and asked if he had really done everything himself. The hero then handed the stacks of documents to the head of the department, who calmly took the papers and was about to start reviewing them. However, at that moment, Charlotte unexpectedly snatched the documents from his hands. This behavior surprised the manager, but he chose to remain silent, while the girl began to carefully study the reports. The longer she read, the gloomier her face became. Finally, she asked incredulously how exactly he had processed the accounting of pension payments when employees retired. Oliver chuckled at the question, which was exactly the mistake she had been expecting. However, instead of explaining, he calmly reminded that he had already handed over the documents to the head of the department. These words only made Charlotte more angry. Over the past few days, the hero has managed to get a good look at the office environment. Formally, the head of the department was the manager. However, it was the assistant manager who managed all the processes. Oliver even heard colleagues talking about how the boss was a quite competent specialist, but too soft a person. Observing this, the guy had long ago drawn conclusions. All the pieces on the chessboard had already taken their places, and it was time to act. Meanwhile, Charlotte demanded an immediate answer to her question. She stated irritably that it would have been enough for him to simply explain the calculation procedure. However, the hero decided not to escalate the conflict for now. Instead, he calmly began to explain his work. He said that the severance pay was paid to the employee in a lump sum upon retirement. At the same time, the company could not know the exact dates of layoffs in advance and did not have the ability to constantly hold large sums of cash. The company transferred the required amounts to the pension fund annually, and after the employee retired, payments were made through the bank. He then added that he had carefully examined the system used and had come to the conclusion that the company was operating under a DB-type pension scheme. However, when processing payments, some transactions were reflected as if the DC scheme was used. The girl tried to object and noted with obvious irritation that knowledge from textbooks alone was not enough to complete such work. However, the guy just smiled and replied that he had already encountered similar problems before. For some reason, this very phrase made her even more angry. Meanwhile, the head of the department was studying the reports, and finally he raised his head and clarified whether Oliver had really done all the work himself. Having received confirmation, the manager delved into the documents again. The hero noticed with surprise that this man looked completely different than usual. Instead of his usual passivity, the boss quickly and very carefully checked each page. The longer the test went on, the more his surprise grew. Soon, he carefully placed the reports on the table and announced that, thanks to the early submission of work, there would be no complaints against the newcomer. Moreover, he praised him for a task well done and allowed him to return to his business. Oliver thanked the manager and left the office, but he thought that today the head of the department was behaving differently than usual. After some time, the manager himself approached him and praised him for the work he had done. Then he suggested going up to the roof and having a cup of coffee. When they found themselves on the roof, The boss noted that the newcomer had probably already begun to wonder what kind of strange company he had gotten himself into. Despite his manager's concerns, Oliver understood that he had been given this job to test his abilities, so he did his best. This answer touched the head of the department. Thanking him for such an attitude, he suddenly suggested meeting in the evening for a drink. The man then looked a little embarrassed and remarked that there was usually a welcome party for newcomers. The hero readily agreed, with the next stage of the plan already forming in his head. Soon evening came, and they went together to a busy area of the city and settled down in a restaurant with fried meat. Oliver poured the manager a drink. He suggested that they first raise their glasses and only then move on to conversation. Oliver thanked him and supported the toast. Soon, one bottle of soju was emptied almost unnoticed. The snacks were almost untouched, and the conversation was accompanied by constant toasts. After some time, the head of the department became noticeably drunk. Then Oliver reminded him that tomorrow was a work day and he shouldn't get too carried away. But the manager just chuckled. In their department, there was nothing much to worry about. Even when employees came to work, there were almost no serious problems. He then advised the newbie not to push himself too hard, as no one would appreciate such efforts anyway. The boss noticed that he turned out to be a real workaholic and admitted that he was sorry to see such an employee in such a place. Oliver understood that he was now hearing the real thoughts of his interlocutor. He replied that he did not experience any discomfort. Hard work only brought physical fatigue. Problems between people were much worse. The boss immediately agreed, and the hero noted that the manager had clearly been through a lot. After these words, the man suddenly fell silent and began to eat in silence. Oliver realized that this topic had affected him too deeply. He then cautiously asked how long he had worked in the well-being division. After thinking for a moment, the boss replied that he had arrived there about 2 years ago. Then he remembered Charlotte and noted that she had arrived even earlier. After this, the man admitted that the main problem was his character. He never knew how to manage subordinates. Well-being was a place where the company sent employees it no longer considered promising. Charlotte was constantly in conflict with her superiors, was involved in internal politics, and managed to destroy several work teams. Because of this, the management has repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction. The man remembered numerous meetings where the girl argued with the managers on almost every issue. He admitted that capable subordinates were common, but Charlotte went much further. Even when working on projects, she thought more about power and conflict than about the results. Raising his glass, the man noted with bitterness that the projects could not develop successfully, and as a result, the entire previous team was disbanded. After hearing this story, Oliver finally understood the reasons for what was happening in the department. And now, many things began to look much more logical. The boss continued to speak more and more frankly. Charlotte was completely unsuitable for teamwork. He recalled how he worked as an ordinary employee for many years, and the real problems only began after he was promoted. Having become a leader, the man never learned to speak firmly to his subordinates. People did everything their own way, and he could not control them. As a result, management directly stated that he would either have to change his character or leave the company. After this, the man looked at Oliver again and admitted that he did not understand why such a capable person ended up here. The whole situation seemed strange to him, since well-being was a place where employees who couldn't fit in with the team were sent. The boss then asked if Oliver had applied specifically to well-being. The hero shook his head and explained that he had participated in the general recruitment, and then he had simply been assigned to this unit. Hearing this, the man frowned. Management could indeed have paid attention to the lack of higher education first. Oliver became the training center's best intern, and the most promising employees were usually mentored by the strategic planning department. However, this thought made the hero think. He himself had long wondered why he was allowed to stay in well-being. Perhaps someone wanted to test his abilities in just such conditions. At this point, the manager assumed that someone with sufficient influence had intervened in the matter, capable of changing the personnel decision. Hearing this, Oliver immediately thought of Chairman Christopher, but the boss unexpectedly rejected this version. The chairman was a man who rose from the very bottom and never paid attention to the origins of his employees. These words made Oliver think. The chairman gave a chance, tested a person, and just as quickly got rid of him in case of failure. Then the hero finally became convinced that someone else was behind his appointment. The manager admitted that he did not know who exactly could have influenced this decision. Perhaps it was someone who did not get along with the chairman, but the boss advised against jumping to conclusions. The newcomer had spent too little time in the company to understand everything. The manager advised not to pay attention to those who were pushed aside, but to focus on their work. After a short silence, the guy asked what would happen if he found a way to make Charlotte shut up. Oliver explained that during his time at work, he noticed numerous violations. If evidence was collected, she could very well be held accountable. However, the manager only sighed heavily. He explained that the problem affected not only her, but many employees would be affected. But the hero had already realized that Charlotte was in charge of the office, and therefore, it was she who should bear the main responsibility. However, the boss remained skeptical. Not only the employees, but also other department heads could take her side. The guy just chuckled at this, noting that not everyone really supported Charlotte. Most simply followed the general atmosphere of the group. If serious problems arose, many would prefer to stay away. While the manager was pondering what he had heard, the hero declared that he would handle the situation himself. There was such confidence in his voice that the man involuntarily looked at him in a new way. Then he poured him another glass himself and finally made a decision. The boss gave him permission to act as he saw fit. He honestly admitted that he would not be able to provide serious assistance, but promised to at least not interfere. After this, Oliver unexpectedly announced that he would begin to act tomorrow. These words again surprised the manager. He asked curiously what exactly he was planning to do the next day. In the morning, the manager went to the toilet, where he looked at his reflection in the mirror for a long time and scolded himself. The man believed that he had lost his mind since he agreed to Oliver's proposal, and convinced himself that he should have refused until the end. It wasn't a matter of wanting to support assistant manager Charlotte, but of fear for the newcomer. The office gossip would have died down sooner or later, but the consequences for the young man could have been much more serious. If the employees started to bully him to the point that it became impossible to protect him, the manager would be unable to do anything to help. So, upon entering the office, the man decided to stop him before it was too late. He didn't want a capable employee to quit because of bullying. After greeting everyone, the boss noticed Oliver. The man was surprised that he was already there. Wanting to talk to him, he came closer. However, upon meeting his gaze, he froze. Those eyes immediately reminded him of yesterday's conversation. The man was confused for a moment and then simply returned to his place. Meanwhile, Oliver worked intently at the computer, collecting evidence and studying documents. For him, eliminating the manager's assistant, Charlotte, did not seem like a difficult task. He was much more interested in the head of the department, Santiago. The hero remembered the previous evening and realized that he had been wrong about it. Previously, it seemed to him that he was a weak-willed person who only drank and avoided responsibility. However, yesterday the guy saw a completely different person, attentive, smart, and clearly not as helpless as he pretended to be. Oliver knew the office could descend into chaos, and usually in situations like this, he would have reported everything to management. But this was different. The boss had practically lost interest in the team and appeared only occasionally. Remembering how he had skimmed through the reports and tried not to interfere, Oliver began to make various plans. Gradually, he came to the conclusion that he must trust his own observations. Even the slightest clues could not be ignored. So the guy went to Henry and asked him to approve some actions. The boss greeted him with extreme irritation and asked what other problems had arisen. But Oliver immediately got to the point. He stated that he clearly saw how the leader was deliberately avoiding participation in what was happening. He preferred to remain calm. If nothing were changed, the work would continue to proceed sluggishly. But outwardly, everything would look normal. If order were restored, it would bring the boss a lot of trouble. The hero then added that the manager turned a blind eye even to abuses and violations, as long as the department continued to function. After looking closely at Henry, the guy stated that he probably had a serious reason for such behavior. He suggested that the boss was forced to tolerate what was happening, even if it harmed the company and his own reputation. After this, Oliver voiced his main guess. The manager deliberately tried not to attract attention to himself within the corporation. These words finally got to Henry. The man put down his phone, on the screen of which a message about the defeat in the game had just appeared. He then slowly stated that a very problematic employee had appeared in front of him, and realizing that he had gone too far, the guy apologized. However, the manager simply replied that an apology was not necessary and suggested continuing the conversation. He agreed to look at the situation as if Oliver's assumptions were correct, and then asked what was wrong with wanting to live in peace. Henry noted that it was wrong to ignore the abuses, but such violations were too minor. Oliver tried his best to remain calm. He knew he had to gather all the facts and prepare a convincing document. The guy then claimed that he was so eager to cover up the embezzlement story that he was willing to ignore the issue to keep it quiet. However, according to Oliver, His own goal was to destroy this comfortable order. The interlocutor treated these words with obvious disdain, but Oliver seemed not to care. Henry then asked what exactly he was planning to do without his support. Oliver replied that he had not intended to cause a major scandal. If the boss remained neutral, the conflict should have remained between him and assistant manager Charlotte. These words made Henry wary. He quickly realized that the interlocutor was hinting at the possibility of Charlotte's removal. Then the man reminded them that Oliver was too young, and it was unlikely that the employees would want to recognize him as a leader. However, the guy didn't lose his composure and objected that it wasn't a matter of age. Moreover, Henry himself was older than Charlotte, but this did not automatically make him the leader of the team. Oliver noted that he was also ignored at the training center because of his youth, but later they began to take him seriously. These words made Henry look at his interlocutor differently. He remembered that the guy was the best intern in his group. After this, the man only asked him not to create unnecessary problems, and Oliver agreed and promised to make every effort. Then he left the office, leaving the boss alone with his thoughts. When the door closed, Henry couldn't help but remember Oliver's words. He said that in a fair fight, he had a chance of winning. This self-confidence reminded him of another man whom he had once considered an extremely unpleasant opponent. An old meeting came to his mind, in which one of the leaders had stated that every crisis was also an opportunity. This man always seemed to Henry like a piece of wood, simple in appearance, but incredibly strong. Then the man remembered a call from his former subordinate, Catherine, who enthusiastically told him about a new employee. However, Henry paid little attention to this at the time. At that time, he was more concerned about his own career. Many of the employees he once supported have now become executives at the Tessin Corporation. At the same time, he himself ended up in the Tessin Wellbeing Division and gradually lost interest in work. Disappointed, the man stopped fighting for advancement and began to treat even the company's losses with indifference. However, the conversation with Oliver made him reconsider some of his views. He was forced to admit that the boy had excellent determination and sound judgment. He was especially impressed by the fact that the guy first came to discuss the problem with the person in charge, rather than trying to act on his own. Henry understood that if he had done everything behind his back, he would have used any means to stop him. However, Oliver chose the right path. Moreover, the man even liked how skillfully he used the threat. The boy unmistakably understood that Henry hated problems the most and always chose the calmest path. The man sighed wearily. This conversation suddenly reminded him of the times when he still strived to achieve something. He caught himself thinking that Catherine's words were not far from the truth. He really began to wonder what kind of person Oliver would become. Moreover, he even had a desire to help its development, but he believed that in the current situation he did not have enough influence. At that moment, a message came on the phone. It asked where he had disappeared to during the game. Seeing the familiar manner of communication, the man sighed irritably and returned to his interrupted activity. Eventually, he convinced himself that what was happening had nothing to do with him and decided not to get involved in it. Meanwhile, rumors about the main character continued to circulate in the office. People were talking about the newcomer running away right after checking in on Monday morning. Charlotte was the one who found this most amusing, and she noted with a smile that he had left right at the beginning of the workday. However, she was worried about the fact that after the disgrace of the end of the month, the situation was already tense, and everyone probably considered her a laughingstock. At this moment, the main character appeared in the doorway, attracting the attention of all his colleagues. Charlotte knew she couldn't let the moment when he made a mistake slip by. If she couldn't defeat him with her skills, she would find something to cling to. So she approached Oliver and asked where he had been all this time, and why the newcomer had been gone for 20 minutes. She asked if he really thought he could just leave and come back whenever he wanted. She jokingly started saying that if he wanted to do things his own way, then maybe he should be in charge, and then he might not come at all. But Oliver didn't respond to her provocations. Instead, he took a deep breath. Then he looked at her and smiled softly, without saying anything in response. Everyone else was shocked by this answer, because usually when Charlotte scolded someone, they looked down. The woman herself was also furious that this newcomer was behaving so brazenly. She asked if he had smirked while she was scolding him. He should have said that he was wrong instead of making such an impudent face. Apparently, he doesn't take the work here seriously. However, Oliver calmly replied that he didn't think so at all. Instead, he declared that the only person he didn't take seriously here was Charlotte herself, which further escalated the situation. The woman couldn't believe he was being rude to her, to which Oliver said he worked overtime every day and she was just chilling. The woman chuckled. saying that now he imagined himself a star simply because he managed to close 1 month. However, Oliver said that he was not proud of finishing the report. As she said, it was not the end of the year and not an audit. There was nothing to brag about. He held up the documents and stated that Charlotte herself said that she did this every month. The hero understood that Charlotte had been doing this work before, and now, according to her, it all came down to the fact that her work meant nothing. Charlotte herself was horrified because Oliver was only 28. He only had 3 years of work experience and he was already behaving so brazenly. She felt like she was fighting a 10-year veteran. However, the woman understood that she needed to pull herself together. If she treated him like the others, she would burn out herself. So she said that, even though he had closed the month and was already beaming with self-confidence, his manners were still poor. Then she asked with a grin if he hadn't gone to university where he should have been taught good manners. This question took the hero by surprise. He did not expect the woman to behave so arrogantly. The rest of the colleagues also began to whisper that this was too much. They believed that family and education should not be touched under any circumstances. And, apparently, the office would now turn into a battlefield. Charlotte was sure that Oliver was furious because she had touched on his personality and education, and she was waiting for him to lose his temper. However, the main character remained extremely calm. Although he was uncomfortable, he did not show it. Instead, he looked up again and smiled at his opponent. The woman froze again with irritation on her face, as he reacted completely differently than she expected. Oliver noted that she had been remarkably consistent from the start, but now she had suddenly moved on to his education. In that case, Oliver also wanted to ask her what he did wrong, and this left Charlotte at a loss. He said that the question wasn't even whether it was difficult to close the month. The point was that she herself had dumped this work on him, but the woman objected that this was their usual work, and it would be fair to assign it to him to test his abilities. Oliver explained that he hadn't complained at all, but now she was scolding him for leaving the table for 20 minutes. Charlotte admitted that she was wrong, but she didn't understand why he had decided to take revenge on her now and talk to his elders like that. Oliver replied that this was exactly what he had been taught. Respect was not demanded, it had to be earned. After that, he opened the box where he collected all the evidence against Charlotte. He said he had in his hands statements from her corporate card and receipts she had submitted for reimbursement for personal expenses. She used the company's money to buy bags, shoes, and even fill her car with gas. And she also bought herself a personal laptop. While that was already a huge blow, Oliver said that wasn't all. He said she had even applied for and received compensation for a family dinner on the weekend. At this point, Charlotte finally lost it and ordered the protagonist to shut up. She asked who he was to get involved in this, and stated that he might have been carried around before, but now he was in the company of Taesun. She said that he was just a newbie. He had no power, and now he was starting a real riot. But Oliver still remained calm and said that in that case, he wanted to apologize to Charlotte. However, he still asked whether she herself followed the company rules by doing all these things. This question caught the woman off guard and she became truly furious. The rest of the colleagues were also surprised that this newcomer turned out to be such a beast. He was like a real predator. At that moment, someone suddenly called out to the protagonist, and he looked to the side. One of the workers said that he should have at least shown a little respect for his elders instead of causing this mess. Then Oliver made a surprised face and asked who exactly was his elder here. He stated that his seniors, the department head and team leader, can treat someone with respect, but only if it is mutual. The employee then approached the manager, and Santiago noted that he was only remembered at such moments. So he decided to give them what they deserved, and ordered the rest of the workers not to interfere with it. He stated that this was not school, but work, and that this was a normal conflict between adults in the workplace. Oliver even thought that Santiago would shrink back, lower his eyes, and start making excuses. But everything went as he expected. So now that the moment he needed had arrived, the protagonist headed towards the exit of the office. He walked over to the cabinets with folders, opened them, and began looking for the documents he needed. Soon his gaze fell on the box with documents that he had managed to collect over 2 weeks in his free time. He asked Charlotte if she really wanted him to dig deeper, because he was even afraid to imagine what might emerge there. Then the woman began to justify herself, saying that all these purchases were made because she needed them for work. Oliver countered by saying that she had submitted more than one suspicious check, and that she wasn't even in sales, but in corporate support. In all the time he had been with the company, he had never seen anyone else eat lunch at work so often. But she kept getting receipts. At this point, Everyone present began to think that all of this was starting to look more like some kind of kindergarten. And then finally, someone intervened in their conversation and ordered them both to stop. One of the workers said that they were indeed wrong and would be careful in the future. After which he asked Charlotte to return all the money. Oliver insisted that Charlotte should resign. But the employee said he was going too far. He asked the protagonist to retreat before any of them got into trouble with the team leader, who would clearly not be happy when he found out about it. And then the main character asked them if they really thought he started all this alone. He said with a smile that the team leader himself had given him approval for this. So he started all this with his support. These words stunned everyone who tried to stand up for Charlotte. But she herself was most surprised. No one understood why the team leader approved this, since he had always been quite indifferent to office affairs. Then Charlotte realized that since the manager had failed, the team leader had appointed a newbie who didn't understand anything. Then Oliver asked them why they didn't go and tell the director or team leader all this directly. However, Charlotte didn't understand why she should even go and directly say that she had embezzled money from the company. She said that this was nonsense because she had been in this department longer than anyone else and knew their leader better than anyone. He would not have started such a showdown. Then Oliver suggested that she go with him and check it all out for herself. Then the woman asked him that, let's say, he really had started all this, but it didn't change anything at all. She was sure that he wouldn't do anything. He definitely wouldn't go to the director and tell her to fire her. To this, the protagonist replied that the director, like him, was not interested in the office's affairs at all. Charlotte stated that she had been running the office all this time, and now the main character was suddenly acting like a saint. The others were sure that nothing would work out for him if she was fired, and the team leader would fly with her. Charlotte has her own logic. If subordinates make a mistake, the blame falls on the manager, not because of general responsibility, but because he did not watch carefully. At the same time, their team leader Santiago knew perfectly well what was going on, but did nothing because he was too lazy. Everyone started begging the manager to say at least something, because if this continued, the entire office would be fired. As a result, opinions in the office were divided. Some believed that the culprit should be fired, but others were completely against it. But at this point, those who stood in defense of Charlotte began to realize that their position was gradually crumbling. The rest said that those who were really at fault should be fired, and that there was no need to lump everyone together. The man was very unhappy that those who had really done nothing now wanted to avoid shared responsibility. Then Oliver stated that those with a clear conscience were not nervous, and they should end it right there. He said he would go to the team leader and lay everything out as is, after which he asked if anyone objected. At that moment, several pairs of hands reached out to him, not wanting to let him leave the office. The culprits began to stop him, offering to talk alone and asking why he continued to do this. Charlotte said that she would take back everything he said if he gave her a little time. The protagonist expected a verbal altercation, but now it all looked more like physical violence. Then he turned around abruptly and shouted at those who were holding him, asking if this was normal behavior for employees of a large company. He stated that with such zeal he would soon die, and it would no longer matter whether the company was large or not. He ordered them to let him go and calm down, but Charlotte said that it was impossible to remain calm in such a situation. At that moment, the office doors opened, and everyone suddenly froze in surprise. As it turned out, it was the team leader Henry who witnessed the whole brawl. He was furious and asked what they were even doing in the workplace. They were behaving like children. He asked the head of the department what they were doing anyway, and he tried to explain, but Henry ordered him to shut up. He looked at Oliver, Charlotte, and the manager, and stated that he would not repeat what he was about to say. Henry stated that Charlotte's manager is fired as of today, and that she may not come to work as of tomorrow. The woman was horrified and began to beg the team leader not to do it, but he was adamant. Henry said that the others could go to their places, and then asked Oliver to come with him. Meanwhile, Charlotte continued to scream that this simply couldn't be happening. Soon, the whole office found out that there was a case of embezzlement, and it seemed they decided to end it all by firing the manager. Charlotte even fell to her knees and continued to beg Henry not to fire her, but he paid no attention to her. When they entered the office with Oliver, the woman continued to knock on the door, begging him to listen to her for at least a minute. Henry still didn't pay any attention to her. Instead, he asked Oliver to sit opposite him. After that, he turned to the refrigerator and took out one bottle of liquid from there. At first, Oliver thought it was water, but it turned out to be alcohol. And in his opinion, that was too much. However, after what happened, Henry couldn't keep it all to himself. so he drank half the bottle in one sitting. Afterwards, he asked Oliver how he felt after trying it. At first, the protagonist hesitated, not knowing what to answer, but then said that it turned out to be more difficult than he expected. Now he realized that without power, words are just words. But Henry said that he spoke very smoothly anyway. He was even ready to guess that Oliver would now say something like, that justice without power is just a cry that no one will hear. Oliver thought that this phrase sounded too pompous. He would at least have tried to soften it, but nevertheless, Henry hit the nail on the head. He said that at the training center, no one resorted to physical tactics, even if they were at a disadvantage. Henry understood Oliver, and then he declared that, to put it simply, he had not started a fight, but a brawl. However, the main character did not understand at all what the man was talking about. Although, if you think about it, it was a pretty accurate description. Today, there was a real brawl. Everything did not go as he expected. When several people grabbed him by the clothes at once, he was truly confused and didn't know how to behave. He admitted this to Henry honestly, because he thought that once he provided the evidence, they would surrender themselves. But now Oliver clearly understood that the world did not work according to his ideas. Henry replied that when their jobs are on the line, people don't give up, and a person's true nature is revealed when they lose theirs. Oliver said he felt it in every part of his body today. How irrational people become when they're on the edge. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed that Charlotte, apparently, had given in and had moved away from the door. At that moment, Henry chuckled and asked the hero if he understood what he needed most now. The hero replied that what he needed now was strength. He understood that without strength, even if he was logical to the last comma, it meant nothing. He remembered that the leader was able to end this entire conflict with one word because he really had the power. Then Henry asked the protagonist what he thought he needed to do to gain this very power. At that moment, their gazes met, and apparently, Oliver was thinking about something. At that moment, a new plan was born in his head, and it brought a smile to his face. He approached the team leader seriously and asked him to be his strength. Soon after, he went out onto the roof to have a little chat with his friend Charles. He was very glad to hear from him, but the protagonist said that he actually wanted to ask him about something. At first, Charles laughed at the fact that Oliver himself was asking him for help. But the protagonist only responded with a chuckle. He said that his direct supervisor was Henry, the team lead for the corporate support department, and he was interested in who he was and what he did. Charles said he had called him at the right place and hoped Oliver hadn't contacted Emmy, to which he replied that he hadn't. Then Charles said that he would find out everything and put the honor of the 5th training center on the line, after which he promised to call back later. Several days passed from that moment, and finally Charles called the protagonist to report the information he had found. He said that their classmates were unlikely to know anything, so he asked the seniors from their department who were now working at the company. The elders said they were hearing about Henry for the first time, but when he said it was a matter of honor for the 5th center, they promised to find out more about him. However, as it turned out, the trail of his information was strangely cut off. One of the elders asked his superior, who asked even higher, and so it reached the very top. From there came the answer that it was not worth sticking your nose in there. So Charles asked to leave the matter alone if he didn't want to be kicked out, as even a rumor about an investigation could cause problems. Oliver thanked him, saying that it was enough anyway. But he wondered privately what to do next. Henry himself reflected that in 10 years, Oliver would want to be at least at manager level. He had a hunch that he was Christopher's favorite, and if it was Christopher, he definitely had some kind of goal in mind for it. So when the protagonist arrived at work, Henry asked him how far he was going to go. He replied that he had a man who had helped him, and he would like to stand next to him. In such cases, they usually say that they want to become his right hand or be worthy to stand next to him. However, the protagonist explained that this is not exactly what he means. The point is that he literally wants to walk next to him. Henry still couldn't believe what Oliver was saying. It literally meant that he wanted to be on the same level as the top management. The man even thought that he was drunk, or that he had heard him wrong, or that the guy had completely lost his mind. But Oliver said he was serious, which is why he turned to the team leader for help. He asked him if he shouldn't do all this himself, to which Oliver said that gathering people to his side was also part of his power. In this world, nothing is done by brute force alone, and 99% of the way he will go on his own anyway. However, he needed the last straw to overcome the final barrier, and for this he needed Henry's help. The man knew that Oliver either thought he was a softie or that he genuinely respected him, but judging by his tone, he clearly didn't think he was a wimp. However, He said that Oliver was not good at understanding people because he did not have that kind of power, and instead he needed to go to the head of the department. He claimed that even his team didn't really listen to him, but Oliver knew perfectly well that this was a lie. From Charles's words, he understood two important points. The lower-level employees do not know Henry, but the management does. This means that he used to hold a fairly high position, so high that if he had caused a scandal, everyone would have known about it. In that case, he could prove to be a valuable resource for Oliver. And perhaps this meeting was a real stroke of luck for him. So he said that he didn't know who Henry was before and how he ended up here. But he felt that he was not an ordinary person. At that moment, a slight grin appeared on the man's face. But then he suddenly became serious. He looked menacingly at the main character and asked him who told him about this. Oliver said he was just digging and eventually hit a wall. Probably because the people he was talking to weren't allowed to talk. Because of this, he concluded that since even they couldn't tell him about it, Henry was a big shot. At that moment, the man turned back to the bottle and took another sip. He asked Oliver what he wanted, whether he wanted to stand on the same level as Christopher, or to displace him and take his place. This question stumped Oliver. Henry spoke as if depending on his answer, he would be willing to help him achieve this. Then the hero stated that his goal was that he wanted to become like Christopher. If he succeeds, he would even like to surpass him. At this moment, Henry looked seriously at his subordinate. The moments when he, Christopher, and Catherine started their journey in the company came back to him. However, his face quickly became serious, and he suddenly began to act quite irritated. The main character remained calm. He was simply waiting for what the man would say to him in response. All his memories of their warm relationship in the past suddenly evaporated. Henry stated that he actually hated Christopher, and if Oliver had said he wanted to help him, he would have immediately turned him down. But since he said he wanted to become one, that's a different story. Henry stated that Christopher was young and talented, and still had his whole life ahead of him, and Oliver was exactly like him. After this, he quietly repeated once again that the hero really did look like him. So if he was serious about removing him and taking his place, Henry was willing to help him do so. In response, Oliver bowed to him and said that from now on he would absorb everything he could learn. Henry said that he was doing everything so that he would not regret this decision later, after which he began to share the necessary information with him. Sometime after this, the main character returned to his office and, sitting in his place, began to moan loudly. The sounds he made were so loud that they interfered with the work of absolutely all his colleagues. They wondered what was wrong with this newcomer again, and assumed that he was expecting something from them again. Apparently, he was counting on them to offer him Charlotte's assistant manager's table. But they were awkward. They all looked reproachfully at the head of the department, who still couldn't bring himself to take the first step. Finally, Santiago approached Oliver and asked what happened. He said that it was nothing serious, he was just thinking about something. Then Santiago said that if it was about boarding, then he should just say that they had a free seat by the window. It was light and comfortable. However, Oliver said that it was not about where he was sitting now, which left Santiago stumped. He said that it was actually for the best, and then asked the others to tell him if they knew anything. The others didn't understand what he meant, and then the protagonist took on a thoughtful look. He said he believed there was something wrong with the sanitation management team. Henry had told him shortly before that the first thing Oliver needed to remember was that he wasn't going to become a leader right away. As he himself said, he had his own circumstances, and he did not want to stick his neck out, so he asked Oliver not to ask him about it. He said that he could just dig wherever he saw fit and do it anywhere, since their company was a real gold mine. At the time, Oliver didn't quite understand what Henry was talking about. But as soon as he opened the ledgers, everything became clear to him. It was enough to glance at the report, and oddities began to emerge. There was a cat in the cash register, but on paper, everything matched. There were murky expense items for operating expenses and the reserve fund. In the financial report, there is a document, the profit and loss statement. It shows income and expenses. Everything is broken down into categories. So Oliver didn't understand what operating expenses were doing here at all. He gave an example where an employee took a client to a restaurant. These were entertainment expenses. If an employee purchased materials, then these were raw material costs. But this money did not go anywhere, and it smelled of shady business. So he asked Santiago what these operating costs were, since he couldn't find an explanation for them. The man said it looked like money that the sales department was using, and Oliver immediately realized it was dirty money. He didn't understand who even approved such reserve funds, since the finance department should be screening them out. Employees may try to play with money, And that's why the corporate department and accounting department exist, to prevent this. However, Santiago said there was nothing they could do about it. To reject their department's expenses, they needed authority, which they didn't have. Then Oliver said that since nothing could be done about it, it was bound to come up during the audits. But the man replied that compared to the group's overall budget, the amounts were paltry, and they didn't even bother checking them. Compared to the company's overall turnover, this was pennies. But in any case, it was a pure waste of funds. Santiago explained that their department was a special case, and that this was an order from the chairman himself. His position was that employees should eat, keep quiet, and not create problems, without requiring an expenditure of time and effort. The protagonist was shocked and did not know what to answer, and then asked his colleagues for a favor. Since the month-end closing was over, he asked for help in checking the health department reports and flagging anything suspicious. They immediately agreed, and then Oliver realized that he had taken a trial step and was now confident that he had complete control of the office. There were plenty of shady cases in other departments too, but right now the sanitary department was particularly stinking. At this moment, the head of the HR department suddenly approached the main character. He asked the protagonist if he was really going to conduct an investigation in the sanitary department. Oliver said he just thinks obvious problems need to be addressed the same way they did at home. He said that he would not allow anyone to continue to appropriate money, and that he would now look at it all completely differently. However, this did not mean that he would forget what had happened here. He simply did not have the authority to turn everything upside down right now. So he approached the man and asked him to just start behaving like a real, normal company. And he immediately agreed. Meanwhile, evening had come, and the protagonist's parents were already waiting for him at home. They noted that he had been returning home very late lately. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and he hadn't even called. However, my father said that apparently he was simply staying late at work, which is normal in big companies. However, his wife said that there is now a law that respects workers' rights, and it is not allowed to work too much. However, at that moment, their argument was interrupted by the voice of the protagonist, who finally appeared on the threshold of his house. Mom immediately started asking him if he was tired and what he wanted to eat. And Dad asked why he came so late. Oliver replied that he had been meeting with clients, and almost all of the addresses were in the back streets, so he hadn't had time to do much. The hero thought to himself that he certainly wouldn't want to hurt his father, so he was glad that he didn't know what he was thinking. The thing was, even though he was his father, Oliver still couldn't see him as his life mentor. He was sincere and pure, and perhaps even too naive. His father was a man who had been used and discarded by the world, and by society's standards he was a failure. However, then the man suddenly noticed his son's intent gaze on him. He turned to him and with a warm smile asked if anything had happened to him. At this point, the protagonist even felt ashamed. And then he tried to change the subject of the conversation. He remembered that his father was a director when he worked at Mirai, and was definitely good at finance. My father said that things might be a little different now, but he definitely understands the basics of management and finance. Oliver then asked what he should do if he wanted to find out if the company's branch had any problems. The father said that it depended on the type of branch, and asked what exactly he wanted to understand. The branch itself, or its connection to the head office? Oliver realized that his father had apparently not received the title of top manager for show, and he immediately grasped what was unclear about this issue. Oliver said he wanted to understand what the problem was with the team that ran that branch, and his father understood why he was running around to clients. In his case, by branches he meant corporate cafeterias and employees, and the team that manages this is the problematic department. The sanitary department checked the hygiene in each cafeteria. If violations are found during the inspection, it can be immediately closed. The system was reliable when it worked properly, but there seemed to be something fishy between the canteens and the sanitary team. Oliver said that while there was nothing to use as a solid foundation, the books looked clean. If he asks about reserve funds, he will simply be told that they existed in case of urgent expenses in the branches. At that moment, his father said that this made their task much easier. The protagonist was surprised by such an easy answer, but judging by his father's face, he really found a solution. However, to Oliver's surprise, he said that he just needed to approach them and ask for some cash. At some point, the hero thought that his father had simply decided to play a joke on him. But the man said that this was not a joke. He did not need to ask directly. He needed to hint at what he wanted to know. In this case, Oliver will immediately understand what kind of relationship there is between the branch and the management team. However, on the other hand, Oliver was only on the job for the first year, so if he asked directly, he would only harm himself. The hero thought to himself that he hadn't even expected his father to give him such sound advice, and he sincerely thanked him. After that, he went to his room, and the man remained sitting alone at the table. He even chuckled a little and blushed from his son's praise, realizing that it meant he wasn't a complete failure yet. The next day, the main character went to the bus stop and soon arrived at the right place. It was a branch of Tessun Technic, located in the middle of nowhere, and the hero assumed that it was because there was a factory there. However, he nevertheless moved forward to carry out his plan. Soon, he reached the building and looked through the open door. However, the worker who was there said that they had not opened yet. He simply said he had come from the head office and asked if the manager was there. But the woman told him to wait a minute. At that moment, a woman in a robe ran out to him and immediately began waving her hand in greeting. Oliver thought she was the manager, but the woman said she was a nutritionist and that the manager wasn't here yet because he had been staying late the night before. However, Oliver asked her not to worry, as he was not interrogating her, but simply asking out of curiosity. On the one hand, he wanted to be more assertive, but he found it difficult to be straightforward about something he was not used to. So he told the woman that he would just wait for the manager and that she could go back to her work in the meantime. As Oliver sat down at the table, he noted that when he came in, he had not smelled any pork at first. But now he even felt hungry. He thought about how his mother worked like that too, frying heavy food in a hot kitchen, all in uniform, in the heat and steam. When he thought about his mother, he immediately became softer and even thought about skipping this branch and going to the next one. But at that moment, he suddenly heard someone's voice asking Oliver if he was really from the head office. The manager said that they had been coming to them too often lately and asked to give them a little break. At that moment, the protagonist thought that he should forget about his decision to skip this office. If the canteen manager reacted this way to the first visit, it means that someone had come here before, and it seems they had put a lot of pressure on him. Oliver realized that he had come to the right place, and so he decided to start doing what his father told him to do. Judging by his look, the manager was openly assessing him, and seeing that there was a young man in front of him, and even alone, he didn't even hide his disdain. He didn't know who this manager thought he was, but since he was already here, he had to play the role of the man from the head office. He had to do it in a way that wouldn't arouse suspicion. And then he remembered that the manager had just said that they were coming in frequently. Then the hero decided to apologize for the fact that they really started to visit them often. The manager asked Oliver to tell the directors that they were barely coping here, and they were being asked to do more and more. He stated that everyone in the company should benefit, but it turns out that everything is being squeezed out of them. Then Oliver invited him to go outside and talk, and the man quickly agreed. However, he noted that he had not seen Oliver before, so he asked if he was really from head office. The hero understood that he was suspected. As expected, he acted like a man who had something to hide. Then he said that he was indeed from the head office. He had recently gone through the regular recruitment process, but he was still a newbie. Now that the manager knew that Oliver was a newcomer, he began to gently educate him and give him all sorts of advice. However, this was even to his advantage. Since he considered him an intern, he should have been less wary. At that moment, the protagonist looked down at the ground and saw cigarette butts lying there, and asked if the cafeteria employees really smoked. The manager immediately began to justify himself by saying that it was not the cooks who were smoking, but the office workers, although they had asked them not to do this here. He said that previous inspectors had also caused a scandal because of this, and asked Oliver to be understanding about it. Oliver understood that poor hygiene was a convenient excuse to give him a dressing down, but it was unlikely that head office was attacking him simply for the sake of power, so he pretended not to attach much importance to it, and said that he would not pick on them over such a trifle. He even said that his mother also works in this field. She was a dishwasher, and now she has become a chef. And now that Oliver had lightened the mood a bit, he decided to dig even deeper. He asked the manager if he was worried that he would now run to the office to report everything, and asked him to speak freely. He noted that he really had a lot accumulated, and had already made it clear to him that he could open up, since he was just a newbie. He said that his father had seen his mother carrying the kitchen on her back, so he was not the type to report it to the authorities. Then the manager said that every time someone from the sanitation team comes, they always find something to complain about. He said that before he left, the elders told him something. At the time, he didn't really understand it, but now everything fell into place. The man thanked him for his understanding, noting that people often come to them with very ridiculous things, and they are already very exhausted. Last time, they even got complaints about cigarette butts near the cafeteria. But in fact, it was office workers who were smoking, and they couldn't do anything about it. The manager said that even knowing this, they still gave them points for sanitation. And then Oliver asked if they really were giving them a reprimand, but the manager said he didn't even want to talk about it. Oliver apparently already guessed everything. The first time they asked for something, they were immediately refused. And after that, the sanitary department began to pick on them in various ways. The manager was sure that they wouldn't trust money to a newbie, and since they sent one person, it meant they just wanted to scare them. Sometimes, when they don't want to be seen themselves but still want to hint, they send someone from a lower level. At this point, the protagonist realized that they were trying to extract bribes under the guise of all sorts of inspections. Then he hurried to say goodbye to the manager, saying that he still had other objects that he needed to check. He even felt sorry for this department because of how much they were pressured with bribes here. Finally, he wanted to ask the manager something, and asked him to imagine that he was trying to figure things out as a newbie. He asked if he was really giving these people anything from his own pocket, since their salaries were already low. The man said that now he understood why Oliver didn't take anything. But he couldn't just not give anything, because his salary was cut for it. If a delivery is late, he can't punish the nutritionist or the cooks if he touches their pay. They'll just leave. One time, they really tried and prepared the canteen. That day, the orderlies didn't say anything and just left silently. But even then, their hygiene score was terrible. And it turned out that the actual conditions did not matter at all. However, he asked Oliver not to worry. The technical money came from his pocket, but it was still intended for emergency cases. Oliver realized that they were using the reserve fund, which was supposed to go towards emergency purchases, to pay for these bribes. He already got everything he needed. The mere fact that they were demanding bribes through the medical team was enough. Apparently, they have been struggling with this for a long time. The funds that were supposed to help branches have turned into an instrument of pressure. At that moment, Oliver realized that he had already made his decision. He had decided to tear the medical team to shreds. However, he suddenly realized that he had something more difficult to do first, after which he turned to the manager. He asked if he had a plate of dinner, as Oliver was very hungry. Soon, they brought him a whole tray of dishes. Oliver took a fresh salad and placed meat and rice on a leaf, then wrapped it into a neat roll. Then he took some rice, put it on a lettuce leaf, and added some sauce on top. Then he added some green onion salad to it. And finally, he started on the main course of today's dinner. The main character was very hungry, and therefore began to eat quite quickly. The others looked at him a little askance, but the main character didn't pay any attention to it. He noted that the salad was crisp and the pork had a rich, slightly smoky flavor. It was all perfectly balanced. There was absolutely nothing superfluous in this dish. The taste was so perfect that he even felt sorry to swallow the food. Even expensive steaks did not seem so attractive to him. While the smoky aftertaste still lingered in his mouth, he took a sip of the sprout soup. The protagonist was very pleased. It was a purely refreshing aftertaste that was incomparable to anything. After that, he moved on to another dish. As soon as he tried it, he realized that he was simply speechless. The dish was so wonderful that he couldn't even describe it in words. But Oliver knew that now, after such a divine meal, it was time to return the favor. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the office workers. The workers Oliver had assigned to check the reports were still doing their work. However, the men did not understand whether they were really going to interfere with the work of sanitary control. Then one of them stood up from his seat and asked if they were really going to face this. It was already clear to everyone what this newcomer was up to. He was going to destroy the sanitary department. But they didn't want to just wait. The man said that he had an idea where he had gone, that he was probably digging through their archives, and that when he returned, he would definitely cause an explosion. After that story with Charlotte, everyone already looked at their team askance. And after this story, they will definitely start blaming all the problems on them. Then the other man asked him if he wanted to just go and tell him to stop Oliver. He didn't believe that he would actually back down if they asked him to, because in that case, he wouldn't have gotten involved in that story with Charlotte. Moreover, they did not understand what this sanitary department was doing that was so important that they would feel sorry for them, given their attitude towards them. There were no normal relationships between the company's departments at all. They all hated each other because someone earned more. In a normal company, there is at least basic respect between departments. But here, the most despised department is corporate support. The sales department gets credit for bringing in revenue. The health department monitors all the branches, but no one cares if they work. The HR department is also not particularly valued because it is not a place to which people strive, but rather a place to which they are demoted. The finance department manages all the money and accounting, and they are the least respected. In the eyes of other teams, the finance department is just a fashionable accountant, and even the sanitary department is a real snob. So almost everyone agreed that if they had been bullied, now it was their turn to do it. Moreover, the orderlies are a completely different department, and their Oliver was from corporate support. When the employee realized that he would not find support here, he immediately changed his mind and said that he was just joking. Then he returned to his work, and all the workers decided to just see how it all ended. Then the HR employee said that perhaps they should also start collecting materials. There was quite a lot of them accumulated. Soon, other departments got involved, and he had no idea how many people were joining in on his cause. When the protagonist returned to the office, he was very surprised by how many documents the workers were able to collect. He hadn't expected them to go this far. But now he could almost immediately run through the data and move on. Although not everything was laid out completely here, everything that was needed was already there. And at this stage, his work became much easier. Then the employees said that the guys from HR and the administrative department also made their contribution. Oliver was surprised that the whole office was on the move, which meant they had a real chance. So he thanked everyone who contributed to this matter, because he didn't expect that they would actually want to help him. But the workers said that, knowing how these arrogant people usually behave, they decided to punish them and asked Oliver to give it his all. Now the hero realized that apparently, everyone had scores to settle with the sanitary department. And now he felt a little calmer. So he thanked the guys for their help and said that he would first go through all the collected data. When he had so much information in his hands, you had to understand exactly what he was dealing with. You had to know every weapon he was holding. At first, Oliver decided to arrange everything by date and make a convenient index. You need to read it carefully so that you can remember it by heart later. So he began sorting the documents by date. It took him quite a long time, but he finally got it. It took Oliver 2 whole days to do this, but he was very pleased when he finally finished the job. Then one of the workers asked if he was really going to leave the office already. He then shouted to the others that their youngest was moving out and asked everyone to hurry. Oliver was very surprised by this, because they could have not participated but still came to help him. So he gathered a team of people who were on his side, and together they went to achieve their goal. Meanwhile, the story moves to the sanitary department. The local director was clearly unhappy that they were only allocated 300,000 won from the emergency funds this time. His subordinate realized that no matter how much money they received, in the end, it all went into the team leader's pocket. In fact, the medical team's theft scheme was ridiculously simple. Emergency funds were allocated to each branch. The sanitary team came to inspect and slowly chipped away at some of these funds. But the team leader didn't take it all on his own. He kept part of the money for himself, and the rest went to those who were on business trips. To prevent anyone from leaking information, he made everyone accomplices. And at first, it seemed strange. But then, people got used to it. The team leaders said that the medical branch received 400,000 this time, so they decided to give them high scores. The subordinate was surprised that they were giving grades so haphazardly and, apparently, not conducting any proper checks at all. Those who worked here thought that no one would ever catch them. But now the turning point has come. When there was a knock on the door, all the workers immediately turned their attention to the sound. They did not understand who it was. There were no visits planned for today, but the protagonist, without waiting for permission, opened the door. He went inside and was immediately met by that same subordinate. The protagonist smiled warmly at him and greeted the man. When asked who he was and why he had come here, Oliver immediately turned around and took a box out of the doorway. This box contained all the documents that he had managed to collect and sort over the past 2 days. He introduced himself and said that he was a new employee from the finance department. Then the subordinate said that he shouldn't have greeted every team in a row and pointed him to the team leader. Oliver thanked him for showing him the team leader and said that he was there at just the right time. The hero stated that he came because something seemed suspicious to him in the actions of the medical team. Therefore, he stated that he would like to get an explanation from the team leader. At that moment, the man seemed to freeze. He clearly did not expect that this would ever happen. He immediately took a defensive stance and shouted at the hero, asking what he had just said. The guys who came with Oliver immediately pressed against the door and began eavesdropping on what was happening there. Some even noted that it was like a righteous crusade against the ambulance crew. Although some were skeptical of Oliver, now almost everyone has realized that he can be trusted. But at that moment, they heard the team leader start yelling at him, and they began to listen even harder. The boys were so scared that they even decided to run away before it was too late. since it would be bad if they were noticed here. But at that moment, Santiago approached them and asked why the younger one went to the showdown alone, while the older ones were just standing and watching. He said that if they couldn't fight with him, they should at least stand behind him. The workers were still trying to see what was going on through the crack in the door, but it was clearly inconvenient. Then they exchanged glances and decided to do as Santiago said. So the boys opened the door and decided to go in together to support their leader. When asked who they were, the boys said they heard their youngest was up to something and decided to take a look. The team leader said that he was about to go crazy from all these strangers and decided that they were just making fun of him. He approached the head of the department and asked him to say something. And the man said that he really was not aware of all this. However, he stated that no matter what their junior decided, they would not interfere with him. Then the team leader turned directly to the main character and asked him to stop smirking and say something. He had hoped that the other leaders would come to his aid, but it seemed that they were all on the side of this newcomer now. He couldn't believe that this newcomer was higher than the head of the department. Apparently, he had taken over the office, but now he was clearly uncomfortable dealing with the upstart who was pushing forward like a human shield. Then the main character handed him a paper and asked him to look at it. But the man ordered him to step aside immediately, because when a superior is speaking, a junior should not interfere. But Oliver didn't listen to him and said that on March 29th at 8 a.m., 265,000 won was transferred from the corporate card to the restaurant. The team leader immediately started shouting and asked the department manager if he had really recruited the junior to dig under them. However, he said that these were not questions for him. He knew nothing about it and was now simply observing what was happening. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to count off the huge expenses that were being spent on the corporate card. The team leader was furious, insisting that the guy was just talking nonsense and ordered him to shut his mouth. However, the hero said that he simply shows the expenses of the medical team on the corporate card. A corporate card is the company's money, and by definition, you cannot spend it on yourself. The man continued shouting, asking Oliver who he was and what he was doing, and then ordered him to get out of there. But Oliver still remained calm and calmly addressed the team leader. He smiled and gently asked him why he was yelling at him in the first place. The man said that he had every right to be angry, and that instead of this nonsense, he should go and sort things out with his team. He said one of his senior managers had been purchasing household goods on a corporate card, but Oliver said they had already checked that. When the team leader heard this, despair appeared on his face. He realized that he had no more arguments. He then looked at the other men who had come with the hero, and they nodded silently, indicating that he was telling the truth. At that moment, the team leader realized that Charlotte was nowhere to be found, and he thought that they had actually decided to clean out everyone who had embezzled the company's money. He then asked where she had gone, and Santiago replied that she had been fired last week. When the man asked why she was fired, he was told it was for theft and breach of trust. But the man didn't believe the younger man could have pulled it off on his own, and assumed the head of corporate support had helped him. He was told that their team leader did not approve of it, but did not interfere with it. And if he wanted to stop it, he definitely would have done so. However, the man did not understand why he should be responsible for all this. After all, he had not even spent 10 million. The issue wasn't that stealing was normal, but that the other departments were left alone, and only they were targeted. But Oliver said that the job of the finance department was to identify wasteful spending by the company, and he came here because that was his job. Then the man finally admitted that he was indeed wrong, hoping that they would leave him alone. However, the hero said that he checked all payments from the emergency fund of the branches over the past year. After deducting the actual costs, the amounts left without explanations or receipts ranged from 500,000 to 1,000,000 won, depending on the branch. Some spent only 200,000, and the rest never returned to the head office. Then he asked the man where the remaining money went if it hadn't returned to headquarters. And then the team leader realized he was caught. He said the emergency fund was needed in case of a sharp rise in the price of ingredients, and they simply didn't have time to process the receipts. Oliver then asked if he really meant to say that he didn't pocket 500,000 won every month. The man still tried to put pressure on him with aggression, saying that it was impossible to track every person at every point. The protagonist did not argue with him, and instead said that he understood him. However, he still asked the man to show him a bank account in his name, since he was so confident in himself. The man really wanted to throw all those papers right in Oliver's face. But the problem was that he couldn't actually do it. The truth was that most of the emergency fund actually ended up in his pocket. At first, he only took cash so as not to leave a trace. But then he got distracted and thought he could slowly skim off the money on top. Then he began accepting kickbacks into his own account, Since he couldn't personally visit all the branches and had to send a team to collect the money, he started taking transfers directly from branches, then withdrew cash and shared it with the team in exchange for silence. And all of this was reflected in his account. Oliver then asked him again if he could show them his bank records right now. The man began to shake with anger. He understood that under no circumstances could he let them look at his bill, and the only thing left to do was to use his authority. However, judging by the look on the protagonist's face, he was not at all intimidated by this position of the team leader. Oliver said that he checked all the missing items from the emergency fund at the branches. The amounts were between 300 and 500,000 won each. If all of this really went into kickbacks, then across 20 branches in 1 month it comes to 6 to 10 million won. The specific amount Oliver calculated was 7.6 million. However, if you multiply this by a whole year, it comes out to over 100 million won. He then handed the team leader the documents in case he had any doubts and wanted to look at his reports. But the man immediately turned around and ordered the hero to take the book away from him. He frantically made his way to his seat, not knowing what to do with all this. There, the staff were already waiting for him, and he looked at them with eyes full of rage. The team leader understood that he was not the only one who was putting money in his pocket. He knew that if he drowned, they would follow. And so, he didn't know why they weren't trying to cover him. Then the man in glasses said that he was a newcomer from the corporate support department. But at that moment, the main character smiled and looked at the guy, who clearly wanted to tell him something. The guy himself was horrified because there was a smile on the main character's face, but at the same time, there was madness in his eyes. Then he said that it was impolite of him to barge into someone else's team like that. He said that if Oliver wanted to say something, he should write a report and submit it in the required form. He understood that first they needed to get rid of this psycho, and then go to their boss and try to come to an agreement. If things go badly, they can fire the team leader, sue him, or force him to return the entire amount. He won't get out without losses. He understood perfectly well that this was exactly what they would want to do. But he himself wanted something completely different. He would have gladly fired the entire team, but he didn't have the authority to do so. And this wasn't some kind of crusade. And the goal is to get the company on track and into the spotlight of senior management. If you throw out the entire sanitary control department, work will simply stop. And he didn't need that. When orders come from above, employees can only obey. And no matter what, the manager in this department will have to be removed. Then the hero said that if they proposed to hold a disciplinary hearing, he was ready to provide all the investigation materials. However, the sanitary department workers immediately shouted that this was not what they meant. At that moment, everyone realized they had no more arguments and decided to make a deal with Oliver. The team leader asked him how much he really wanted. Assuming that Oliver had come here for a share, he asked him to name the amount he wanted for his silence so that he could just turn around and walk away from there. He was forced to do this in front of everyone, but he had no choice but to find a way out. In response to this, the main character only sighed wearily. He asked the team leader if this was really proof that he had given kickbacks and hush money to his subordinates. At that moment, the man realized that he was in a completely hopeless situation. If Oliver doesn't take the money, it means he has a completely different goal. Apparently, he wants him fired. Then, Oliver said that they all had to return every one they had taken, and he was speaking as a representative of the finance department. At that moment, a heavy silence fell over the office. Then the first to speak was the newbie in glasses. He raised his hand and said that he was willing to pay everything back in installments if Oliver would let him. Hearing this, the main character grinned and said that he would allow him to pay in installments, but not more than 6 months. Hearing this, the man with glasses bowed and said that this was enough for him. Then the team leader thought that Oliver had spared them, and if they were to pay in installments, then perhaps he should agree too. It would be better than firing them. However, the protagonist gave him a very disapproving look. At this point, the team leader realized that such rules were unlikely to apply to him. He realized that this bastard would not stop until he achieved his crushing end. So he decided to take advantage of his last chance and ordered that their department's team leader be brought to him. The man stated that he had nothing to discuss with Oliver, and that he would speak exclusively with his boss. Oliver realized that this was the end. Now he just accepts the price, because his pride does not allow him to meet the team leader face to face. The protagonist realized that it was time for him to call Henry to finish all this. But suddenly, someone said that there was no need to call him. When the men turned their heads towards the sound, they realized that Henry was already standing in front of them. The man looked menacingly at the team leader of the medical team and asked if he was up to his old tricks again. He reminded him that it was because of this theft that he had been caught last time and sent here to the well-being department. The man was horrified. He understood that all this would only make the situation worse. Then Henry walked up to him, put his hand on his shoulder, and spoke to him quietly. He quietly but sternly told the man that he had gone too far. They had the same position, but they were on completely different levels. And if he started arguing with Henry now, it would definitely be the end for him. Then Henry said that they would not go to court, but he was resigning from his position without any options. Moreover, the company's money did not belong to him, so he was obliged to return every penny. The man didn't answer. He had nothing to say to these accusations. Instead, he glared at Oliver because he knew all these problems were his fault. But now, in Henry's presence, he couldn't say anything more to him, so he simply lowered his gaze in silence. When this issue was settled, Henry headed for the exit and asked Oliver to follow him. The hero realized that this was the end of it all. Sighs of relief and alarm were heard simultaneously in the sanitary control department. Thus, the entire sanitary control department was destroyed by the efforts of one man. Meanwhile, the main character and Henry were heading to his office when someone called the team leader. He reported that something had happened here, but there would be no noise at the top, since he had sorted everything out. After this, he received an order from his superior and said that in that case, he would finish the job himself. Finally, the conversation ended, and Henry was able to sit back down in his chair. Turning to Oliver, he asked him what he had learned from the whole situation. He said that when people risk losing what they have, even if you rub their noses in the evidence, it is useless. The fastest way to get them to let go is to force them to do so. Henry confirmed that no one would just give up what they considered theirs. Even if they knew they were talking nonsense, they would argue to the end. In this case, the main character asked what he should do. Henry replied that, as he himself said, power solves everything, and it is the easiest thing to do. But the hero said that now he did not have any power. But the man said that even the ability to use someone else's strength is already a skill. He said that he would not help the first person he met. Oliver understood that this time he himself asked for help, and the team leader supported him because he saw potential in him. Then he asked if the team leader of the sanitary department would surrender if he came with absolutely indisputable ironclad evidence. But Henry said that when people are desperate, logic shuts down, which is why politicians denied everything at the hearings. And it worked. Oliver noted to himself that he felt it too. They were trying their best to justify themselves, but inside he was screaming. He understood that he couldn't miss the moment when the opportunity was knocking at his door. He had to go all in. And in the end, he turned out to be right. Henry then asked him what they would do if he backed down, to which Oliver said they would go to the director to negotiate. He understood that it was good that he had pushed them to the end. If the top had started bargaining, there would no longer have been a place for him. Henry said that since Oliver was a newcomer who came here through open recruitment, they didn't even try to persuade him. Then Oliver asked why people weren't just fired, but sent here to what was called the company graveyard. He didn't understand why they should transfer a man who had screwed up in his previous position here if it would be easier to just get rid of him. At that moment, Henry grinned and said that everything was simple here. They sent here those who they didn't want to fire, but couldn't keep around either. They might know something important, but not so important that they should keep it, and not so unimportant that they should just throw it away. These could have been relatives of the directors, former big shots who were simply allowed to quietly collect their salaries. Oliver thought that meant they weren't worth messing with. But Henry said that if they were that important, they wouldn't have been sent here. At that moment, the hero realized that it was Tessin. He always forgot how many scoundrels there were here. Even without subsidiaries, the main structure alone already had hundreds of managers. He heard that the contract soldiers among them were even less protected than ordinary newcomers. In these positions, you constantly have to prove something. Then Henry laughed and said that Oliver shouldn't worry about it. He should just take action. Even if they resisted, he was at a sufficient level to pin them down. When Oliver asked to check on Henry, he said that he was not the kind of person to flirt with. This meant that among all these acquaintances in the company, there were still people who respected him very much. Meanwhile, Henry pulled Oliver out of his thoughts and said that in any case, it was better for him not to try to solve everything alone now. He said that he should take help from others, and asked him to consider this a warning not to do anything rash. He understood that Henry was afraid that he had become arrogant because of his success, because newcomers who are overly confident in themselves often ruin everything themselves. So he said he would be careful. And finally, Henry decided to give him a hint on how to gain power. The man said there was an easier way than using someone else's power, and Oliver began to guess what he was talking about. Henry said the easiest way was to get dirt on someone, and then Oliver asked if that could really be used. However, the man said that this was definitely not the right thing to do now. Exploiting someone else's weakness was like fighting with a double-edged sword. It was only worth doing this when he was ready to sleep peacefully at night, even having made serious enemies. For Oliver, this didn't make sense yet. Everything could be written off as the newcomer simply screwing up and not raising the stakes. But since the team leader said that he could rely on his strength, he decided to take advantage of it. Finally, Henry said that the main character drew the line quite correctly. What he meant was that he only took on the team leader of the medical team. Everyone was to blame, but it is difficult for one person to carry an entire group on their own. If they had banded together, it would have been difficult to fight back. Oliver thought so too. He realized this back when he was dealing with Charlotte's assistant. Therefore, he decided to strike exclusively at the leader of the culprits. When the others realized that they were not in any danger, they immediately left. On the contrary, they breathed a sigh of relief, because the responsibility fell on only one person. Henry said that such an instinct is an important thing. If you want to survive, you need to choose targets that you can actually overcome. Then he noticed that Oliver was already doing quite well and asked him if the warm-up was already over. The protagonist replied that he was indeed ready and asked what he should do next. The man said it would only get more difficult, and now he wanted to see if he could use his head. He said that Oliver should turn his attention to the sales department and put pressure on them. Soon, evening came, and the main character was already at his parents' house. At dinner, his father noticed that his son had been coming home early lately. Oliver knew his father knew how much he hated talking about work, especially when he was asked something like that. But he answered calmly that he had simply finished everything urgent, and he had managed to complete the matter he had spoken about last time. He stated that those people were taking kickbacks, and he ordered all the money to be returned and fired the team leader. Oliver said he did as his father advised. He hinted that he came with money, and the man's reaction was immediate. However, his father still feared that things would eventually get worse for his son, because even now, life is not easy for informers. Oliver understood that his father was right. He wouldn't really snitch. Those who try to expose corruption most often just ruin their own lives. Even when his father was framed, he remained silent and took the blame. The protagonist still remembered those terrible events when strangers knocked on their door. They tried to break down the door of their house, and the little boy had no choice but to cover his ears with his hands and wait it out. However, he was pulled out of his thoughts by his father's voice, who noticed his strange expression. When the hero looked at his parents, he realized that they were surprised that he was behaving so strangely. At that moment, Oliver looked down and said that he had done everything carefully, so they didn't need to worry. He pretended that the team leader was the one sorting everything out and left the cleaning up to him. And in the end, he was the one cleaning up the mess. His father suggested that he must have impressed his superiors greatly with such an act. At first, the main character wanted to answer something, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence and abruptly fell silent. He asked his father if they could return to that house when he earned enough money. He explained that he meant the old house in which they used to live. The main character was very worried because he expressed this dream for the first time, and then he was too young and remembered almost nothing. Little Oliver was too scared to sleep peacefully. He was always afraid that someone would break down the front door. But for him, this place was truly home. It was his goal, and he had a glimmer of hope that one day they would return there. Meanwhile, the story moves to the hospital, where the protagonist's grandmother was still lying. Oliver came there to visit his grandmother. The girl sitting at the reception desk immediately introduced Oliver to her colleague, as she often talked about this incredible guy. Oliver felt like a schoolboy visiting his mentor, and this woman really was something of a mentor to him. In high school, he came here so often that she probably got tired of it, but she often calmed him down and gave him advice. However, he was distracted from his thoughts by the familiar voice of the girl he was talking about. The nurse immediately ran up to the main character and greeted him, saying that he had been here just recently. She jokingly scolded him for skipping work, but Oliver said that it was his day off. The thing is, he had already met Christopher and even established contact with him, but he wanted to know even more about him. He wanted to hear about the Christopher the nurse knew, the side of him that was still unfamiliar to him. When they walked away, the nurse realized that he still had the same question, but now, under different circumstances, it was perceived differently. Oliver understood that people are selfish by nature. No one would help a stranger for no reason. The nurse admitted that she herself did not know much about Christopher, and she was not sure that her story would help Oliver. The thing is, she's never actually met him in person. They have several sponsors at the hospital, not just him. Most of them are elderly people with money, and they usually want to do a couple of good deeds in their old age. Christopher was the only one of them who was relatively young, so she was surprised. Then Oliver asked her how long ago he started helping the hospital. The caregiver said it started before she started working there, meaning he started helping more than 10 years ago. Oliver noted that Christopher was now 52 years old, meaning he had begun sponsoring the hospital when he was around 40. It was quite interesting. He didn't understand why he would help someone without asking anything in return. The nurse explained that there are people who do good simply because they can, and that is why the world has not yet fallen apart. Oliver understood this. It was just that the President Christopher he knew was completely different. The thing was that he had already met him. The nurse listened to his story with obvious interest, and when he finished, she nodded understandingly in response. The girl said that she knew that Oliver and the sponsor were somewhat similar. It may be because they both work with numbers and value logic and efficiency, but there's more to it than that. The girl noted that they are similar in the way they speak. She remembered that when she first got the job, she called Christopher for the first time, and then he said something. Meanwhile, the story moves to Christopher's office. The man was sitting in his office and was busy signing papers. However, at some point he got tired of it and decided to take a short break. Then he sat down on the sofa and decided to drink a cup of coffee. But it didn't last long. Soon he heard a ringing sound on his work phone and immediately answered it. He received a call from someone who wanted Christopher's opinion on a new sponsorship candidate. It was a family of a single father. He was injured at a construction site. He had 2 children. The older and younger were in school. They had no money. He underwent emergency surgery, but he still didn't have enough money for treatment and hospital stay. The main problem was paying for the hospital room and treatment, which cost about 6 million won. Then Christopher asked to send in the documents and said that he would definitely study everything. There were cases when a request for medical sponsorship came in, he immediately remembered one person. Christopher had only one similar incident in all this time. He was talking about Oliver. Then he got a call that sounded almost word for word like today's. His grandmother lost consciousness, but since the family had working relatives and income, they could not provide him with financial assistance. Because of their situation, they were not eligible for government health care, and they also had a family member who was unable to work. They had no history of alcoholism or gambling, so they met the criteria, and Christopher indicated that it would be a regular sponsorship. However, then everything went differently. He was informed that Oliver began coming to the hospital 4 or 5 times a week. It had been more than a month, and the hospital was starting to ask questions, so they didn't know what to do. It was a hassle for Christopher, at least until he found out why Oliver was pestering the staff so persistently. He was informed that Oliver had decided that he would not rest until he found out who had been giving money for his family's treatment. Then, looking at him, Christopher couldn't help but laugh, because he was just like Christopher himself once was in his youth. Even without meeting him in person, he understood that this guy had experienced betrayal, poverty, and grief. And this made his view of the world like this. Children from disadvantaged families are easily influenced, but it was not his job to guide him on the right path. Christopher had no intention of interfering in his life beyond simply sponsoring him, but he decided to provide him with the conditions. However, the nurse said that if he was saying this just to get rid of him, then he should understand that this guy was already withdrawn. She suggested simply telling him who Christopher was, but he said he didn't want to get rid of him. It was more of a test. In the end, they agreed that the nurse would show him that the world was not so bad, and would try to support him and guide him in the right direction. It was up to the nurse to decide whether to tell him who Christopher was or not, and he trusted her judgment completely. He knew that the girl really did think differently than he did, and if he was right, then this guy probably thought the same thing. He thought that he wasn't even worthy of knowing the name of this investor. When a person hears this, he usually gives up and gives in, or, on the contrary, becomes eager to return with a result. Christopher couldn't just pick this guy up and start teaching him everything. He didn't know what kind of person he was, and he hadn't proven himself yet. But if he turns out to be the second type of person and comes back with the necessary qualifications, then it really was worth investing in him. After some time, Christopher received a new message. The nurse told him that the guy who hung around there every day was now a tax accountant. She stated that he had passed the open recruitment process at Tessin Company, and returned with qualifications. So the nurse reported that a staff member named Oliver was already waiting for Christopher in the hall on the first floor. Christopher knew Well-Being hadn't expected him to send someone like that to them. However, Christopher did this on purpose because none other than Henry worked there. Now he wondered if they had met yet. The man was looking forward to what news he would hear next and couldn't wait for it. Meanwhile, new rumors began to circulate among employees in the present. Everyone was talking about how the sanitation team leader had been fired, and they said there was complete chaos there now. However, it wasn't just there that when a team leader of that level is fired, everyone starts whispering behind their back. It's not easy to get kicked out of a company for nothing, which means they really went too far and were caught taking hefty kickbacks. However, many were convinced that the team leader was to blame himself. He was acting too arrogantly because of his shady deals in the sanitation sector. But in any case, the others now also had to be more careful, since the others were also under attack. People also said that the corporate support team leader delegated everything to one person, and it was that same newbie. Now people began to understand that corporate support was also covered up. They just needed a clean newcomer. The old guys covered for the orderlies to cover their own skins, but the new guy didn't want to participate in the silence, so they dumped everything on him. But others disagreed because if they were in his place, they would have put pressure on the old employees to make them work as they should. Then one of the girls said that the new guy himself burst into the sanitation department and presented everything to the team leader. Many didn't believe it because it wasn't easy. But the girl said that it was exactly like that. He alone went against all of them at once. Many employees said that they definitely couldn't do that. It would be too scary to go against another department alone. However, it seemed to them that the rest of the corporate support staff had become concerned and had then come after him. It was obvious because this guy was no ordinary newcomer. He was the top graduate of the year from the training center. However, the staff found it strange that the best graduate ended up here. Perhaps he had crossed someone. Moreover, for the first time, many saw how a corporate support team leader actually intervened in this situation. However, they doubted that they would go to other departments because the company was working stably, and there was no point in rocking the boat. But in any case, everyone came to the conclusion that they needed to be more careful now. The atmosphere in the office was tense. The boys joked that if they made a wrong move, this newbie would come after them too. Some of the boys were actually scared and even trembled in fear of the main character. Meanwhile, Oliver came into Santiago's office and said that he had one question. He asked why their sales department was divided into two teams. Santiago assumed he was interested in sales, which wasn't quite true. But Oliver didn't know how to explain it to him. Santiago said the first team deals with new clients, while the second works with existing ones. Oliver understood that in sales, it was important to find new clients, but equally important was taking care of those who were already with them. Santiago said that the manager used to do this, but when he left, a second sales team was created to take his place. After this, the man said that there were also two sales leaders, and they did not get along with each other. Oliver suggested that perhaps the first team thought the second team was just hanging on to them. This was logical. Since those who seek new clients and those who lead them were separated, tension between the teams became inevitable. After this, the main character sat down at the computer and realized that everything was as he expected. Judging by the sales department's expenses, there was a lot of undocumented spending. They were clearly trying to outdo each other, and the amounts kept growing. And it seemed they were going too far. At this moment, the main character suddenly noticed something unusual. He called Santiago over and asked if there really were also records of purchases. He asked how often the sales department buys things, since usually if something is needed, corporate support buys it and sends it to them. However, here, for some reason, they themselves were buying and issuing tax invoices, and there was clearly something fishy here. Then Oliver said that since Santiago was busy for now, he would not disturb him, but then he would ask him something again. He decided to look at the document and noticed one name that he had seen somewhere before. Then he suddenly noticed a suspicious file and decided to open it. He also saw a name there that seemed strangely familiar to him. It was the name Samantha. Then the hero opened the desk drawer, and his attention fell on the business card that was lying there. It was an invitation to Mrs. Samantha's anniversary party, which was taking place on the 7th floor. As it turned out, the head of the company receiving money from these accounts was Samantha, the wife of their director. Meanwhile, the story moves to the team leader's office. Henry sat at his desk, hypnotizing a bottle of alcohol. He had already reached out to her with his hand and wanted to drink it, but he stopped abruptly. He realized that drinking alcohol had already become his bad habit, and he tried his best to stop himself. On the one hand, He knew he needed to stop. But on the other, he just wanted to take one sip. Finally, Henry decided he couldn't resist and decided he would just open the lid and inhale the smell. However, at that moment, he was suddenly stopped by a knock on the door. When the man said he could come in, Oliver opened the door and immediately apologized for disturbing him. He was confused by the way Henry looked at the bottle, but he immediately asked why he had come again. Then the main character asked him if he could take care of Director Donald. Henry was shocked. Oliver realized this just a day after he mentioned the sales department. The director's connection with the sales department is not obvious. You need to dig into the documents thoroughly and understand the situation. He understood that Oliver had the eye of a true accountant. They say he won a tax appeal when he was still a rookie. Henry realized that the more he looked at this guy, the more he wanted to push him forward. Then he said that Oliver had already removed the team leader, and perhaps it was time for him to try his hand against the top manager. At this moment, the protagonist thought about his proposal. Just a few seconds later, he asked Henry if this meant he was giving him the green light. The man was surprised. Oliver didn't even ask if he would help him or if he should try first. He understood perfectly well that if he allowed him to do this now, then he would definitely do it. This guy came to him for permission. Oliver literally said that cleaning up the mess was the team leader's job and asked if he could take on the job. Henry grabbed the bottle again. He was really excited and he really wanted to drink it right now. So in the end, he couldn't resist and took a few sips anyway. He told Oliver not to worry about the consequences. At least here in this branch, he was in no danger. These words gave the protagonist some hope. Moreover, Henry said that he would give him one clue. He stated that what Oliver was doing was not justice at all. Henry said that he should never forget about it. Soon after, Oliver went to the roof, where he thought about Henry's words for a long time. He understood perfectly well that what he was doing was not justice. However, if he wanted to do justice, he would have gone to the police or to court, but not to the company. Catching employees who were stealing money was not done for the sake of good or the truth. If he wanted to stand next to Christopher as soon as possible, he needed a promotion. And to do that, he needed results. In this company, there was only one result, namely, to turn chronic losses into profit. Improving the company's structure and increasing operating profits was beyond the power of a simple employee. So he took on the financial report to find a way to reduce the deficit. As Oliver expected, there were only two options: increase profits or reduce costs. Sales is not his area of influence since he is not in the sales department, but he was strong in cutting costs. In a normal company, there is almost nothing left to cut. But their branch was swarming with people who were trying to extract money from every hole in the system. If Oliver caught them, he would be able to cut costs and stabilize the company's management. So he only hit the team leaders. He did all this not for the sake of justice, but for his own personal goal. And Henry most likely understood this. However, there was something different in his words. He would not just throw out empty phrases, which meant he wanted Oliver to look at it differently. Even the way he drank after just one suggestive sentence spoke volumes. It was probably a test. When the hero returned to the office, he was asked which sales department exactly they were talking about. At this moment, the main character began to think that the two sales departments were not getting along with each other. The leak through which the director was drawing money and the data on the sales department's purchases could have led him onto something. He remembered again Henry's words that what he was doing was not justice. At that moment, Oliver realized this, but it meant that he was not obliged to follow only the right path. He didn't need to deliberately make enemies, but there was no need to stick to a strictly straight line either. Now he wasn't planning to defeat the enemy. Now he was planning to crush them. He needed to gather evidence, present it to the company, and blame it on the director. But there was only one way to do this. He needed to lay the groundwork himself, and lay the cards so that everything was under his control. And then, he turned to Santiago. He reminded him that he had said that the sales teams did not get along with each other. Each team had its own leader, and above them stood a sales director. The director and team leader of the first team were relatives, but the team leader of the second team was an outsider. And that's where the problems began. They constantly pointed out to the team leader of the second team that he was not capable of anything. They had already brought him clients, and all that was left for them to do was serve them. But they couldn't even cope with that. The reason the director looked down on the second team was simple. The first team was looking for new clients. The second team worked with existing clients, which is why the opinion arose that the first team was toiling away, while the second was enjoying the fruits. Of course, the second team had its own grievances because of this opinion. since the first team didn't work very hard either. They closed one big deal last year and haven't brought in any new clients since. At the same time, they acted as if the plan had been completed and they could relax. They had no intention of doing any sales at all. Claiming to be looking for clients, they were in fact simply spending money on drinking, and they never had any new clients. Another reason was that Team 2 appeared later, by which time the director had already become close to the first. Naturally, he sided with his old friends and didn't take the second team seriously. The team leader of the second team was literally eating away at the inside, because the meeting they were currently holding had almost nothing to do with work. The sales director's wife ran a business delivering expensive lunchboxes, and they frequently ordered from her company. Typically, customers were treated to meals in restaurants, but if time was short, takeout was much more practical. And that's when these premium lunchboxes were purchased. However, the prices of these lunchboxes were strange. Even if the set was expensive, it should have cost around 30 to 50,000 won. In reality, such orders were rare. Yet every month, according to schedule, 1 million won was spent from the budget. Even in the sanitary department, the team leader shared bonuses with his subordinates. But here in sales, the director took everything for himself. And sometimes, out of the kindness of his heart, he would throw a piece only to the first team. And it was no wonder that people became angry. To cover up the lunchbox scam, it was necessary to find a clean company, one that was not connected to the director and his family. No matter how you look at it, as long as the business was registered to Donald's wife, sooner or later someone would pay attention. So they wanted to choose a different company. Previously, Well-Being paid the company 1 million won every month, receiving a maximum of 50,000 won worth of food in hand, and the rest went into his pockets. Until now, the director had been cautious, limiting himself to this round sum so as not to arouse suspicion. But if the company was replaced with a shell company, the scope for fraud increased significantly. The scheme was simple, and the amount was inflated. Then the leader of the second team asked if they really thought that such a suitable company would come out of nowhere. There was truth in his words, because the director's requirements for the shell company were too strict. It had to be clean, but ready for shady dealings. The leader of the second team understood that asking them to engage in illegal activities was complete madness. However, there is a director in the sales department, so the corporate support department won't touch him anyway. And he still didn't understand how one could find a clean shell company with a dirty boss. Nevertheless, the man had no choice, and he promised to try to find such a company. His so-called colleagues said that this was all part of their job, after which the leader of the second team left the office. Finally, he turned around and saw the man smiling slyly at him. At that moment, an indescribable rage appeared on the man's face. But at the same time, he felt fear. When he returned to his team, he immediately told them everything he thought about these people, calling them crazy bastards. This man was directly forcing them to break the law, and he didn't know how to fight it. When his workers heard what was being demanded of him, they were surprised that even millions of won a month were not enough for them. Then the second team's team leader, John, said that Donald wanted more, that his wife's job was no longer enough, so he was looking for new moves. Now, everyone was not at all surprised that they were constantly sitting at a loss, since these directors were just lazing around. John was also at a loss, but didn't know what else to do, since he and the team leader had family ties. He then asked his subordinates to call everyone they knew and look for a company that suited them. He had his own logic. Shell companies are not always pure evil, but they are easy to use in dirty schemes. Typically, such companies exist only on paper, without any real work, and in order to survive, they need at least fictitious turnover. The subordinates had no choice but to agree with the director, and they began calling their acquaintances. One girl even suggested calling someone from the well-being branch. He agreed, since everyone already guessed what the directors were doing, but at the same time, the matter was urgent. Oliver noticed that their branch had started receiving strange calls, but he still didn't know how to play this card. As he went to lunch, he thought that perhaps he should exploit the animosity between the first and second teams. If we can get the leader of the second team on our side and force him to testify, that would be just perfect. Of course, he wouldn't immediately side with a newcomer like Oliver. To do that, he had to earn his trust. However, he was distracted from his thoughts by a voice he heard behind him. The man behind him was telling his interlocutor that he didn't understand why he was asking him to look for a company that he would use himself. At this point, the hero pretended not to hear their conversation, but continued to eavesdrop, realizing that the information could be useful. His interlocutor continued to say that since he worked in the corporate support department, He should know some companies. At that moment, the hero realized that he didn't understand at all what they were talking about. However, when he heard the words about finding a company with certain conditions, he suddenly began to understand what was being talked about. He heard the last part very clearly. These men were talking about the so-called paper company. Then they started talking about how, even though it was secret, their department was already aware of the matter. The guy said that the thing is that their team is currently going through a very difficult situation. At that very moment, Oliver approached them and said that he would like to talk to them about the topic they had been discussing. He said that he could help them. Soon they had a meeting with John. He was glad to meet the financier that his subordinates had told him about. Oliver came to meet him and said that he worked in the corporate support department. John was immediately interested in his candidacy and asked if he really knew a company that would be ideal for them. The hero understood that he needed to earn John's favor, and apparently he succeeded in doing so. The company's terms suited him, and then John asked Oliver if he could contact the CEO right away. However, to the man's horror, the main character said that he was now in prison. He explained that this director owned another company. He was swindling investors' money, and he was caught in fraud. He understood that playing with investments is not uncommon, especially for startups, where it is difficult to show income in the early stages. Oliver now used this information as bait to get closer to the sales department. In fact, he had no intention of introducing them to this company, because then he would be involved in illegal activities. He said that the director needs sales, and since he is sitting, he does not want to manage himself, so he wants to draw the turnover. John took his words into account, but asked how it was that such an ideal company suddenly appeared. He began to doubt that this company really existed, but Oliver said that he had no reason to deceive him. Then John explained that he had not thought about it, but this company surfaced at the right time. Oliver noted that John hadn't fallen for it as easily as he'd hoped, but his suspicion level was still within normal limits. Then he said that he was actually a tax consultant, and before coming here, he worked in an accounting firm and managed dozens of clients. He said that this company was one of those where he worked, and now everything seemed very logical to John. The thing is, tax consultants work in a variety of areas, so it's entirely plausible that he knows such firms. However, John doubted that using the information he obtained as a tax consultant was even legal. The hero replied that it was indeed illegal, but it was a matter that both parties needed, and besides, he was now an employee of Tessoon. He stated that if it does not harm anyone, then they should use all the possibilities. Oliver knew that disclosing information he had obtained in his work as a tax consultant could get him into trouble. But instead of strictly observing the law, he decided to better expose the director's corruption and become Tessoon's man. Then John asked him to tell him the name of that very company. To his great surprise, they discovered that such a company actually existed. John then told his colleagues that this company was a perfect fit for their sales team, which was looking for someone to buy from. He said they were helped by this new guy in the corporate support department in the financial sector. He was a tax consultant. Besides the company he named, he also knew of several paper companies that simply did not live up to the conditions. However, John said that they had one problem, since the director of this company was in prison. But this was the only company that perfectly met their requirements. And recently, exchanging fake invoices is risky. His interlocutor understood that he was saying the right things and eventually agreed to work with it. Donald knew it wouldn't be easy to find such a company, so he assigned all the work to the leader of the second team. Meanwhile, the protagonist returned to his office and told his colleagues about his new plan. They were surprised that he decided to contact the second sales team, since they had never crossed paths before. They didn't understand what exactly they were planning. Perhaps it was vindictiveness because of the way Oliver dealt with the orderlies, but he said they had asked him before if he knew any companies. Judging by everyone's reaction, the request from the second sales team is something unusual, which means their department is doing very badly. The guys even offered to help Oliver, but he said that it was nothing serious, so he would return quickly. His colleagues immediately began to encourage him to simply crush them if they suddenly started asserting their rights against him. Soon he met John again, who was already waiting for him in the office and was very glad to see him. The man explained that he wanted to discuss the details of their deal. And that's when Oliver realized he was in trouble. Once they decided to work with the company he proposed, he had passed the first stage. Now the second depended only on him. However, the thing was that Oliver was going to deliberately set up the deal. He had studied the books and knew exactly how the director was withdrawing money. The problem is that there is no evidence. The mere fact that the company is registered in the wife's name doesn't mean anything. It could be a legal matter. Even if he asks where the goods went, it will be of no use, since in their case, the supplier is a lunch delivery company. The sales department employees will also remain silent, which means he will only have to catch them red-handed when they withdraw money in front of witnesses. Oliver knew his chance had arrived, and the main thing now was to cut off the direct line between the paper company and the sales department. Naturally, they checked the register before doing business, but since they were trading in counterfeit invoices, that was enough for them. John learned that the company had been in existence for 4 years, but during that time, there had not been a single important sale. Oliver said that was why they needed the invoice. This means that Director Donald wants a paper company, but all the real work is done by the leader of the second team, and it is easier to deal with him. However, John suddenly announced that he had heard a strange rumor that Oliver had completely eliminated the medical team. At this moment, the main character froze and did not know what to answer. He decided to take his words back. Now, this matter did not look so simple at all. He understood that John had not been appointed team leader for nothing. However, he understood that at such moments there was no point in pretending to be a hero and arousing unnecessary suspicion. He said he had been working there for less than a month and didn't even really know what the sanitation team did. He pretended it was just a misunderstanding, and at the same time, wanted to know how exactly rumors were spread in their company. John said that this kind of work should fall on the shoulders of veterans, but they dumped it on a newbie, and this was too much. He heard that Oliver graduated first in his training center, and they had a person with that level of training working in the welfare department. Now that Oliver realized that the rumors had spread very quickly, he realized that this was his last chance to deal with them easily. This means that this time he is obliged to see them through to the end, especially Director Donald, the very one that the leader Henry personally pointed out. John stated that he would like to make Oliver a mediator, since he knows the company well and therefore they will definitely listen to him. The hero agreed. He understood that John had also saved him from having to contact the CEO himself. John expressed words of gratitude to his interlocutor, after which the hero asked how many sales their CEO needed. John replied that they would like to start with 3 million won every month, which greatly surprised the protagonist. In his opinion, it was disgusting. Apparently, they thought that this company was their personal wallet. After this, John said that it was better to pay in cash, but if there were any difficulties, he was ready to provide the account number. Then the hero asked him what would happen if they told him that 20% was too little. John replied that they would agree to 30%, but only if the amount exceeded 5 million won per month. Although Oliver agreed, he was surprised. He didn't understand what they were doing and why corporate money even existed. Several days have passed since then. The main character was sitting at his desk, and his colleagues were constantly receiving calls from someone. Oliver couldn't concentrate on work. Several days had passed and he was supposed to receive a call. At that moment, the phone rang. They were calling about a purchase, and the person speaking said that he would now transfer the call. As it turned out, they were called about a tax invoice. As soon as the main character heard these words, he immediately turned his attention to the speaker. When the phone was handed over to the manager, he said that they handled both tax invoices and payment management. However, he thought that the other person had said something strange, so he promised to check it out and contact him. He explained that they were told that Tae-sun had transferred 5 million won to them, and now they needed to know what exactly it was for in order to issue an invoice. Santiago assumed that someone higher up or one of the directors gave permission, and asked him to give him the name of the company. However, as soon as he saw the name of the colors company, he immediately ran away from the office. At that moment, the protagonist realized that everything was going exactly according to his plan. He watched with a smile as Santiago ran out of the office. Meanwhile, Director Carl sat and stretched tiredly at his workplace. He was already thinking about ordering food for lunch when suddenly there was a knock on his door. Santiago asked if he had opened a new account with a client, but the director didn't even understand what he was talking about. The man then said that the office had received a call saying that they had transferred 5 million won and asked for an invoice. Santiago was sure that they had never worked with them, so he came to check. And then the director started calling someone. He called his director and asked if he had opened a purchasing account, but it turned out that he hadn't done that either. Then Carl started calling other directors, but they all said they had not opened any accounts. At that moment, the man realized that something unclean was clearly going on here. He began to suspect that Director Donald had begun to stutter when talking on the phone, which looked very suspicious. He then ordered Santiago to quickly pull up all corporate account records and his payment authorization reports for the year. If Carl's guess was correct, then Donald was trying to pull off a shady scheme. But it all fell through. He realized that someone was messing around with corporate money here, But when it reached his ears, he couldn't just let it go. Then he personally summoned Director Donald to his office. Soon he came running to him, out of breath, and Carl asked him what kind of mess he had made and ordered him to speak honestly. At this point, the man began to sweat from stress and did not know what to answer. And Carl became very angry. He even threw a cup with pens at him, telling him to speak normally. He asked Donald if he thought he was a clown who was too soft on him, but the man denied it. After this, Carl picked up the phone again and asked to call the team leader here. He also asked that Oliver be called to him if he was there. He asked him to urgently bring him all the data on the sales department and everything related to Director Donald. Donald didn't understand how this could come to light, since no one could turn him in, and usually the director would just turn a blind eye until it dawned on him. At that moment, the leaders of both teams entered the office and greeted Carl. However, when they noticed the condition of Director Donald, they immediately became alarmed, realizing that things were bad. Carl looked at them angrily, and Donald made every effort to show them that they should not say anything. Then the men bowed to their chief and asked why he had called them. He said that they had just received a report from JI Colors, which said that they had transferred 5 million won to them. He called everyone, but no one did business with them. But it seems that someone sent them their business registration with a request for an invoice. Carl started to figure out what was going on, and everyone behaved normally, except for one, whose voice was clearly not right. He asked the team leaders to look at Donald, put it all together, and asked what conclusion could be drawn from this. Without waiting for their answer, he said that one of the 3 people standing in this room now tried to steal a large sum of money and was caught. At that moment, the men realized that they were in a terrible situation. Donald understood that this was an absolute disaster, and they still managed to catch him. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. It was Oliver, who introduced himself as a corporate support worker. When he was given permission to enter, he opened the door and walked inside, carrying a box of documents in his hands. His attention was immediately drawn to what was happening inside the office. The 2 team leaders and Director Donald stood obediently in front of Carl, not daring to raise their heads. Since Oliver didn't know them personally, he already guessed that one of them was the leader of the second team, and the other 2 were the director and team leader of the first. Judging by the glass lying on the floor and the scattered pens, Oliver concluded that they had already managed to get into a fight. After that, he carefully put down the box with the documents as Carl asked, after which he turned around and walked to the door. However, unexpectedly, the director stopped him and asked him to stay. He told Oliver to stay with them. The protagonist did not answer, but obediently stayed at the director's request. After that, he turned to face his desk, and Carl himself began to study the documents. After some checking, he looked up and looked straight at the protagonist. He asked him point blank if it was really his doing, and Oliver said he didn't quite understand what he was talking about. However, Carl said that he didn't have time to play with him. He knew perfectly well what he meant. He asked him again, but more menacingly, if it really was him. The main character did not deny it, and said that it really was him. At that moment, a mixture of surprise and anger was reflected on the faces of the 3 men standing behind him. Carl said that he told him not to let it get to him. He didn't understand how he managed to get involved with such a ringleader at the end of his career, but Oliver replied that, given who they were dealing with, he couldn't handle it on his level and did it on purpose. Carl said that on another day he might have let it go, but today, his mood was simply terrible. So he asked Donald again if he really had decided to steal the funds. He said that he would not repeat the question twice, since his patience was limited, and ordered that he be answered immediately. At this point, Donald clenched his fists in rage and tried to justify himself. However, Carl did not want to listen to this and sighed tiredly. After that, he grabbed the ashtray with all his strength, threw it at the wall, and shouted at Donald to spill everything immediately. At that moment, all 3 men lowered their heads and admitted that they were guilty. Even Oliver was shocked by such a sharp reaction. However, in Carl's opinion, this could not be considered a normal explanation. Donald asked to give them some slack. He apologized for the noise and promised that it would not happen again. Oliver knew something was wrong because they weren't apologizing for the act itself, but for the fact that it had reached the director's ears. Oliver thought he could nip this problem in the bud, but it seems like these 3 really believe that a simple apology will fix everything. Apparently, they really thought that the director would forgive them if they asked nicely. At that moment, Carl closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest, after which he exhaled tiredly again. Meanwhile, Donald and the team leaders continued to apologize to him, and at that moment, Carl grabbed the phone. He threw the phone right at them, telling them to sort out all their problems themselves. Oliver was surprised at how long the president's anger lasted. It seemed like everyone in this company had their own fatal weakness. Then Carl said that the problem was that they had pulled in what could have been hushed up on the outside and made a mess of it. Donald tried to justify himself by saying that he was a bit chasing profit and didn't think it would end like this. He promised that from that day on he would sit quietly, with his head down, as if he didn't exist. But Carl said that this time he would not let him go far. But Donald considered this unfair, because he had not succeeded. Then the president sternly asked him if he still didn't understand what was going on. After that, he glanced again at the main character standing next to him. He said that Oliver himself had brought this company here, and asked if all this had been organized by him. The hero admitted that this was indeed the case. And then Carl asked why he had targeted the director specifically. Oliver said there were two reasons. The first was to improve operational performance. He was working on the month-end closing for May. He saw that sales were the same every month, but sometimes the company went into the red, and last month the profit was only $3 million. If sales are stable but profits fluctuate, then the problem is in the expenses. And as Carl himself knew, their branch had its share of leaks. Then Carl asked him why he, not being a director, was getting into operating profit. After which he asked about the second reason. Carl said that the reason was very simple, then looked towards Donald. He firmly stated that the sales director had crossed the line. These words completely threw the man off balance. But Carl said that this was still not the level of a simple employee. Oliver replied that it was the finance department's job to fix leaks and control expenses, and he wanted to be in control. If he had his way, he would check every person and kill all unnecessary expense requests. However, he did not do this, because it is customary here to turn a blind eye. But Director Donald went further. He didn't just pull money from the budget. He hired a shell company, and until now he has been withdrawing about $1 million won a month. This could still be written off as gas, food, and small bonuses. But when an efficient company is involved in the scheme, the amounts increase exponentially. It could be 5 million, 10 million, and no one knows where the limit is. So he repeated his words once again that Director Donald had gone too far. Carl shouted that this was exactly what he wanted to say. For so long, he did not understand why Donald thought that he would simply turn a blind eye to this. All these bloodsuckers decided that he was a fool, and he asked him how much more he was going to suck out of the company. Donald had already started to make excuses, but Carl ordered him to shut up, since he did not want to hear another word from him. He stated that from that moment on, Donald would be awaiting an appointment and ordered his desk cleared and moved to the second storeroom. After Director Donald was removed from his position in the sales department, a funeral atmosphere reigned. Carl said he wouldn't even spend his unemployment benefits on him, then made him pack his things and clean up his work area. Meanwhile, he let the team managers go with only a 6-month salary cut. The director ordered that the warehouse doors be left open so that anyone passing by could see Director Donald packing his things. The others discussed how the director had tried to make a killing and had gotten caught, and that he needed to stay within his limits. They realized they had heard something similar before. The team in the sanitary department that had screwed up also wanted to grab more. They understood that no one was safe in their reality. Everyone could be a target for disciplinary action. Then the employees realized that they had to be more careful, even though they had only hissed a couple of times during lunch and then written it off as an expense. However, one of the employees told him to speak more quietly about it. From that moment on, the atmosphere in the company changed. Those who previously thought it didn't matter how much they stole now thought twice before spending the company's money. It all looked like the will of Director Carl and Henry's team leaders. But in reality, everything happened exactly as Oliver had planned. The employees discussed how it all seemed to start out of nowhere. For a month now, nothing but disciplinary actions have been going on. The first was a girl from corporate support, and then the medical team. When employees realized that it all started with the corporate support department, they suddenly began to understand what was going on. However, they did not believe that this was connected with that newcomer. They were of the opinion that the director had simply decided to restore order. However, when they remembered how shamefully Donald had packed his things, they realized that this was no joke. If the director has been made a laughingstock, then it would be better for them, mere mortals, to just keep quiet. Several days have passed since then. The main character was still sitting at his workplace and seemed to be waiting for some kind of call. He couldn't concentrate on his work and instead kept looking at his phone screen. At some point, he finally waited until his phone started vibrating. He immediately picked it up in the hope that it was exactly what he was waiting for, and his suspicions were confirmed. The fact is that he received his first salary from this company, 3.5 million were credited to his account. He had received money before, but this time it was something different. It was his first real salary after officially joining the staff. Then Oliver decided that today he should take a break, because if he didn't slow down at such moments, he could burn out. He decided to go to the mall with his parents and buy them something, because he had wanted to do this for a long time. However, his mother did not understand why he was buying so much. A newcomer had a small salary, and he needed money for expenses. However, Oliver said that he received 3.5 million won, and everything in this store wasn't that expensive. Then he offered his father a light jacket, but he began to refuse, saying that he would earn enough for it himself through his part-time jobs. But his son insisted, saying that they could buy it next time with another salary, and now he just needed to try it on. At that moment, his mother came up to him and started asking him what clothes he thought were best. She was holding 2 cardigans in her hands. One was beige and the other was orange. Then the hero said with a smile that both sweaters looked very good, so they would take both. But his mother was surprised. She didn't understand why they needed so many sweaters. At that moment, Oliver felt a strange sensation that he sometimes experienced. His chest began to beat harder. He understood that others might indeed have a lot of sweaters, but his mother had practically no normal clothes. However, he quickly pulled himself together and said that people usually have several of these cardigans in their wardrobe. So he asked her to take both cardigans and wear them according to her mood. His mother was very embarrassed by such generosity, but since she really liked the sweaters, she agreed. After that, she headed to the fitting room, humming cheerful music to herself. Oliver understood that poverty narrows the heart. When his father was on the rise, they did not tremble when choosing one thing. If they wanted something, they bought it. But at some point, their family began to feel constrained not only in money, but also in their souls. The father, apologizing, put 50,000 won in an envelope for a close friend's wedding. Mom was the one storing up leftovers from her shift at the restaurant. So Oliver wanted to give them back the life they once had. When he thought back to his childhood, there was always one moment that would come to mind. A memory he wished he could erase. He was too young to remember everything in detail, but he remembered some fragments quite clearly. He lived through a time when their family knew no poverty, and they were happy. Perhaps in reality, he just wanted to bring those days back. Meanwhile, his mother came out of the fitting room, and she looked absolutely gorgeous in her new cardigan. The store employee even said that she apparently was a model in her youth. At this point, the protagonist asked his father if his mother had always been so cautious. The man, blushing a little, replied that this was precisely why he fell in love with her. At that moment, Oliver realized that bad memories could be repainted by erasing them one by one with happy moments. Then, perhaps over time, they will become warm memories. They will become like paper that crumbles over the years, turning into another page of his memory. The next day, the protagonist returned to work at the company. Henry called him in and asked him if he was indeed a licensed tax consultant, and Oliver confirmed that he was. The man said that meant he already had experience in consulting, but Oliver replied that he had only consulted small firms. However, he didn't understand why Henry was even talking about it. Perhaps it had something to do with recent events. The man smiled and noted that Oliver seemed to already understand what he was getting at. He stated that he wanted him to become a consultant for their company. This news was truly stunning for the protagonist. Meanwhile, the story moves forward to the day when the protagonist overthrew Principal Donald. Henry spent almost the entire day playing a computer game that day. At that moment, a thought came to his mind. Then he decided to write a message to his interlocutor about what he should entrust this guy with this time. They told him that since he had already fired the director, they needed to try a different approach this time. Henry's interlocutor wrote that he wanted to force him to cross the border even further this time. However, he understood that he couldn't be too aggressive either, since only a month had passed. But after thinking for a while, he came to the conclusion that it would be better for him to step sharply over the line right now. If he starts making mistakes later, when he has already shed his rookie skin, he will not be able to cover for him. Henry knew that while Oliver was still green, even a major puncture wouldn't be a disaster. So he should make a big mistake now. And the interlocutor noted that he understood what Henry was talking about, but he should also take into account the surrounding situation. Any attack creates enemies. While people think he did it only because he was set up, over time, everyone will understand that Oliver himself was behind all of this. The interlocutor also noted that blending in with the surroundings is also important, which is why he wanted Oliver to go ahead. These lessons are etched into the bones if they are learned early, so he needs to slow down a bit. And that will be an experience too. So Henry decided to give him another task, and then they would hit him harder. The interlocutor said that he could do as he saw fit, and mentioned that an interesting topic had come up at today's meeting. He suggested that Henry use it, and he seemed quite pleased with the idea. Meanwhile, the story moves to the headquarters of Tessin Trading. There was a rather emotional meeting taking place in the main conference room right now. The chairman ordered everyone to gather, since the results for the first half of the year were a complete failure, and the second half would not go better. The man was none other than the chairman and CEO of the Tessin Group, named Jonathan. He stated that they must surpass Team Mirai this year. Mirai is the undisputed leader of Korea. The gap between the companies is not that big, but Mirai has always been one step ahead. The fact that Tessin had failed to overtake an equally sized rival in 30 years became a humiliating regret for the chairman throughout his life. At this point, one of the participants stated that in terms of total assets, their company was still larger, but Jonathan said that this was no reason for pride. Land and warehouses were a waste of time, and they were traders. They should measure their profits by sales. Then the man asked for forgiveness for his careless words. Jonathan said they should crush Mirai, but instead he reports to him that operating profits will fall by 3%. Afterwards, he asked Christopher what the forecast was for the second half of the year, and he said that the commission would most likely impose a fine. Contingent liabilities are when the court assumes that compensation may have to be paid, but reserves are a different matter. In that case, they will definitely have to pay. And then this is recorded in the financial statements. As liabilities and expenses increase, profits fall. But these are non-operating expenses, so they do not affect operating profit. Then Christopher said that the chairman was too fixated on the rivalry with Mirai, and that he needed to think about the bottom line as well. The proposed fine is 12 billion won, and they should keep that in mind as well. Jonathan acknowledged that Christopher was right. He shouldn't let his obsession with operating profit blind him to the issue of net profit. He then asked Christopher what he thought about whether they could surpass Mirai's company in any way. The man said they still have a strong position in semiconductors, and with the growing US interest in this industry, they will develop even faster. Their business was different. Mirai is an IDM, a full cycle of development and production, and they were a foundry, a contract manufacturing. The other directors realized that Christopher had responded faster and more accurately than Jonathan. This was further proof that he was constantly learning and was knowledgeable even in areas outside his own field, which is why the chairman singled him out. Then the chairman asked what they should do since they had given in again this year. And then one of the directors said he had a proposal. The company's vice chairman, a man named Peter, said they needed to cut costs. He noted to himself that he could not leave this meeting without saying a word. He didn't want rumors to start circulating that Christopher was the one who should take over the company. He said that they will not create or buy new technologies right now, but they can catch up with Mirai due to operating profit. R&D is a long-term strategy, while cost-cutting is short-term, so they need to focus on that now. But Christopher said that if they really wanted to surpass Mirai, they needed to invest in research and technology. Christopher is essentially suggesting that we accept defeat this year, while Peter is offering an option that preserves both profit and planning. Jonathan knew that Chairman Christopher spoke bitter but true words. However, he could not give up the dream of challenging Korea's first conglomerate. It was his 30-year-old wound and obsession. So he proposed his own idea to all the directors. He said each subsidiary would submit its own management plan. It was a compromise to save the deputy chairman's face, but also not to give up the chairman's dream. However, this also meant that competition would be provoked between subsidiaries. At the same time, Christopher understood that presenting a management plan to someone could be a golden opportunity. Meanwhile, the protagonist left the office after talking with Henry and understood that such things are usually discussed at meetings. It's impossible for a project from a simple newbie like him to be applied to the entire company. It's probably just a training exercise. Just when Oliver had become accustomed to being aggressive and was feeling confident after a series of successes, he was told to slow down. At that moment, Oliver realized that perhaps he had indeed begun to create enemies too quickly. For now, he could hide behind the name of team leader Henry, but he himself didn't know how long this could continue. In this sense, it was reasonable to give him a break, especially since the year-end review was coming soon, which was theoretically important. So Oliver decided to accept the department head's offer and take it seriously, whether it was training or not. Oliver decided to make it look like he was actually going to change the entire company. However, he was distracted from his thoughts by his phone, which received a new message. It was a notification from the training center chat, which was odd since Oliver had turned off notifications. But as soon as the main character looked at the screen, he saw something that surprised him greatly. As it turned out, his friend from the training center, Charles, was also involved in creating the management plan. In order to attract the chairman's attention, each manager gathered the best employees under his command. The point is that this was an unusual task, since it was about management reform. It was a great chance to distinguish myself in front of the chairman with my abilities. Just like that legendary employee, Charles was called to the director's office and told that they would form a company at Tessin Chemicals responsible for the management proposal. The man said he wanted Charles to come up with his own plan, which he would quietly add to the others and send to his superiors. The thing is, this time Director Bernard personally told him to give Charles this opportunity. While Christopher was the company's treasurer and strategist, this man, Chief Risk Officer Bernard, was his complete opposite. The company has often faced crises, such as laws being introduced to the National Assembly that are unfavorable to the company. There was also always the possibility that a major deal would fall through and cause damage to the company. That's why the company had a person who dealt with all these crises. It was none other than Chief Risk Officer Bernard. He has been working for the company since the time when Tessin Group was still called Tessin Trading. It was Bernard who shared the joys and sorrows of the chairman while he was still young. Since he stayed with the chairman even in the most difficult moments, the latter allowed him to do a lot. This gave Bernard a free hand to hire promising newcomers and well-connected insiders without any problem. Knowing people in the National Assembly was useful, and in his work it was the most important thing. The company generally frowned on factions, but his was the only and most influential one, leading the largest faction. So his father told Charles that the director had high hopes for him, and the boy was ready to make every effort to live up to them. He was thrilled to be noticed by the director. Even though it was because of his father, he was ready to take advantage of this chance. After this, Charles finally left his father's office, as he still had work to do. As soon as he was outside the door, he immediately screamed with delight. Finally, he had the opportunity to stand out. However, he understood that this bastard Oliver probably also received such a task with Christopher's support. However, this was even better. Charles was confident that this time victory would be his, because he had a business education. However, there was still a risk of losing, so he decided to do something just in case. Charles took out his phone and decided to write to his old friend, since they hadn't spoken for a long time. Oliver himself was extremely surprised that Charles even knew about this event. He assumed he had a spy, but Charles said he simply assumed Oliver had been given the assignment. Then Oliver began to think that the picture was coming together. He had been given this task not only to gain experience. This meant that something very big was brewing at the main office. But all this information was flowing too slowly to their branch. Now he was worried about how Henry got news from the main office so quickly. He called him immediately after the chairman's order was announced, which means he still has contact at the main office. Other employees said they envied Oliver because if he joined, the chairman himself would read his proposal. At this point, Emma joined the conversation and said that she would also be forming a proposal as a team. Oliver was glad to see her and said it would be a shame if only one of them got the opportunity. Emma agreed with him and said that she didn't even think that they would have a rematch so soon. Charles told her that he would write a killer proposal and get a promotion, and had already ordered everyone to call him team lead. Oliver decided to lighten the mood and said that they would have as much fun as they had at the training center. However, the guys were not thrilled, as this task was clearly not about fun. It was something more serious. Oliver then asked if Charles had warned them in case something happened at headquarters, and then remembered that well-being was cut off from the rest of the team. However, he promised to report it and was glad that he would have more reasons to tease Oliver. Emma immediately stood up for him, and an argument broke out between her and Charles again. Emma said she was on edge and was sure that their team would not be defeated so easily. Charles was even scared when he heard that she had a team, but he promised that he would score more points than her. While the hero was reading their correspondence, he noted with a smile that they remained the same as they were when he met them. However, he understood that now was not the time to relax. He was alone now, and there was no time to waste. As it turned out, not long before this, a mysterious interlocutor informed Henry of the chairman's decision. The plan was to cut costs enough to beat Mirai, but they couldn't even think about long-term plans. He was told that the chairman understood that this was impossible, so he would value the feasibility of the proposal rather than ridiculous ideas. Henry thought Oliver was a bit early to take on such a task, and until he had some solid support, he was reluctant to put him on the field. They always want to drag overly talented people to the bottom, but he already attracts enemies, and he has no need to make new ones. Then his interlocutor said that in that case, they would need to hold an internal competition at the branch. The best report within the company will prove his abilities and can be confidently sent to the head office. Henry agreed that it was a good plan, but Oliver could lose. But his interlocutor was confident that he would win. After that, he asked Henry if he trusted him. The man understood that he had accepted Oliver to train him, but now he doubted himself. However, in the end, he agreed with his interlocutor's proposal, realizing that there was definitely a risk, but if he won, then everything would be fine. His interlocutor asked him not to worry about this. He said it would be a golden opportunity for him. In that case, Oliver will show everyone in this company what he is capable of. Meanwhile, a sudden announcement was posted at the well-being branch. This was a set of proposals for reform of the company's management. The best internal report will be presented to the chairman. It was said that the operating profit of the Taesun Group would exceed that of the Mirai Group this year. In their reports, they were not allowed to cut long-term expenses such as the company's research and development. The employees were delighted because the chairman himself would read their reports, and then the winner would be able to leave this branch. However, others noted that the conditions were strange, literally contradicting each other, and it was unclear how they were supposed to work. But the other half of the employees were sure that this was an excellent chance to show their superiority and become the head of the department. For them, it was a chance to finally leave this branch, which was considered the company's graveyard. Many guys decided to enter this competition because they wouldn't lose anything even if they lost. However, they were now interested in where to send the reports, and they soon saw who the organizer was. As it turned out, it was none other than Henry, who was clearly not happy about the fact that he was receiving all these reports. The man didn't understand why the director dumped all this on him. He understood that he didn't trust anyone anymore, but still. After that, he looked up and turned to Oliver, who was standing right in front of him. He stated that he would obviously be involved in this, and clarified that he wanted to find out from the team leader. Henry said he wanted Oliver to build a team because he was presenting a plan for reform for the entire company. He knew the jury would be fair no matter what. But he was a newbie and deserved at least a little help. But the hero said that everything would be fine. He planned to do everything himself. But Henry dissuaded him, because the research would take months. Oliver stood his ground, saying that he didn't have much to do, and as long as he finished before the end of the semester, everything would be fine. Henry himself did not understand whether this was simply unfounded confidence or his arrogance. Even if he forms a team, Oliver won't want to lead it, and it might be better to leave him alone to gain experience. Then he allowed the hero to do everything alone, saying that it would serve as a good experience for him. After that, he said that he could go, and he himself thought that he was not at all surprised by such a decision. After this, he called his interlocutor again, but he said that he could not talk yet. He warned him in advance that he did not want to listen to doubts about Oliver, and asked if he had any more questions. Henry indignantly stated that this young brat said that he would do everything alone without a team, but his interlocutors said that this was a reasonable choice. However, Henry disagreed. If you want a higher position, you need to thin out the workforce. But he was told that Oliver had neither a position nor influence yet, and even if he caught the chairman's eye, it would not be his victory, but the team's. However, Henry said that they could simply make him the leader and let him gather the participants. But the interlocutor simply asked to leave him alone, saying that Henry had become more gentle since he began to mentor the workers again. He said that Oliver seemed to have a plan, and they needed to see where it led. When Henry looked at the document, he knew it was a great opportunity. Even their director said he was involved. If we were to be picky, Oliver was the youngest of the participants, but he was still a prodigy, which was not the same thing. In any case, he decided to keep Oliver for a while. He planned to let him go if he did well this time, and his interlocutor said that this task had its own strategy, and if Oliver figured it out, alone or as a team, it could work. When Henry heard about the strategy, he suddenly thought that there was a right way that he had not noticed. He was pleased that his students saw what he himself had overlooked. So in the end, he agreed and decided to see what the main character would eventually come up with. Meanwhile, a whole crowd of employees lined up in front of Oliver himself. The thing is, there were rumors that the sales director had finally resigned, and these rumors were spread because of him. Oliver felt extremely uncomfortable under the harsh gazes of his colleagues. He tried to laugh it off and change the subject to a more peaceful direction, but he still felt extremely awkward. However, Suddenly, one of the workers grabbed his hand and began shaking it. He asked if Oliver would like to join them, as he was also participating in the management proposal competition. At that moment, another employee ran out from around the corner and said that Oliver would be with them, since they already had a good member on their team. However, the main character was forced to upset everyone and declared that he would do it alone. The guys didn't understand why he decided to do that, because projects of this type mean distributing time and labor. Oliver realized that these guys still didn't understand anything, after which he said that he just wanted to try to handle it himself. Oliver knew that drafting a proposal for a company to outpace Mirai sounded difficult, but it was actually simple. It all comes down to one of two things: increase revenue or cut costs. In the end, they just want to beat Mirai, so they need a way to maximize short-term profits. And the only thing the chairman was thinking about was feasibility. Oliver simply needed to focus on achievable cost cuts. Of course, if you emphasize feasibility too much, some options will not please their management. But the hero still decided to write them, because his job is to propose a report, and management will decide what to use. He himself had not worked for the company for very long, and his experience was limited. But in the end, the protagonist decided to choose his own method, which was the analysis of their branch T-Soon well-being. At least he made a start, since it was still Tesson's company, and that was better than analyzing a third-party company. Oliver decided he would just try his best and see what happened. After 2 weeks, the employees began submitting their reports. Many did not understand how the guys even approached this. Then one of the teams stated that they had analyzed the Mirai company and used the previous case of the disbanded group. A girl from another group was surprised that they did it in 2 weeks, since they only had time to analyze 41 subsidiaries. At this point, there was an awkward pause between the employees. One of them thought they had done a good job, and if he had known, he would have restrained himself and strengthened his report. Another realized that Mirai's analysis was also an option, and they should have taken that into account. The girl realized that, apparently, everyone was doing too well, so the fight would not be easy. At that moment, an employee burst into the office and announced that they had finally published representatives of their company. He said they had posted an advert directly on the company's website and asked others to check their phones quickly. The employees immediately took out their gadgets and began accessing the company's website. The girl was surprised by what she saw, because they even uploaded the full text. Others also didn't understand what could have been written that would even be published on the company's website. But when the boys read what was there, they suddenly froze in horror. For a while, they couldn't even find the words to describe what they saw. But once their feelings returned, they said it was something crazy. Meanwhile, 3 weeks have passed since the management proposal competition, and we are transported to the headquarters of the Tesson Corporation. On the chairman's desk lay a huge number of various reports prepared by employees. Jonathan was beginning to regret that he had ever undertaken this, as it was all tedious to read. Every report said the same thing. It was a waste of time. They were just copies of the electronics report. He then instructed the directors to read all this. But Bernard said that at least for good reasons he should read it himself. Jonathan said that today's youth lack the fire and courage to push forward without thinking about the consequences. He showed him one of the reports, saying that the level here was quite decent. In his opinion, for an employee not from electronics to produce such quality was a very good indicator. Jonathan figured out Bernard pretty quickly. Apparently, he was offering his protégé's report. He then turned to Christopher and asked if he liked any of the reports. The man said he didn't want to name names, but he was sure the chairman himself must have noticed one outstanding candidate. Jonathan laughed and asked if he was hinting that he should stop fooling around and take the matter seriously. He knew that this was what he had started, so he should look at it. And he reached for the report Christopher had selected. At this point, Bernard began to worry about what Christopher was planning. However, he decided that he shouldn't spoil the chairman's mood, but instead he just needed to wait it out. However, he quickly heard an enthusiastic response from Jonathan. He said with a smile that he understood at first glance that this report was the very one he was thinking about. At that moment, even the people fell silent, wondering what was inside. He still couldn't understand what could have been written there that made the chairman read it with such a serious face. Finally, Bernard couldn't stand it any longer, jumped up from his seat and ran to the chairman to look at the report. However, what he saw there made him freeze in horror. Jonathan asked him if he noticed the resemblance, and Bernard confirmed it. After this, the chairman closed his eyes and said that he even smelled a familiar scent. It was the scent of someone who pursues lofty ideals and long-held goals, but at the same time, stands firmly on the feet of harsh reality. It reminded him of their times, And then he asked Christopher to tell him the name of the author of this report. Christopher said his name was Oliver, and the chairman promised to remember the name and read his report carefully. The report itself was nothing extraordinary. It began with an analysis of Tessin well-being as a case study. The hero then compared it to the company as a whole. And normally, comparing a tiny subsidiary to an entire group would be laughable. But the thing was, this logic turned out to be surprisingly convincing. Winning the group meant gaining revenue, market share, and recognition. There were many aspects, but given the purpose of this proposal, only one outcome was important. For Taesun to become the #1 conglomerate in Korea. Jonathan was thrilled. It wasn't just bravery, it was madness. But either way, the introduction struck a chord with him. Below are the methods that do not depend on means. The only goal is to ensure a leading position. This report does not advocate unethical actions. It merely suggests options, and the choice remains with management. The next section delved into analysis and specific strategies using a small subsidiary as an example. It said that before cutting project or department budgets, the money leaks nearby should first be plugged. While they may be small compared to the group's overall costs, eliminating internal leaks creates legitimacy for further action. For example, their branch was full of such holes. But in the end, the decisions came down to 2 points. The first point is to train the finance department to be stricter and more meticulous. The second point is to single out those who have appropriated too much of the company's funds and organize a show cleanup. The harsher, the better. The chairman noted that this report presented a unique approach, outlining the issues and analysis. He even noted that the approach looked like it had been designed by Christopher. He even suggested that he was training this Oliver. But the man said that this was not true at all. The chairman noted that this is the only report that outlines such strict measures as dismissal of employees with the worst performance. Christopher said the reports on the other subsidiaries are good, but most of them are unfocused. Jonathan confirmed that this was exactly what he was talking about. It was the only report that was right on target. He asked who it belonged to, and Christopher replied that it belonged to the guy from Well-Being, the top graduate of the training center. Jonathan was a little uneasy about this, but he believed that every now and then a dragon was born in the stream, just like Christopher. He then asked why such a person was stuck in that branch, to which Christopher replied that he only had a high school education. Bernard realized that Jonathan actually liked yesterday's student's report more than he had expected. The chairman then ordered Oliver to be transferred to the first group in electronics or semiconductors. However, Christopher was against this decision, and then everyone realized that it was he who was behind Oliver. Ever since he showed interest in this newcomer, there have been constant rumors that Christopher has turned him down. But Bernard knew that the rumors couldn't be trusted. Christopher was raising him. He just left him alone so that he wouldn't explode prematurely. He knew he had given Charles a chance, as he was the son of a 3-term MP. But today was clearly not his day. Christopher said the report was written with an emphasis on realism. So the question now is whether it can be implemented. Jonathan also wanted to know whether Oliver was just a talker or if he really had a grip. And so he decided to test him. After that, he picked up the phone and called the corporate strategy office. He asked to send an official directive to the director of Tessin Well-Being and tell him to tear the branch to pieces. Jonathan said that the team leader had already been chosen, and he should appoint the rest himself. After this, his interlocutor asked who would be the team leader. The chairman said that it would be a new intern from the branch. He would recognize him right away. It was none other than Oliver, a high school graduate who had been hired on a special basis. After some time, news spread throughout the branch and a new announcement was posted for everyone, which shocked many employees. A project to implement changes and maximize operating profit was approved. Oliver was the project manager, but the project participants had not yet been determined. The staff commented that it was crazy, and they couldn't believe that the management had accepted his report and made him the project manager. They still couldn't believe that the chairman himself had noticed a newcomer from a lowly branch. Meanwhile, the main character went to meet his friends. However, when he arrived at the right place, he was shocked that they had agreed to meet in such an expensive area. He even felt awkward walking along the streets, since everything here was unusually expensive. But soon, Oliver reached the desired bar. As soon as he entered there, familiar voices immediately called out to him. When Oliver looked towards the bar, he saw that Emma and Charles were already waiting for him. He greeted Emma, saying that he hadn't seen her for a long time, and the girl was also very glad to see him. He said that when they invited him to grab a bite, he thought they were going to sit at some soju stand, not some fancy place. Then Charles said that he thought so, that Oliver had not been to such places, and that was why he invited him here. However, Emma did not like this remark, and what's more, Charles had a very strange expression on his face, as if he was asking for a fight. Then he changed the subject and said that he heard that Oliver had won first place in the chairman's competition. The protagonist was surprised that it was a competition at all. He simply thought that he was tasked with trying to implement an improvement plan. Now, Charles understood why he had asked them for information about the group chat last time. They told him that the chairman had personally read all 41 branch reports along with Bernard and Christopher. At that moment, Oliver realized that Christopher had also seen his report, but he didn't know who Bernard was. He vaguely remembered a plaque with his name on it at the company's headquarters. He was the chief risk officer. Charles noted that if Christopher is the one cleaning inside the house, then Bernard is the foreign secretary. Oliver thought that if this man was equal to Christopher, then he was incredibly cool. Charles noted that he was of Bernard's line, and from what he had heard, Oliver was the only one the chairman had personally praised. Emma heard it too, and the reason he didn't officially announce the winner was because no report was perfect. Instead, he wanted to test the reality by challenging well-being to improve itself. At that moment, Oliver even shook with joy. He realized that he had really surpassed all the other reports. Then Charles said that since they were at a bar, he needed a drink, and asked Oliver to stop ordering only water. When the guys ordered him drinks, the hero didn't even understand why the glass was so small. However, what surprised him even more was that such a small portion cost 30,000 won. Charles said that since today was a special day, Oliver should pay. But he decided to make an exception and split the bill. After this, he noted that Emma and Charles began to communicate very informally and asked how old they were. Oliver thought to himself that, even though he had asked as a joke, he felt like there was a connection between the two that went beyond age. Then Charles said that he actually had a reason why he called Oliver here. Emma said that initially they just wanted to have a snack, but then they thought that in the future, Oliver would have to visit such places more often. It would be awkward to meet the higher-ups in some dive, so they decided that he should visit there at least once beforehand. After that, the girl asked the bartender to do the same for him as for Oliver. At that moment, the hero realized that these guys called him here for his own sake. This made him feel very warm inside. It was care on a completely different level. Then Charles said that since the main conversation was over, he would like to say what he wanted. Then he screamed that he was literally dying of envy of Oliver. However, Emma quickly interrupted him with a blow to the head and ordered him to shut up. Charles even felt offended, because he was sure that he had not said it loudly at all. He was sure that Emma was also jealous, because she had proposed just like him. And of the three of them, Oliver had won again. Oliver realized that all three of them wanted to participate in this competition. They were all chosen from among the others within their branches. Emma then explained that Charles had applied through President Bernard's line, and that she had simply gotten lucky with the team. Charles stated that his report was also excellent, and that Emma was chosen because she was the top student in the program. He also noted that Oliver was clearly not so simple, since he was in President Christopher's line, which was very enviable. Emma had assumed that Oliver would be the first of the three to get a promotion, and her guess came true, for which she congratulated him. Oliver realized that not many people can sincerely rejoice and congratulate someone they lost to. Realizing that he had indeed made good friends at the training center, he thanked them and said that he was very pleased. However, seeing the excitement in Charles's eyes, he said that they would fight again one day. However, now he decided to price this whiskey at 30,000 won. To his great surprise, it was completely tasteless and bitter. Shortly after, the story shifts back to the Daesun Well-Being branch. Henry was in Principal Carl's office, who slammed his bang on the table in anger. He got Henry's attention and said that he couldn't stand the hassle and that they were dumping so many problems on him. He stated that other than appointing Oliver as leader, they have no set deadline or team members. Carl said that this thing was going to be a headache from the start. The chairman had personally given the order, and he couldn't refuse. Henry said it was obvious that since it was the chairman's directive, they couldn't appoint just anyone. Oliver is the project manager, but that doesn't mean he's officially promoted to department head. He's just responsible for execution. There was a difference between general responsibility and responsibility for execution. It would be ugly if a newcomer was put in charge of a project, but Carl was still unhappy that he had to do this. But Henry reminded him that he was the director and had to take responsibility. Carl said he came to the branch specifically to avoid responsibility, But Henry said that this way he would finally earn his salary. The director said that his salary was just an allowance, like pocket money from his uncle. Henry then said he didn't believe he couldn't protect at least one talented rookie who clearly needed protection. Carl admitted that Oliver was indeed a strange guy, and looking at him, even he wanted to do something. Henry said that there was something that only Carl could do, and if anything happened, he would take full responsibility. In the end, Carl agreed, but said that while he was the official head, Henry would be in charge of implementing the project. The man realized that the director was dragging him into this simply because he couldn't stand it when he was idle. Carl laughed and said that if the director is working, then his subordinates can't just sit back and relax. He said that if something exploded, he would block it first and Henry would deal with the rest. This phrase even made the team leaders smile. He said that in that case, they would finally see how their director really worked. Soon, Henry called Oliver into his office and congratulated him on receiving the title of team manager. However, the main character said that although he was pleased, he understood that all this was temporary. Henry then immediately said that he was not the real team leader, and that, depending on the scale of the project, even the director could lead it. Then Oliver realized that the point of the title was to not cross the line and not get burned. Moreover, he noted to himself that there was no smell of alcohol in the boss's office today. He was surprised that Henry was sober, because he was the kind of person who looked for a drink before a job. Henry said that this was a project to normalize their branch. Since it was small, the scale of the project was also small. Therefore, Oliver's position was equivalent to that of an assistant manager. He should not imagine that he was on an equal footing with the directors. Oliver then asked with a smile if he could meet with Henry about the project. He understood that as long as they worked on this project, they were destined to clash with each other, regardless of rank. Henry said that if it was work-related, he had no reason to stop him, but he shouldn't abuse his authority. He said that Oliver could believe that he was now holding a knife in his hands. However, he is directly subordinate to the director and bears overall responsibility. Oliver himself is involved in operational activities. At the same time, Henry will receive progress reports. It's all up to Oliver himself. Whether he assembles a team or chooses where to start, he can do whatever he wants. The main character was very surprised that Henry was giving him so much power. It seems he was not exaggerating when he said he had a knife in his hands. This project was personally reviewed and approved by the chairman. Therefore, if he, the person responsible for the project, points to someone, people will bury him without hesitation. It wouldn't matter whether he chose the right target or not. Oliver suddenly had so much power in his hands. Then Henry asked him how he felt now that the power he had been chasing was in his hands. And at that moment, the main character thought for a moment, and at first did not give an answer. But then he suddenly said that it was quite difficult. In response, Henry grinned and asked him to remember that this was how it should be, because one word from him could make someone's head fly. Oliver assured him that he would definitely remember this. Then Henry asked him how the adaptation to the management team was going. And at that moment, Oliver felt a little awkward. For these 2 months, all he did was destroy other teams and get their leaders fired. Maybe this can be considered an adaptation. So he would say, with a bit of sarcasm, that he might even have gotten too used to it. Then Henry asked him if he had at least taken a closer look at the employees in this case. At this point, Oliver realized what this whole conversation was about. So he said that for now, he only knew their names and approximate character. Henry replied that this was fair since he had little time. However, after this, he suddenly became serious and again turned to the main character. He said that the man had good intuition. He worked quietly and did his job well. For example, he understood that he needed exactly these kinds of people. Now that this was an official project, he needed to manage it more efficiently, so he thanked the team leader for the recommendation. After this, the hero headed towards the door and left Henry's office. He thought to himself that he couldn't continue to do everything alone. Since he was now the team leader, he needed the team itself. And now he needed one more person. A young man named Martin was a typical employee of their branch. He did not interfere in anything, and did nothing more than was necessary. Even when chaos erupted in the corporate support department, he said nothing. When the sanitary department team was routed, he also did not utter a word. It could be said that Martin was practically invisible in this group. However, he was not always like this. Before, he was a man who spoke out, but he quickly became a thorn in his boss's side. And as soon as he had a chance, he was removed. On his very first day in this branch, Martin already understood everything. When he looked at the Taesun Wellbeing Building, he realized that this place would become his grave. Martin knew he would regret it sooner or later. But the dismissal of Charlotte's deputy really surprised him. In such cases, It is not enough to simply provide evidence. He tried and failed. But some newbie without a diploma was able to pull it off. Various people said that Oliver could have been a distant relative of the director or the chairman's personal secretary. Martin knew that people were talking a lot, but he believed only what he saw. And what he saw told him one thing. When he watched how this guy handled the sanitary control issues, he knew he was not someone to mess with. From start to finish, Oliver collected all the evidence and dealt the decisive blow himself, while the top brass only cleaned up after him. Martin was sure that this guy, a madman, a newbie who waved a knife at people in positions of power, if the knife were dull, it would be one thing. But his knife cut too well. Now he had an open defense against the chairman. And he was, in effect, a natural disaster, a walking storm. At this point, Martin was distracted from his thoughts and began reading the documents on the normalization of their branch. However, he quickly stopped reading and simply closed his eyes. He decided that it was not his problem. Last time he was demoted and sent here for meddling in other people's business, so now he decided not to repeat that mistake again. This time, he would just sit and watch the disaster from afar. At that moment, his gaze caught on Oliver, and he realized that this is exactly what a disaster looked like. As it turned out, the main character also noticed him and immediately rushed straight to Martin. He was even frightened by how quickly the main character approached him. Oliver looked at him with a manic gaze, and Martin himself did not believe that the storm had just spoken to him. Then the hero asked him if he would like to work with him on a project, but without thinking twice, the young man decided to refuse. This was surprising for the main character, and he decided to find out from him the reason for this decision. At that moment, Martin slammed his fists on the table and prepared to respond. He sternly asked the protagonist what benefit he would get from this. At that moment, Oliver froze in place, not knowing what to answer. A little later, when the main character got on the bus, he thought that he had not expected this. He thought that Martin would definitely agree if he suggested that they work together. When it came to the management proposal competition, everyone wanted to work with him, but Oliver noted that he had offered no visible compensation for this. Employees, of course, are expected to do the work assigned by the company, but this was a project that Oliver took on personally. If successful, it would be his achievement alone. But to assemble a team, he needed to convince them personally. The protagonist realized that this is exactly how it is done. It was his first project, so he was feeling his way around, trying to figure out what was going on. However, at the same time, he was quite excited. He needed to form a team himself and achieve results. However, he also understood that this is how people learn, because it was an experience that would be very useful to him in the future. These thoughts refreshed him a little and gave him confidence. Oliver realized that right now he was planning to solve the most pressing problem first, and that was why he had come here. Meanwhile, the story moves to Principal Christopher's office. He sat at his desk and studied the next papers. At that moment, he suddenly decided to look at the main character's report again. Christopher noted that even despite double-checking, no errors were found in the report. At that moment, he suddenly saw that the screen of his phone lit up. He was unhappy that this man was calling him at any time of the day and complaining that he was bored. So he decided to ignore him. However, he was not allowed to sit quietly because his work phone suddenly rang. Christopher couldn't ignore this call any longer, so he picked it up. However, as soon as he heard what they told him, surprise immediately appeared on his face. Then he asked the secretary he was talking to let in the man who had come to see him. Christopher even chuckled, realizing that he probably had plenty of reasons to find him. He noted that, judging by the radio silence, this guy was cooking quite well. He probably understands that meeting him simplifies a lot of things without attracting more attention than necessary. So far, Oliver is acting exactly as Christopher expected, and he admits that this guy is very easy to teach. So he didn't understand why a guy like Oliver would come to him personally. At this moment, the main character entered the office. Christopher decided that whatever the reason, it had to be pretty compelling for him to start looking for him here. Then Oliver turned to the president and said that he came because he wanted to ask for something. At this point, Christopher thought for a moment, but allowed him to voice his request. Oliver was very pleased that the president agreed to listen to him. He then stated that he needed something for the Taesun Well-Being Normalization Project. He said he needed a clear answer regarding performance compensation. These words surprised Christopher very much, and for some time he did not even know what to answer. He understood that Oliver had now begun to think not only about himself, but also about his team members. Then he asked him what kind of compensation he wanted. Oliver replied that the assessment points would be enough for him to transfer from well-being to another branch. This answer greatly interested the man. However, He said that too large a bait is also not very good. He stated that he was ready to give them half the certification points, and the protagonist immediately said that this would be enough. He thought to himself that this amount alone would not be enough for the success of the project, but if he worked well, it would be enough to transfer to another branch. Christopher noted to himself that this guy really grasped everything on the fly. Once the matter was settled, Oliver thanked the president and said that in that case, he would go. However, the man suddenly stopped him abruptly. He asked Oliver if he didn't want a clear answer about his own compensation, but the guy said that it was okay because he could achieve it on his own. This answer was also surprising to Christopher, but he said that he understood. After that, he finally allowed Oliver to leave the office. However, before he left the office, he stopped abruptly and remembered something. Oliver said that next time he would definitely listen to the story that Christopher was going to tell him earlier. The man was very surprised when he heard this, but he promised that he would do so. After that, he said goodbye to Oliver and said that they would see each other next time. When Christopher was alone in his office, he thought about his words. After that, he looked at his report again and ran his eyes over it once more. He decided that next time they would talk about how to give value to abstract things. When Christopher thought about this, a smile appeared on his face. He was a very interesting student. The man even caught himself thinking that he envied those who could teach this guy up close. In his opinion, this was an incredibly unique case. Meanwhile, Martin was in the cafeteria and told his colleagues that he was not going to participate in this project. His colleague was shocked because Oliver was his lifeline and he didn't want to grab onto him. However, Martin said that he is no different from others. He has only been working here for 2 months. However, the interlocutors said that the chairman noticed this guy, plus the defeat of the sanitation team was entirely Oliver's fault. But Martin was sure that even so, the boss would obviously take all the credit for himself. Usually, subordinates work hard, and those at the top get the recognition. His interlocutor said that it was true, but this time the boss was a young newcomer, and perhaps they could get their piece of the pie. And yet, Martin was sure that this Oliver was not so simple, and the struggle for power was tiring and very exhausting. However, suddenly they were distracted from their conversation by a shout. Someone said that another official notification had been issued. All workers immediately stood up from their seats to read the new notice. At first, no one understood what it was all about. But when everyone saw the announcement, surprise appeared on their faces. As it turned out, the new employee had posted an official announcement about recruiting team members for the branch normalization project. He was looking for people who were good at organizing data and could work overtime. And he didn't care about the age of the participant. Moreover, half of the certification points required for transfer to other branches will be awarded as bonus points. When the guys realized that this had been confirmed by headquarters, Martin realized that one problem had been solved. And then he realized that perhaps he had indeed done the wrong thing when he refused Oliver. Meanwhile, the main character was on the roof and thinking about something of his own. Even from here, he could hear the employees' vivid reactions to the notice he had posted. He was glad that the reaction was exactly like that. Now he was sure that the candidates would definitely flock here in droves. Oliver thought about what criteria should be used for selection. He needed to get a complete picture of the employees in advance. Next comes the launch of the project itself. This part won't be that difficult since their branch is a small company with sales of only 20 billion. Analyzing such a company is not difficult. But the problem is what Oliver wants. And what he wants is the normalization of Tessin well-being. To turn a branch into a normal company, you need to change the employee's mindset so that they start working properly. Martin, who was recommended to him by Henry's boss, was a man unknown to Oliver. But at the same time, he trusted Henry himself. Just as he saw something in him, he probably saw something in Martin too. So now Oliver's job was to figure out who this Martin was. However, the problem seemed to have resolved itself when Martin appeared on the roof of the building. Judging by his face, he was very embarrassed. But now, he had no choice. He said he had thought about the offer, but wanted to know first what kind of person his boss was. In response, Oliver smiled and said that he liked this approach. Martin felt a little awkward because it seemed like he had changed his mind just because of the bonus points. And that was true. Outside, everyone was going crazy over the signs Oliver had put up. But he himself, even hearing these cries of joy, did not react in any way. Then Martin wondered if Oliver had always looked at them with the same eyes as he did now. He was a step away from them, but it felt like he was standing on a step higher and looking down on them. Then, Oliver suddenly broke the silence and said that he personally went to negotiate rewards for the team. He stated that it was his mistake to recruit team members without even thinking about compensation. so he went to negotiate. Now he asked Martin if this would be enough to earn his trust. He stated that no one will be left out just because they are a rank-and-file participant and not a leader, as everyone deserves a reward. Oliver said that Martin now had to see that he was capable of negotiating. He hadn't really intended to take credit for the team. The hero decided that he would continue to negotiate with the higher-ups about rewards, and that he was capable of it. Martin noted that instead of harping on about the grandeur of the project, he starts with what people can get, which was a first for him. It wasn't that he still wanted to test Oliver, but he was just curious if he could handle his question. He wondered if Oliver was the same as everyone else he had seen before, or if there was something different about him. So he decided to ask him directly why he decided to take on this project. The protagonist replied that it was to get a promotion. And then Martin asked what he would do after getting the promotion. He noted to himself that if Oliver was blinded by power, he would want to rise even higher. He will climb higher and higher, trampling others and forcing them to wash their faces with bloody tears. Martin wondered if he would become a whirlpool that betrayed and threw out everyone around him. For some time, he waited for an answer from the main character. He still had a smile on his face and thought for a while about what to say. In the end, he decided to answer honestly that, of course, he needed to rise even higher. This answer was very disappointing for Martin, and at some point he even thought that perhaps he had expected too much from it. However, now he realized that Oliver was exactly the same as everyone else. However, Oliver continued, saying that there was one person he would like to stand next to. It was his benefactor who saved his family when they were on the brink of disaster. He kindly paid his grandmother's hospital bills. Martin then asked if this meant that he simply wanted to help his virtue. Oliver said that it wasn't true. He still didn't know why the man helped him, but it didn't really matter. The only thing that mattered was that thanks to this man, he got his chance. He had a vague feeling that he should climb higher, but when he said it out loud, his goals seemed to take shape. However, Oliver admitted that he had nothing with which he could repay this man. Then Oliver said that he wanted to stand next to this very man and tell him that the help he had given him had borne such fruit. He wanted to show this man that he did the right thing when he made his choice. At that moment, he realized that this guy was really different. Power had not consumed him. For him, it was just a means. Then he said that now he understands what kind of person the leader is. However, he said that he would not be an exception, and therefore, like everyone else, he would submit an official application through the advertisement. He agreed with this and said that he also looked at him by the same criteria as everyone else. After that, they said goodbye on a good note. Martin said with a smile that he would be glad to see the manager next time. In the end, the protagonist was very pleased with how their negotiations went. After some time, there were already huge stacks of papers in front of the main character, and he didn't even understand what they were. It seems that almost everyone submitted applications except the president, directors, and department heads. He was impressed by the more complex lists of candidates, which included former employees of chemical, semiconductors, and fashion. Oliver thought that such talents simply rotted in such company. But then he realized that they were the ones who made the company what it was. He tried to understand why it all ended this way, and what turned these talents into burnt-out slackers. There was only one answer, and the main character already knew what to do. He decided that he would find out about this right during the interviews. In the end, he will choose exactly the person who will give him the answer to his question. After the official notice was posted, Oliver suddenly became the center of attention for the entire company. Employees approached him and decided to talk to him personally. In the end, there were so many candidates that he even had to conduct a selection process. Oliver decided to use interviews as a method to weed out unwanted candidates. Soon, the day of the interview arrived, and a very long line formed in the corridor outside the meeting room. Although the first-come, first-served order offered no advantages, everyone was desperate to get inside as quickly as possible. Oliver thought about what would happen if many people gave the correct answer, and at first he was very worried about it. However, some said that strict supervision and a system of rewards and punishments should be introduced. Others said that a lot of money was leaking out of the company, so a thorough investigation was needed across all teams. Oliver knew that someone was right and someone was wrong, but no one had given him the answer he was looking for. At first, he was afraid that everyone would answer correctly, and now he was afraid that no one would answer. But perhaps he was wrong. At that moment, Martin entered the office. The protagonist was pleasantly surprised that it was finally his turn. As they had agreed, he assessed Martin in the same way as other candidates, without making any allowances for him. Then he decided to ask him his question. He was interested in what Martin would answer. He asked the young man what he thought Thiessen well-being needed. Martin said that at first he thought their boss was looking at their company from a different perspective. He didn't ask what their branch's problem was. He asked what they needed. The atmosphere coming from Oliver was different from the others. Then Martin wondered what the difference was between him and the others. And soon he realized something. He said their company had no motivation. At first, Martin himself thought that this answer sounded rather stupid, but he decided to continue. He said their company needed nothing more than hope. They all needed hope that they could rise higher. When the protagonist heard this answer, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. When the interview was over, only Martin was left in the office alone with the main character. He said it was unintentional, but Martin was the only one who gave him the correct answer. He stated that the number of people did not matter, as he wanted to work with someone who could see things from a similar perspective. After this, the hero handed him a management proposal that he had written. The full text was posted on the company's internal network. Martin noted that there are definitely things here that can and cannot be accepted from a manager's perspective. Oliver said he did the same because they don't make the decision. They let customers compare and choose. For example, in the case of restructuring, it is very effective in terms of cost reduction. However, it cannot be carried out thoughtlessly because the morale of the remaining employees drops, reducing work efficiency. When the benefits that a company can gain outweigh these disadvantages, management chooses this option. Therefore, they must weigh all these pros and cons and provide options without relying on their own judgment. However, Oliver now had the authority to choose these options himself. When Martin read his options, he noted that Oliver had used every available option to cut costs. Oliver noted that interest expenses were also quite significant. And Martin said that this was due to the finance director. Oliver said that there is no company without loans, and it should not be that way. Martin added that for their company, maturity dates and interest rates are mixed with loans and private bonds. Oliver said the managing director in charge of finance was not working, so he doubted he was needed at all. He would have gladly fired him. But there was no one in their company who was suitable for the position, so they had no choice but to fix it and use it. But Martin was a little hesitant about it. However, Oliver said that since there are not just 1 or 2 people working here, they will have to fix them and use them. This is the only option left for them, unless they plan to replace everyone in this company. Even if they sort out the loans, they still ultimately need to fix the people. The next step is to stop the leakage of money. In fact, this is easier. You just need to limit the points of exit of money to one place. Martin said money leaves the company through 3 main channels. The first being corporate cards. Each team has several of them. And when they are used, payment is instantaneous without any permission. The second is the registration of expenses through the finance department. If a person spent money on work, he submits a receipt to the finance department. The third option is reserve funds and expenses for unforeseen needs. They were initially created with good intentions, but now they were used as pocket money that anyone could use. But there was a catch. Martin noted that if they remove corporate cards, it will hinder work. He noted that expenses for unforeseen needs and business development were also created because they were necessary. And then the main character said that they should remove the corporate cards, which really surprised Martin. He said that employee dissatisfaction would be very strong and work would accumulate, including in the finance department, where there was already a shortage of people. But Oliver said that was precisely why they had to get rid of them, because the finance department usually slacked off, and now they would work hard. The reason the finance department doesn't have power is because there are many ways to take money without going through them. However, Martin said they had another problem. He asked how much he trusted Wellbeing's finance staff. He replied that his plan concentrated enormous power in the hands of the finance department. But Oliver said they won't support this for long, and they can't completely phase out corporate cards anyway. Martin realized that they would wait until people change before handing out corporate cards again. It wasn't just a question of changing mindsets, but of not wasting company money mindlessly. If this becomes the norm, it won't matter whether they issue corporate cards or not. Ultimately, the problem was precisely in people's thinking, and that is why such a solution was necessary. Oliver then reminded Martin that he himself had said that their branches needed hope. If they can't fix people, they must elevate their thinking, because hope is what makes it possible. After that, he looked closely at the young man and asked where they should begin. After some time, Santiago entered the department and was amazed that there was literally no one in the office. He still couldn't understand how their department had gotten to this point. Initially, there were 4 employees in the finance department. Assistant manager Charlotte was the first to be laid off, and then the newcomer took Martin. As a result, Santiago is the only one left who can actually work now. At that moment, someone called him and requested a reimbursement of expenses, saying that the application had been submitted yesterday. The man started to pester Santiago, asking him to hurry up, and this infuriated the man. He stated that he was the head of the financial department and would not allow himself to be spoken to like that. However, then he calmed down a little, because if it was the chairman's order, he couldn't even complain. He was very sorry that Charlotte had behaved so terribly and had ended up getting fired, leaving him all alone. However, he was glad that the chairman liked the newcomer. He was polite and well-mannered and treated him very well. Seeing how such a guy was doing, he couldn't help but be happy. But his face still showed sadness. At that moment, a subordinate approached him and asked what had happened to his boss, assuming that it was because of the call. However, the thing was that Santiago was jealous of Oliver, because if he completed everything successfully, his promotion was practically guaranteed. The employees said that if he and Martin didn't cause a major disaster, everything would end quite well. However, Santiago was confident that nothing could happen here. Unless there were major problems, they would be given a decent assessment and promoted. Now they're just testing how far he can go. That was why the man envied him so much. He couldn't even describe it in words, but it was not necessary. Compared to him, they were nothing. No matter how hard they worked, it was all in vain. The employee then asked Santiago if he would also like to return to his previous company. The man said that he really wants this, and if you ask anyone in this company, they will answer exactly the same. Everyone here once lived like real company employees, and when they were thrown out here, they all thought about quitting out of resentment. However, they did not quit because they wanted to stay in Tessin at any cost. They did not want to go to small and medium-sized companies. The moment they have Tessin well-being on their resume, they can be expected to be screened out by other major companies at the application stage. The employee then asked his boss how far he could go if he could transfer to another branch. The man replied with utmost seriousness that he would even sell his soul if he had the opportunity. At this point, the employee thought for a moment about his answer. However, there was nothing to hide. He would have done exactly the same if he had the opportunity. Soon after, Oliver and Martin came to Santiago, who immediately accepted their offer. He agreed that they had become too relaxed, and so they would get rid of the corporate cards and be more careful with their spending. The protagonist thanked the director for his help, as it would make it easier for him to get to the starting line. The man simply said that they were still idle, so it could be considered that they had finally started earning their salaries. After the young people left the office, the main character breathed a sigh of relief. What seemed to him the most difficult thing ended up being solved very simply, despite the fact that these guys had no benefit from it. Nobody liked the increased workload, but perhaps these guys wanted to use this chance to increase the influence of their department. After that, he and Martin headed to the sales department, and then to the logistics department office. However, they were met there in a completely different way. Local workers were completely against this decision, but Oliver understood that this was a normal reaction after the sanitary control and sales command. He lacked these emotions. Many were unhappy that Oliver acted so arrogantly, even though he had the chairman behind him. Martin tried to calm them down by saying that they would return the cards, but with conditions. It was a temporary solution until things got better. However, they were still against it, because if they were going to return the cards, then they might as well not take them at all. The workers assumed that they were simply trying to strengthen the power of the support group, and that Oliver had his own personal interest in the matter. Then Oliver realized that they had no choice. He fully expected the other teams to resist. It is true that the project was commissioned personally by the chairman, but ultimately, it was a test. Even if the project is successful, they will not benefit from it. If there are unfounded orders in the process, they can simply refuse. Surely everyone thought exactly that way. And that's why Oliver also needed preparation to make them follow his words. The situation is similar now, just less tense. He told them to give up the corporate cards they had in their hands. Henry mentioned two methods. He could crush them with force or grab them by the weak point. So Oliver said the first thing he wanted to ask was in what situations the logistics department uses corporate cards. The employee replied that when they deliver goods, they refuel trucks and drive with drivers. In general, they use it for work. However, Oliver asked with a grin whether this was really true. He stated that according to information about their company, there were only 6 trucks, and yet in 1 month they had accumulated more than 500 receipts from gas stations. Roughly speaking, that's more than 80 gas stations per truck. so he wondered how many times a day they filled up. The employee tried to justify himself by saying that this happens when you travel long distances. Oliver said that it must be very far if they were filling up 2 to 3 times every day, and asked where they were going. He realized that they might have rewritten the money spent on other things as fuel expenses. They split the amounts or simply changed the name to neatly hide them in the reports. This is what is called expense dilution. Trying to blur them plausibly led to fuel costs skyrocketing. But that wasn't all. Both social expenditure and commissions also contained vague expenses, so the costs were greatly inflated. Then the protagonist asked if he should continue. He said he could go on like this for another 30 minutes and asked the workers if they wanted to hear it. At that moment, complete silence reigned in the office. The logistics staff realized that they had lost. Oliver then said with a smile that he would take that as a sign that they were returning the cards. But at that moment, he suddenly heard the menacing voice of a man who said that this would not happen. One of the men stood up from his seat and said that these were completely different things. Then Oliver realized that the one he needed had finally intervened. It was the team leader, Boris. And Oliver knew that once he convinced him, it would all be over. So he said he would be honest. They had seen everything anyway, just by looking at the books. He was sure that Boris also used corporate cards for personal purposes. The man admitted that he had indeed misused them. But everyone does that, and the amount wasn't that big. Oliver then said that he just wanted to normalize the situation in the branch. But to do this, the leaks needed to be fixed first. Boris asked him if he really thought that if he clamped down on such a small thing, operating profit would increase significantly. He finally admitted that Oliver was right. But what they were talking about were meager amounts, unlike the same sales department. Oliver then asked him if he really meant to say that they should turn a blind eye to it just because the amount was small. The man thought and said that he was not saying that. He just wanted him not to pay attention to it. These words completely shocked the main character. He did not believe in such impudence. He was so angry that he wanted to turn everything here upside down. However, he understood that he needed to calm down. If he were to create enemies unnecessarily, it would be a bad idea. Oliver thought that past events had taught him that if he turned everyone against him, then no one would be left on his side. However, in reality, he had a way to shut the head of the logistics department up. He should have mentioned Henry, the head of the management support group. He himself allowed Oliver to use his name and said that there was no one in this company he could not handle. But if possible, Oliver wanted to settle this himself, to convince them with his own words, if that was even possible. The protagonist believed that this would be another step in his personal growth. He then stated that since Boris was the head of the department, he would be frank with him. He said that the money leaking out of the logistics department was indeed a paltry sum, but he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. If word gets out that they haven't confiscated corporate cards from just logistics, other departments will revolt. Then Boris said that in that case, they would just keep their mouths shut and sit quietly. But that wasn't enough for Oliver. He said his task is not just to increase operating profit, but he is entrusted with the project of normalizing Tessin well-being. Therefore, he temporarily confiscates corporate cards and is required to request expenses through the finance department. The finance department will check everything very thoroughly, and then people will think that they can no longer spend money from the card as they please. He would then return the cards to the correct teams, but would continue to strictly monitor the transaction history. That was his plan. At this moment, one of the employees suddenly turned to manager Boris. In the end, Boris ordered everyone to bring their corporate cards here, and Oliver was glad that everything worked out. And yet he warned the protagonist that people don't change just like that. If we don't fire everyone and hire new ones, nothing will change. Boris declared that those mired in inertia would no longer be able to cope, after which he handed over his card. He added that the situation might improve temporarily, but he was concerned about what would happen when everyone got their cards back. He was sure that everything would simply return to normal, because once you've tasted the sweet life, it's very difficult to give it up without motivation. Oliver then admitted that the boss was right, but that was why he had come up with a separate plan. Oliver said that for this he needed to negotiate, although he was not sure that he would succeed. But if it works, everyone will have hope. And he said, everyone can count on it. However, at that moment, he was distracted by the ringing of his own phone. The protagonist also took it out and looked at the screen, and what he saw there made him grin. There was a message on the screen from Henry, who said that the chairman was already looking for Oliver. Meanwhile, the story moves to the chairman's headquarters. He and 3 directors were already sitting there. The chairman of the company sat at the head table and read the newspaper. The chairman's eldest son, Vice Chairman Peter was sitting on the sofa. Next to him sat the President of Risk Management, Bernard. Across from them sat President of Finance, Christopher. There was silence in the room, and each of the men was thinking about something of his own. Jonathan then asked them how things were going at the well-being branch. Christopher replied that Oliver had come to him before he started work and asked for authority to distribute points for the team. Bernard and Peter jokingly noted that it looked quite cute and funny. It was the look of the typical old guys of the company on the newcomer. Jonathan asked if Oliver could fix anything, to which Christopher replied that it all depended on whether he understood the essence. He said that to improve a branch, only one method is needed: rewards and punishments. All problems will be solved if the employee's thinking is corrected. So far, they have not received any rewards for good work, while at the same time, they have not received any serious punishment for bad work. The idea that it was enough to just do the bare minimum had taken root among employees, and that was the problem. In this sense, Oliver quite accurately identified the cause and the solution, which was the lack of hope. However, the issue of reward and punishment is not something that an ordinary employee can decide. Christopher said he had reorganized the finance department and removed all corporate cards from the teams. When Jonathan heard this, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Taking the cards away must have been difficult, but he managed to convince them. It looks like this guy really has potential. Bernard noted that the newcomer's efforts were cute, but the fact that he stole the chance from Charles, whom he had raised, was too much. Jonathan asked what Peter would do, and he said he would go to the person who had the authority to change the internal regulations. Jonathan noted that it was easy for him to say this since he was the vice chairman, but a regular employee couldn't just go to the chairman. But Peter said that if he had confidence in himself, a visit to the chairman was the only right step. The chairman then asked Christopher if he had the courage to do this, to which he replied that Oliver had already come to him many times. Then Jonathan remembered that Christopher had gone to the training center to persuade the interns, and asked if Peter had done the same. He understood that Peter, being the future vice president, was looking at the actions of the presidents, and then, in a hurry, he ran after them. Of course, he was ashamed to admit it, so he said that he just went to look at the talented person. After that, he said that they needed to wait for this young man to arrive, and if President Christopher was to be believed, he would be here soon. Since he needed to change the regulations, this could not be done without the approval of the chairman. At this moment, a short pause fell between the men again. Finally, the chairman smiled and said that since they understood everything, they needed to skip one step. Apparently, the directors didn't quite understand what he was talking about. Jonathan then turned directly to President Christopher. He said that this young man needed to be called here immediately. Bernard and Peter at the same time were very surprised by this decision on the part of the chairman. However, he himself did not understand why they were surprised, because Christopher himself had just said that Oliver would come. Jonathan didn't want to sit and wait for some newcomer. If he had any guts, he wouldn't miss the chance and would ask for a change in the internal regulations. However, if he comes and doesn't talk about it, then that's the end of it. And then Jonathan will cancel the project and everything else. Christopher said the branch was a place where employees were sent, and he didn't see how anyone could be allowed to get out. Jonathan replied that they were still going to get this guy up there, and if they only got him up there, it would be special treatment. Christopher understood that the chairman, depending on the outcome of this meeting, seriously intended to transfer this newcomer to another position. Bernard understood that if he were pulled out at the behest of the chairman, it would look like nepotism, as if he had been saved only because of this. Then he will forever be branded as a lucky one who managed to escape, and his abilities will not be appreciated. Jonathan said that if the guy had potential, they could at least do this for him. For him, it was nothing, because this was the very friend that President Christopher was so worried about. However, he asked the man not to spoil this guy too much, if he knew what he was talking about. Christopher realized that while he appeared soft and friendly at first, it was actually a warning. If you miss his hints, they will stick in your mind later. But if you notice them, it will serve as a signal. That was the true meaning of his words. He literally asked him not to promote an employee who had not yet been tested too obviously. Then Christopher promised to be more careful with him. Looking at his reaction, Bernard noted to himself that this was what he deserved. After this, the men decided that they would wait for Oliver. Moreover, Peter expressed a desire to stay in the office. In the end, the chairman allowed all three men to stay in the office and look at this guy together. Christopher thought to himself that even though it was Oliver he was talking about, he hoped he wouldn't pass out from shock. When the main character received a message from Christopher, he immediately ran out into the street and caught the first taxi he saw. He asked the driver to take him as quickly as possible. He needed to make it before the chairman changed his mind. Oliver still couldn't believe that this was really happening. He couldn't believe that he was actually going to the chairman's office. The office immediately began to discuss the fact that their youngest had finally gone to the chairman's headquarters. Oliver thought that he would meet him one day, but he never expected that the meeting would happen so suddenly. He arrived at headquarters quite quickly and immediately ran out of the car. Oliver literally ran towards the building, wanting to get to the chairman as quickly as possible. At reception, he introduced himself as an employee of the well-being department, and apparently they were already expecting him. The girl gave him a pass and told him to go up to the 15th floor. The first time Oliver walked through the lobby of the main office so easily, he realized that the privileges of being the chairman were truly enormous. Soon, he was already in the elevator and going up to the floor he needed. He reached the required 15th floor quite quickly. As soon as the hero got there, he immediately froze. What he saw there brought a look of great surprise to his face. The setting here was incomparably more grand than the floor where Christopher's office was. Oliver assumed that the chairman's office was at the very back. As he walked down the corridor and read the positions on the plaques, he realized that each one was more impressive than the other. At that moment, he finally realized that he had reached the end of the corridor. He stopped in front of a door on which the name Chairman's Office was engraved. Without thinking twice, Oliver decided it was time for him to go inside. He grabbed the door handle, still not quite believing that he was standing right in front of the company chairman's door. However, he then opened the door anyway, since he could not hesitate any longer. The young man immediately said hello, but what he saw there surprised him. As it turned out, it was not the chairman's office itself, but his anteroom, where his secretary was located. The girl greeted the main character, and apparently, she was expecting his arrival. Then she pointed to the next door and said that he was already expected there. Then Oliver realized that first the secretary was in the office, and then the chairman himself. After this, the main character opened the door and went inside, where the chairman and 3 directors were already waiting for him. He was very surprised. He expected Chairman Jonathan to be here alone. Directly opposite him sat the company's chairman, Jonathan. He could understand why President Christopher was also here. However, he still could not understand what the vice chairman, whom he had seen only once, and Bernard, whom he had only seen in magazines, were doing here. This was a real shock for the main character, and he even froze in place. It seemed to him that all these glances were literally drilling into him. He remembered his words about how it was strange to be overwhelmed by the title of chairman, as well as to be surprised by their rank. He had spoken very confidently at the time, but now he was very surprised that 4 leaders had gathered together at once. Even he didn't foresee this in his wildest fantasies. However, he decided to remember the words he had told himself, that it was just a difference in rank. He decided that he simply needed to act according to his position, since he had no reason to be embarrassed. Then, he finally gained confidence and looked firmly straight in the direction of the chairman. He bowed to the man and said that he had heard that he had been summoned here. However, Jonathan only chuckled and didn't say anything useful. Meanwhile, Oliver continued to stand bowing, waiting for the chairman to say something to him. And finally, Jonathan decided to break the silence. To the main character's great surprise, he asked him why he came here. This question surprised Oliver very much, because Jonathan himself invited him here. Christopher already realized that the chairman was just teasing the newcomer. He understood that now the main character needed to think carefully. The chairman himself called him, and he needed to understand why he asked such a question. Then the protagonist realized that he needed to answer this. He raised his head and looked towards Jonathan with a confident smile. Christopher immediately noticed this and realized that Oliver was moving in the right direction. He saw him trembling and mentally calmed him down, saying that he needed to think slowly. The chairman was giving him a little time. Then the main character finally spoke up. He turned to the chairman, who waited very attentively for his answer. Then the hero asked him what powers he could grant him. Christopher was very glad that Oliver understood the gist of the matter and mentally praised him. However, the chairman asked him why he was asking about this. Oliver explained that it was the chairman who had called him here. But as soon as he entered, he immediately asked why he was there. He asked Jonathan if he had forgotten that he had invited him, and he answered his own question by saying that this was obviously not the case. The chairman knew that he had business with him, and he called Oliver precisely to hear it out. At this point, the man still remained silent, waiting for a continuation of the answer. Oliver said that's why he's asking him. He needs authority, but he doesn't know to what extent he's willing to give it to him. For some time after this, the chairman remained silent. However, he then looked up and looked at the main character with a satisfied smile. The man said that he had passed the first test, and then decided to give him a second question. He asked Oliver why on earth he should do this at all. Oliver understood that they both already knew what they were talking about and what exactly they needed. Oliver has already spoken about the need for hope at the Thiessen Well-Being Branch. The chairman also saw the need for hope, or, in other words, a system of rewards and punishments. And in this, they were of one mind. It was necessary to give high certification scores and allow the branch employees to escape from there. This is why the chairman gave the order to create a plan to normalize this very branch. Jonathan said he wanted to run the project on an improvement plan, but didn't talk about normalizing it. Oliver replied that he had submitted a proposal to improve the branch. Therefore, it became a normalization project after launch. The chairman then asked him what Oliver would do if he simply did not give him authority. At this moment, the main character thought for a moment, after which he said that everything was in the hands of the chairman. He himself only acted according to his instructions. If the chairman doesn't give him the rights, he will take this as a sign to stop and simply close the project. Jonathan then asked what he would do even if he did not give him authority but ordered him to continue the project. Oliver replied that he needed authority from higher management to improve the branch. If Jonathan does not provide them, he will state the reasons why the project cannot proceed and submit an interim report. Hearing this, Jonathan realized that this answer was very good. Christopher thought it would be very bad if Oliver said he would find another way. In that case, the chairman would have said that there was another way. But he didn't even look for it and came here to demand power. And if he had said that he would try to continue the project, Jonathan would have asked him how he would do something that was impossible. Ultimately, the key here is to objectively assess your limits and position, and be able to acknowledge them. Oliver was well aware of his position as an ordinary employee. No matter how beloved a project may be in the eyes of the chairman, the impossible remains impossible. It often happens that people, having received a high position, try to push through things that cannot be implemented, causing damage to the company. Blinded by the thirst for success and advancement, they often don't know when to stop. However, unlike all of them, Oliver knew when to stop. At this moment, Jonathan looked seriously at the protagonist. But then, he suddenly smiled broadly and said that he really liked this guy. After this, he asked him what exactly he should do for him, but noted that it would be better if he made a formal request. Whatever was written there, Jonathan was ready to sign everything and return the request to his hands. At this point, all the other presidents were surprised that the chairman had given him carte blanche, but Oliver himself understood that this was a trap. If he wrote whatever he wanted there, the chairman would simply tear up the paper and rush him. He wanted Oliver to understand his intention and become his hands and feet, sharpen his skills, and then he would appreciate him. In the end, the hero thanked him and said that he would complete the project within the permitted limits, after which he would immediately provide a report on the results. However, the chairman asked that it be sent through the strategy office and brought directly to him. And Oliver agreed. Jonathan was pleasantly surprised that he didn't even ask how exactly to submit the report. He liked this guy more and more. After this, Oliver said goodbye to him, and Jonathan asked him not to forget to submit an official request as soon as he returned. Finally, he left the office, leaving the 4 company executives alone. After this conversation, Jonathan smiled contentedly. He said that paperwork can sometimes be very useful. Bernard asked him to take a look at their side too, because he had his eye on a pretty good guy. Jonathan decided to support his initiative and assign this guy some task. At this point, the chairman noticed that Peter was strangely silent. He asked if he had a good candidate in mind who would be like a pearl in the mud. However, the man understood that, apart from the best interns of the first and second years, he didn't really have anyone special. And at that moment, he thought about one girl who clearly stood out among the others. He said he had his eye on a girl at the 5th training center, and she had placed second, competing with Oliver. Then Jonathan said that if the 3 candidates were pitted against each other, the picture would be very interesting, and he suggested coming up with a plan. He wanted to see whose candidate would be the most promising among the 3 presidents. In the end, Christopher, Bernard, and Peter agreed with the chairman's plan. Soon after, the protagonist returned back to his branch and went straight to Henry. He told him that the chairman had ordered him to report everything directly. Henry didn't even ask him how it went, but he spoke as if he already knew the whole situation. Then there would definitely be only 4 people in the office. And then Oliver began to wonder if any of them were connected to Henry. Besides, he said that he had a particularly bad relationship with Christopher. Then it was one of the remaining 3. At this point, Henry said that this meant that the chairman did not want to see intermediaries. Initially, reporting to the branch president was needed as a shield in case something went wrong. But now the situation has changed. He then asked Oliver if he had any ideas on what to do, and Oliver suggested that he go to headquarters personally with a report. Henry said that if he became a trusted person, he could come personally. But for now, he is not a bird of that feather. He asked if he had the chief of staff's business card, and when Oliver said no, Henry opened his drawer. He started digging around looking for something for Oliver. Finally, he pulled out a tattered piece of paper with the general secretary's number. He said that this was the business card of the former head of the secretariat, and that the report should be sent to this number. Oliver knew Henry had been a big shot in the past, but he didn't understand why he kept the former head of the secretariat's business card. At that moment, the man suddenly started coughing, and Oliver asked him if he had stopped drinking. However, Henry replied that one does not quit drinking alcohol and smoking cigarettes. One simply takes a break from them. He asked with a smile if this meant that he was now resting too, and Henry answered positively. He said that as soon as Oliver left the branch, he would start drinking and smoking again. And these words surprised the protagonist. He thought that his departure from the branch was practically a done deal. But there was something he hadn't thought about. The thing is, he will leave, and Henry will remain in the branch. However, Henry added that Oliver himself wanted to escape from this office as quickly as possible. To this, the main character said that he was not the only one who could escape from here. He stated that anyone who achieves the required certification scores can transfer to another branch. In this way, he hinted that Henry might also transfer to another place. At that moment, the man realized something he hadn't even thought about before. However, he quickly came back to reality and realized that this plan would not work. He understood that he would definitely never escape from this branch. Meanwhile, the story moves back to the chairman's headquarters. Today was the day of the company's performance report for the first half of the year. It was reported that the average selling price of televisions for the first half of the year fell by 8%, while the average sales price increased by 6%. Revenue for the first half of the year increased by 10%. But due to rising raw material prices and unfavorable factors, transportation costs increased. The chairman then said he had ordered them to come up with a way around the measures 3 months ago, and they were saying operating profits had fallen. The man slammed his fist on the table and said that they had been predicting a rise in raw material prices since last year, and even then, he ordered them to work out alternative procurement routes. However, it was now clear to him that they had not prepared for this. The directors tried to justify themselves by saying that raw material prices were fluctuating all over the world, so other routes were also closed. But Jonathan insisted that they had to find another way then. After this, he turned to a representative of the semiconductor branch and asked him to report the situation from there. Director Johnson said he was presenting a report on the results for the past half year. After this, the remaining branches also submitted their reports. However, at some point, Jonathan stopped them and ordered them to pack up, telling them to prepare a written report. The directors were glad that they had also survived today's meeting. But suddenly, the chairman stopped them. He said there was still something left to surprise the directors, as key branches had already spoken. Jonathan handed the floor over to President Christopher, who presented a report on one of their branches, well-being. He said that in May last year, all branches submitted plans to improve management in order to bypass Mirai. He said revenue remained at the same level as last half of the year, but there had been a significant reduction in expenses. In particular, in June alone, expenses fell by 48% compared to the previous month. The chairman asked if this information had been verified, and Christopher replied that the information had been confirmed. He said that, according to the results of the half-year report, operating profit increased by 16% compared to last year. The other directors couldn't understand how they were able to increase operating profit in just 1 month. This figure is not that huge, but if this result is maintained by the annual report, the growth will be even more impressive. Jonathan understood that short-term success was easy, but the long-term perspective was important, and it was important to maintain the results. Then Christopher said that the staff had really changed, and everyone else was shocked by what they heard. With pride on his face, the man said that Taesun well-being had been normalized and could no longer be treated as before. No one could still believe that this place, which looked like a grave, where everyone's eyes were dull, had finally become normal. The chairman then stated that in that case, they would not treat him as before. He asked the others to convey to everyone that from now on, well-being is obliged to report results on an equal basis with other branches. The directors understood that until now, they had considered this branch a burial ground, and, in return, had turned a blind eye to the chaos going on there. But now that it was possible to escape from this branch, there was no reason to give them any leeway. It became the subject of strict accountability. Then, everyone wondered what reward awaited the project's protagonist, who had returned the company to normal. Many expected him to receive a promotion or a bonus. However, it was clear to everyone that the reward would determine whether the other directors should take a closer look at him. The chairman then asked Christopher to recommend a problem area to the strategic planning office. When the directors heard this, they were very scared. Meanwhile, the story shifts back to the well-being branch, where the local staff are shocked by yet another piece of news. They were sent a notice of interviews for those wishing to transfer to other branches. The candidates for transfer to other branches were already known. Among them were Oliver and Martin. When the rest of the staff saw this opportunity, they immediately knew it was not worth missing out on. Then they immediately sat down at their computers and began preparing for a possible transfer from here. They understood that if they worked well, they would definitely be able to return to their previous jobs. The idea of escaping from this branch had an unexpectedly powerful chain effect. The final stage of the project was to improve the financial structure. And since the finance director had been fired, Oliver and Martin were responsible for this. The reason for the director's dismissal was simple. The company had too much debt with high interest rates. Interest rates are floating and repayment terms come due every year. So it was necessary to refinance somewhere with a lower rate. But the director neglected this duty. And then Martin and Oliver went around all the banks and found favorable conditions instead. All of this was set out in detail in the report that was submitted to the chairman. Finally, Martin declared that it was all truly over. Both young men understood that together they had done a colossal job. Then Martin shook the protagonist's hand and thanked him for giving him this chance. He knew Oliver could handle the project alone, but he decided to include him anyway. Moreover, Martin hoped that in the future he would have another opportunity to work under him. Finally, he said that it would be great if, after their promotion, they ended up in the same company with him. Finally, Martin said goodbye to the main character, and he headed towards the exit of the office. When he came out, people were already waiting for him there. One of them was Director Boris from the logistics department. As soon as he saw the main character, he immediately bowed to him along with his colleague. Oliver himself was very surprised that even his boss Boris bowed to him. He clearly noticed that the atmosphere in the office had changed. The people he encountered in the corridor bowed to him with eyes shining with hope and enthusiasm. Now their branch has definitely changed. Oliver was very glad that there was finally hope in the eyes of these people. Shortly thereafter, Martin brought him the incoming tax reports and sales department expenses for June. Oliver was surprised at how quickly he got it all done and said he could take a rest while he took over the rest of the departments. Santiago noted that the office was in complete chaos, and he even thought they would have to hire new people to cope with the work. Oliver was even surprised that the department was finally talking about adding staff. Martin suggested that now that the company had returned to normal, perhaps normal people from other branches would come to them. However, at that moment, they were distracted from their thoughts by someone's voice. As it turned out, Henry came into the office and asked the workers if they were too busy. The young men immediately stood up to greet their boss, and he noticed that, judging by their chatter, they had no important business. Then he handed the main character a notebook, but he didn't understand why he needed it. Then Henry asked him if he hadn't checked it yet, and then Martin realized that, apparently, they had received notification of their destination. The young people immediately rushed to the computer to see what was written there. Oliver was very excited. He was eager to find out where he would be transferred. When they opened the right page, they saw that he had been transferred to Tessin Department Store. He was appointed to the Strategic Planning Office, which was incredibly good news. Oliver would have been happy to just get out of this branch. But on top of everything else, he was transferred to a department store, and to the strategy department at that. In top-notch companies like electronics or semiconductors, specialized knowledge is required, and the scale is huge. The department store was a retail store, and it was simpler. It was clearly a concern for Oliver, and he felt Christopher's influence. Henry said that even if he took first place in the selection, usually newcomers are pushed around in regular positions during their first year. However, he was promoted to the strategy department in just 6 months, which was simply incredible. Then Henry said that since he was going to the strategists, he needed to carry this notebook with him everywhere, and he would have to write down a lot of things. At that moment, the main character looked down at the gift from his boss. He noted that Henry had chosen the most suitable notebook as soon as he learned of its purpose. Henry said that if Oliver had any questions, he could call him, and if someone got into a fight, he was obliged not to lose. After that, he asked him to come to his office, where he would briefly tell him about the department store. Then, one of the employees told Oliver that they had just started to get closer, and he was already leaving, and he was very sorry. However, he promised that if they met somewhere else, he would definitely repay him for all the good he had done. The rest of the staff also said that they would never forget him and everything he did for them. The protagonist smiled back at them sincerely and said that they would definitely meet again and that he would look forward to it. When evening came, the main character met with his old acquaintances from the training center. Charles asked him why he had been transferred to the department store, but Oliver himself didn't know. However, the guy insisted that he tell him more, since he was the first of them to receive a promotion. Emma said that from what she had heard, the president of the department store was the chairman's second wife, Madame Sophia. However, Oliver was not aware of this and asked Charles how things were going with the factions. The young man said he had heard something but tried to maintain a note of mystery. He said that the chairman had 2 wives, and the first marriage was one of convenience. However, their relationship was not the best. They had 1 son, and this eldest son is the current vice chairman, Peter. During his family life, the chairman went through many scandals and problems, and eventually he and his first wife divorced. He had already married his second wife, Sophia, for love. Previously, when the company was still called by a different name, his first wife was the only daughter of the owner of the construction company. She was the only child in the family, so there was no other heir. But when she married the chairman, the construction company and Tesson merged, resulting in the current Tesson Group. Now Oliver understood why there was a construction department here. He had always wondered why it was simply called a department within the company. Emma said that in a narrow sense, it symbolized the union of 2 families as a unity. But if it were singled out, it could lead to division. Charles said that in any case, after the merger, Tesson was formed. And since it grew to such a size, one could say that the choice was a good one. But the problem was in the relationship between the spouses. The chairman and his first wife did not get along, but the company became large only thanks to her. When they split up, the company almost split back into 2, so they came to an agreement. The first wife received several financial subsidiaries under the financial holding company. Emma noted that the fact that Tesson has reached its current position is largely due to the construction business. Therefore, in her opinion, the first wife should have been given at least half of the company. This would have been reasonable compensation. However, Charles said that his first wife had set conditions in return. He asked the boys to move closer so he could say it in a whisper. The young man said that she had declared that no matter what happened in the future, Peter had to be the heir. In the end, she received such a promise. And on that note, they parted ways. Of course, the second wife made a big fuss, but in the end, the chairman's position proved firm. One way or another, he needed a reliable heir. He did not want to waste energy fighting for the inheritance. He wanted to at least preserve the company's name, so he made sure to pass it on to his child. In any case, the second wife also demanded several subsidiaries for herself. She acquired a duty-free shopping mall and resort companies, and also had 2 sons and 1 daughter. At that moment, Oliver realized that perhaps the one who had actually set this condition about the heirs was not his wife, but the chairman. He had 3 sons and a daughter, and if they had started fighting each other to the fullest, the company could have been torn to pieces. However, thanks to this condition, Peter was able to inherit the company without bloodshed. Oliver thus realized that there were now 3 main factions operating within the company. The first faction, those who followed Chairman Jonathan. The second, the faction of the vice chairman and Jonathan's first wife. The third faction was the side of his second wife and her children. If you add in people like President Christopher and Bernard, there were still many small factions. Oliver then asked which side the presidents were on, but Charles replied that they were neutral. The company was essentially owned by the chairman, but Peter would soon inherit it, so they remained neutral. He thought that it was not their will, but the will of the chairman. He would never have allowed the company to be divided. The hero then asked who Charles belonged to, and he said that he was for President Bernard. He said that he and Christopher were rivals, so Oliver should be careful. It was unknown when they would meet again. The young man then turned his attention to Emma and asked which faction she belonged to, but the girl said it was a secret. Charles didn't understand why she was being secretive when they had told all their secrets. Perhaps there was a reason for it. The girl explained that those 2 directions are the right and left hand of the company, and it is still far from the starting line. She said that keeping the secret was the only way to make things fair, and Oliver said she didn't have to answer now. He was sure that sooner or later, they would find themselves on the same stage, face to face. Meanwhile, the story moves to a company where President Sophia and another person were arguing about a new line. She couldn't understand how Director Jan could propose such boring designs for the main exhibition of the summer fair. The man replied that what she was seeing now was the brand's new release, a product that combined refined elegance and simplicity. It uses cool tones to suit the trend, and is a product he personally recommends. When Sophia heard that he personally recommended this line, she noticeably calmed down. When she heard that this was all she had to see for today, she asked to put the clothes away as she was already tired of them. After Director Ian obediently took the coat rack out of the office, Sophia asked if he had anything else. She thought that the work for today was already finished. Then the man said that a new employee with 6 months of experience, Oliver, would be moving to the strategy department starting tomorrow. This news surprised the woman, and she asked what it all meant, why she needed to be notified about every new employee. The director explained that this was not just a newcomer. He was the best in the class of the 5th Training Institute and came from Taesun Well-Being. Sophia said that it was disgusting that a person from this cemetery came to them, and the director replied that it was the chairman's decision. When the woman heard this, she realized that he was really capable of something. But she asked what it all meant. The director asked her if she remembered the proposal for improving management that had been submitted to the chairman a couple of months ago. The woman recalled that this was the very event where their proposals did not even pass the document review stage. The man said that where her proposal failed, the only plan the chairman chose was the one presented by Oliver. To put it simply, if he continues to work well, he could become a close confidant of the chairman. Then the director asked what they would do in such a case. A look of delight appeared on her face, and she declared that in that case they should greet this guy properly. Meanwhile, the story moves to the next day at the shopping center, specifically to the strategy department. The employees discussed the newcomer's transfer. They did not understand what the point was in simply inflating the staff. They thought that if they brought in someone who could actually do the job, that would be good. Meanwhile, one of the shopping center employees, Emily, was working at the table. She heard talk that the staff didn't like the fact that a useless worker like her had been dragged into a key department. Everyone was saying that she had no instincts or intelligence, and it was a clear disrespect to their department. However, now the staff will be replenished with another newcomer, someone who joined through an open recruitment process but only worked for 6 months. They said about him that he is clearly not an ordinary guy. He probably does his job well and stands out even among the newcomers. Others said it was the guy who prepared the proposal for improving management, and whose project was ultimately chosen. The employees realized that since his proposal was actually approved, then they were approached by a truly intelligent person. However, one of the employees said that he simply has the right connections, this newcomer. Like the president, only graduated from high school. So Christopher promoted him for personal reasons and helped him win by influencing the chairman. The employees' opinion changed. Now they thought that this new guy was most likely not so capable. He just stole someone else's opportunity. At this point, their conversation was interrupted as the protagonist appeared in the office. He greeted his colleagues and, apologizing for being late, introduced himself as Oliver, a new employee. He said that today was his first day, so he first went to the HR department to register. However, his colleagues greeted him with complete indifference, and no one even said hello in return. However, suddenly they all heard a strange cry coming from the front door. When the employees turned their gaze there, they saw Sophia enter the office. She was very happy to see a new employee. The woman immediately declared that she had never seen such a face before. She immediately realized that in front of her was the very newcomer she had heard about. The protagonist immediately greeted Madam President and introduced himself, saying that from today he was working in the strategy department. Sophia was very glad to see him and said that he was behaving very politely. Director Jan, who was standing behind, noted that he was seeing this guy for the first time, but he already knew who the president was here. He came prepared and quickly pulled himself together in unexpected situations. It seems he is not just a criminal, as the rumors say. After this, Sophia decided to ask him if Oliver had met with the chairman one-on-one. When the main character answered negatively, all the other employees breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he said that the vice chairman and presidents Christopher and Bernard were also present, shock appeared on their faces again. They were surprised that he alone entered the office where all the top managers were. It was cooler than a personal meeting with the chairman. Then Sophia assumed that he was in good standing with them, and if all the leaders chose him, then his skills spoke for themselves. Oliver promised to do his best, and Sophia praised him, saying that here he must work conscientiously and show good results. After this, she left the premises again, leaving the employees alone. For some time, they stood in silence and discussed what they had just heard. At that moment, Emily suddenly stood up from her seat and attracted the protagonist's attention. Oliver heard his name being called and immediately turned to the girl. She walked over to a vacant desk and said that this would be his workspace. Oliver immediately sat down at the table and wondered if they would be given any assignments on the first day. Observing the reactions of others, he realized that everything here was the same. He shouldn't expect to be given a normal job right away. Then the hero decided to look at his predecessor's files and saw a report on sales of the shopping center's branches. However, he suddenly saw that some small note had fallen on his desk. As soon as the hero read it, a slight surprise appeared on his face. They wrote to him to be more careful, since his elders had him in their sights. When Oliver turned his gaze to Emily, it was clear from her reaction that it was she who wrote the note. The protagonist found this gesture very sweet. But at the same time, he realized that this department was also in complete disarray. His first assignment at the mall was to tour the branches. The elders explained to him that everyone goes through this. Sales take place on the spot, so you need to understand how everything works. Regular branch inspections are one of the strategy department's main responsibilities, so they quickly toured all locations before opening. The senior staff explained that their company uses CRM, after which they asked the newcomer if he knew what it was. Oliver explained that it was an acronym for Customer Relationship Management. Judging by the reaction of his elders, he answered correctly, but they were clearly unhappy with this, and then asked Oliver to give an example. He immediately cited Amazon as an example. They collected data on customer purchases and recommended products to encourage new purchases. When the protagonist saw the reaction of his elders, he realized that they simply wanted to embarrass him, hoping that he did not know it. They noted that he had at least prepared a little and had at least shown minimal effort. They stated that their company's CRM included customer lifecycle analysis, and Emily then asked what was wrong with it. They told her they were stuck between cross-selling and upselling, and Oliver realized they were deliberately using jargon. The seniors said that if they couldn't decide, then they should write both options. Sales wouldn't improve anyway. Oliver realized that they had done all this work, but it was useless. It was just armchair analysis, and they were always in third place. Being stuck in third place shaped their thinking, and in short, learned helplessness reigned here too. The only difference between this branch and well-being was its scale and revenue. At that moment, the friend noticed Emily's surprised face. The girl was very surprised that he understood everything that the elders said. However, Oliver said that in fact he didn't understand anything at all. But at the same time, he realized something. Emily wanted to ask him what it was, but his friend interrupted her with the shout of his elders. They were unhappy with her for chatting while the elder was explaining something to them, and told her not to think that she was already one of their ranks. If she wants to act like she's the elder, let her try to explain everything herself, even though it was obvious that she didn't know anything. At that moment, Oliver realized they had gone too far. Then they asked her opinion about their promising newcomer, confident that he would run to complain to the president if he was put under pressure. They had already heard that he was a star in the previous branch, and if Emily beat the new guy, it would say a lot. They started talking about how there were only losers in that branch, so it wasn't surprising. They asked Oliver how he got there in the first place, assuming that his connections were involved. At this moment, the main character remembered his previous branch, where he had worked all this time. He remembered how the eyes of the local employees lit up and how pleasant it was for him to be part of such a team. Then he realized that his patience had run out. He turned to the elders and they immediately stopped laughing. They looked closely at the newcomer, not expecting him to fight back. Then Oliver asked them if they really thought the Tessin company was such a simple place that everything here revolved around connections. He said that it could be assumed that they were right, and that connections ruled everything in this company. So it was even more important to keep one's mouth shut. After this, the main character approached one of the elders, while he stood in a stupor. He asked him what he would do if he had been listening to them all this time, so that he could then report it to the top. When the elder heard this, an indescribable horror appeared on his face. Finally, the men fell silent when they realized that this newcomer was not to be trifled with. They walked forward through the shopping center without responding to his words. They frantically suggested that they quickly finish their tour and return, since they still needed to stop by the main office. The protagonist realized that this was exactly how he had to deal with these guys. After that, none of them said anything inappropriate anymore, and they walked calmly around the mall with Emily. After the tour, he was taken through all the departments, and soon they reached the CRM department office. The protagonist introduced himself and said that he was a new employee of the strategy department and would be happy to work with the others. At that moment, he suddenly saw one of the workers point his finger at him, noting that this guy was the best in the line. At that moment, Oliver realized that this was the same young man they had seen at the course. The man, whose name was Josh, was very happy to see the main character. He said that he had just recently thought about him and stated that it would be an honor for him to work with him in the same company. The main character said that today was his first day, and Josh congratulated him, saying that it was just like him, because he was the best in the stream. The other employees who overheard their conversation quickly realized that Josh and Oliver were from the same set. This doesn't happen between people from the same group, but they seemed like real friends. The fifth group was very close-knit. Josh said that if someone from the fifth course didn't know Oliver, then they were just a plant, because he was essentially the leader of the entire course. Emily thought that this had not happened in the fourth stream, although the set was the same. Josh added that Oliver knows his business very well, his mind works very well, and his appearance has nothing to do with it. Even the chairman and president Christopher himself made a special trip to their fifth department just for him. At this moment, everyone was extremely surprised, because such big shots don't even attend courses. Oliver asked Josh to stop, saying he was burning with shame. But Josh said that he should be proud of it. He reminded him of the staring contest he had with the vice president, which had shocked the rest of the staff even more. Josh said he had never seen Vice President Peter the way he looked that day. Emily said it was just incredible that Oliver also won first place in that competition. She heard that a bunch of offers from top employees were also rejected, but he, being a newbie, beat them all. At this point, the senior staff realized that the end had come. Oliver then asked them if it was time for them to go back to the office or if they needed to do something else. The men were silent for a while, but then said that they needed to go check out the shopping center branch and see everything in place. Oliver realized that they needed to do the same thing they had done at the main store, which was to go around the branch. Hearing this, one of the employees became angry, thinking that this newcomer dared to be rude to his senior. He said with displeasure that this is exactly what they needed to do. Watching him go, Oliver thought he was leaving like some kind of small-time villain from a cheap movie. After that, he turned to Emily and said that in that case, they needed to go to the branch. He invited her to go there together. The girl was surprised by this proposal, and at first hesitated a little. Soon after, they went outside, Emily following behind the protagonist. At some point, Oliver noticed that the girl began to lag behind. Seeing his gaze on her, Emily immediately caught up with him, and now they walked side by side. She apologized for walking slowly, but Oliver said that it was nothing to worry about. He was just used to walking quickly. While they walked in silence, the protagonist thought about his next plan. He understood that for now, he should not enter into open conflict with his elders. At the same time, Emily didn't take her eyes off him and thought that this guy was quite strange. When he met his classmates, everyone called him the best in the class and followed his lead. Moreover, both presidents, who were the right and left hands of the group, also supported him. She herself did not keep in touch with her classmates, while Josh was very happy to see Oliver because they were from the same set. Then she wondered what had happened in those fifth course classes and how it was even possible to earn such respect among equals. She assumed Oliver was from a side branch of the family that owned the place, but it didn't seem like he was trying to gain respect for himself with his status. The girl came to the conclusion that he still seemed a bit strange, but she admitted to herself that for some reason this young man was not giving her any peace. She quickly corrected herself, deciding that she saw him as a fellow student who wanted to achieve recognition at work, but not as a man. At that moment, Oliver turned to her and said that they had arrived at the right place. When he looked at the girl, her face was covered with a deep blush. After that, they went inside and the protagonist opened the door for her. Oliver suggested that Emily start from the first floor and then walk around at a leisurely pace. Oliver assumed that the elders had sent them together on purpose so that they wouldn't be stared at as much if they came in a group. Although in reality, he understood that they simply accompanied them because they themselves felt awkward after what had happened. Emily laughed and said that maybe they did it that way because the two of them looked like a couple and they didn't want to embarrass the customers. However, she quickly realized that she had just said some nonsense. She also apologized to Oliver, but he said that there was nothing wrong with it. It was just a joke between colleagues. At that moment, Emily thought that she was even a little offended that he really only saw her as a colleague. However, she quickly pulled herself together, not understanding why she suddenly felt offended. She thought that this was exactly the kind of person she wanted. Someone who would simply see her as a colleague. She wanted someone who wouldn't cling to anything but work and wouldn't single her out without extraneous reasons. She wanted a person who would see her as just an employee of the company. At that moment, the main character turned to her and smiled warmly at the girl. She smiled back at him, thinking that perhaps Oliver really would be that kind of person. She wanted to believe that he would help her achieve her dream of being considered equal to other employees.